What is up, everybody? This is Ed. We're back with another video, another episode of Everybody Hates Black Men. Where we talk about, well, why everybody hates black men and other shit. So anyway, I am your host, Edward Anderson, as I just said, and we're going to get it in. It's going to be an open panel. I talked about a couple of things we're going to talk about in the title. As you can see, I have a different angle. This Logitech cam I've had, I've had this shit for such a long time. I didn't really get a chance to use it. Now that I have this tower, this, tower that I'm using, and I'm literally looking at my screen, my big screen TV. So I'm doing a little bit of experimenting. So let's get it. Let me bring this shit up. Let's see. So yeah, I know Artie Ehbm typically comes on at this time or around this time. So does Art Install. So we'll see what happens. But we're gonna have a really good conversation. If you're new here, I appreciate it. I appreciate you all giving the channel a shot. My channel is in kind of like the process of reconstruction. It's been like that for a while. So this is kind of like me putting out my thoughts. It's an opportunity for people to ask me questions, give me smoke, and me to get my thoughts out in the way that y'all are not hearing, seat belts in the car, the buffering because of struggle wireless, and all that shit. So we're gonna have some fun. Let's see. Anyway, what I want to talk about right now is a couple of things. So I didn't really get. I said some things during that stream, the last stream I did with Obsidian. But shout out to Obsidian, sent an email to me thanking me for coming on. Like I said, a lot of times you got to take the show out of the stuff, and you can't take the stuff so seriously. Although, I stick to my point, stick to what it is, stick to my guns. Also, we have, I want to comment on BGS Igmore's video. If you all haven't seen it, you should definitely check it out. It's his recent video, his rant, where with the thumbnail with the play on kind of like Black Panther when Killmonger throws T'Challa over the thing. It's really funny. And he talks about Derek Jackson, which has been talked about, but I want to talk about Donovan Sharp. Not so much Donovan Sharp, but kind of like the situation swirling around him. Now, he since apparently put a video out there talking about it, I guess in the title admitting to his marriage. And basically, I want to have a commentary on the general manosphere versus the black manosphere, where the future is, merger, shit like that. Because BGS has some interesting talking points. Like, for one, that I'll leave it to you to watch the video. The Donovan Sharp piece is in the last half. A lot of what I'm going to talk about is in the last 3 or 4 minutes, 5 minutes of that video, in case you want to run there, listen to it, and come back. I won't be mad at you. In fact, I might play it. We'll see. I might just say fuck it and play it to get some people in here. But y'all, let me know how you all are doing. It's raining right now where I'm at, so there's that. Oh, let's see. I try to stick to my own shit. All right, so yeah, we're not gonna keep having this over here. I'm tired of hearing that. Well, I have some things I'm gonna assume too, because this idea, every time you get like a certain amount of new people in the manosphere, the idea always gets revisited or at least pushed out. Like, should a black manosphere, merge with the general manosphere? The answer is hell to the fucking no. And my thing is the same thing that I always tell people, is that If y'all want to go over there, you got Coach Greg Adams. You got Darius McTowell. If you all are on more the SYSB and MGTOW front, you got and Darius McTowell is not like MGTOW. He's more like on Ramil shit, to be honest with you. So he doesn't promote it. It's pump and dump. You got plenty of dudes, like quite a few dudes. You got the Fresh and Fit crew now. You've got Donovan Sharp. You know, you've got more than enough people over there to kind of go over there. It's not like y'all are just going over there and y'all just gonna stick out, you know, and then you're gonna be vulnerable. It's a whole crew over there. And but the Black Manosphere is not gonna merge with it, and it shouldn't. It shouldn't. We have our own problems. We have our own things. And quite frankly, I bring it back to the ISIS papers, Dr. Francis Quest Wilson. And this is really what I want to talk about as far as what BGS was talking about. BGS said that, you know, Kevin Samuels is kind of a representation of the Black Manosphere kind of going through the hero's journey. Where any of you all that know about the hero's journey is typically how they tell these superhero stories. You know, Luke Skywalker, as far as the original Star Wars, is a good example of it, although it originates way before that. You have a challenge, you have blah, 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 you get powerful, yada, 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 you have new abilities. And kind of like Kevin Samuels and Donovan Sharp, he mentioned Donovan, it's kind of an amalgamation of those new abilities and how you saw that those were addressed to that white chick. And how she couldn't handle what was being said to the point where she was looking for help. Now, I didn't get a good look at the other women. Like, everybody was saying they were white, but I was like, I thought it was Hispanic, but apparently they are white. And the reality is, you know, Kevin is obviously Kevin is a Black man. I'm very sure he has reverence for his people, but Kevin has decided to come into this as race neutral. And I am very glad, because one of the arguments that always gets made is that it's our side, it's the Black Manosphere overall that have this thing where we can't let race go. Now, obviously, we come in here, a lot of us are varying degrees of pro-Black. Some of us are more economically pro-Black. You know, we may be pro-Black male, we may be overall pro-Black. We have the Hoteps. And when I say Hoteps, I don't mean that in a bad way, but you have different factions, right? And the idea is, number one, the Black Manosphere is being attacked too. But so we can no longer kind of say that the Hoteps or the pro Blacks, and really a lot of that is sexual politicking. Some of them are serious, a lot of them aren't when it comes down to it. But you can't say that we're the same thing anymore, even though some of us are going to have things that we're going to talk about that may be race related. But the truth is, a lot of heavy hitters, and that we don't bring race into it. Race, like, we've always lived with a situation. This is what I would say: Black men get zero benefits in the Black community from like pushing race. We just don't. All of the accolades and the prizes that come from pushing race really goes to really Black women. You can say Black children to a certain extent, but really Black women, really Black females. That's a fact. And if you don't believe me, look at the boys. Look at the boys. Look at their reading level. Look at all that. They come from the same household as the females. Now, we know that the schools are not operating. They're more feminized and masculinized. But the point is, those are those women's kids. Well, what about the men? Look, you all have custody of their children. If you all have whoever has custody of children, it's your responsibility. That shit is more on you. So we're not going to talk about the men are not supposed to come in. If they're not leading the household, then those arguments can't be made. And I don't care about they don't want to. You shouldn't have a kid with them. So you can't divorce your choice from that. But my point is, the point is, Black men very rarely benefit from using the race card, especially heterosexual Black men. So this idea that it's a huge amount of tokenism and all this other bullshit that Black men get the benefit from, that's bullshit. And as far as sex is completely egalitarian. So if white women are wanting to have sex with Black men, that is on white men. Because the truth be told, Black men don't even control the media in any real way. So even the promotion of Black male masculinity, which a lot of Black men have an issue with, because a lot of that is making us a target, and we don't fully control that image. Some dudes are okay with it, but a lot of dudes, it fucking is a devastating, it's a damaging image. And not for sexual reasons, for other reasons. That's something that, you know, we know. I'm not gonna say we know black men are not in control of that. As far as sports, well, that's what you want to do to make money. Again, egalitarianism. So the rules that America kind of operates on, the power moves with winner take all type shit, that's not anything we have because it's earned, and it's beyond earned, and it's earned a hell of a lot more than what other people tend to go to do to earn it. So the gripes, because that's what it always comes back to. For the dudes that really have the issue, what you have is a lot of dudes that they somehow hold their decline in white privilege on us. They don't understand that and the real thing that I want to talk about really is the idea of fake red pill people. The reality of the situation is, if you cannot rise beyond your own racial bullshit, then at the end of the day, you're just as fucking blue pill. Because they use the higher classes, and I'm a capitalist, but the higher classes, the 1% and the 10%, they use that racial element as a way to control white men, and so while they use feminism to pretty much make the American society a matriarchy, the white men drop the ball because they code up under race, rather than really understanding that class is your real problem. And the classes, they don't care as much about race. They are willing to use whatever they need to keep you in your box because you have a much bigger population, and they can't go with you like they can go with us. That's the real talk. And you all, just like black women, you all fall for it every fucking time. Just like when shout out to David Carroll, did a masterful piece, and I can't wait to the real video, the rabbit hole video. But he did a piece talking about how Derrick Jackson is basically, and BGS said this too, he's taking a pastor route, because a pastor can do everything Derrick Jackson did and still get away with it under the eyes of forgiveness. Like, straight up. And by the way, that level of hypocrisy is also a big reason why black men are not in the black church, by the way. But yeah. So it's the same playbook, just it's the same kind of schemes, just running different plays. Running the same play, just in a different scheme. No, I understand that urban mass, but I'm talking about amongst them. I'm not talking about class when you look at race. I'm talking about when you take all races out and you just talk about white people. So there is a hierarchy. There's definitely a hierarchy there. And the thing is, the higher classes, it's not about anger or anything. It's about control. And what they do is they use race as a method of control, because they know without race, they'll start fighting each other. I mean, the history of the world. And I'm not trying to make this like a racial piece. I'm just laying this shit out. I'm laying the fucking shit out like it is, live and in living color. You know, I don't have a problem having this conversation. I don't. Because, by the way, I'm 5'5". I'm not one of these. I'm not the image of the nigga that's taking your bitch. Not to say that I can't, but I'm not the image of that. So I can have this conversation and not really worry about shit. I'm not the big black guy, the BBC. Oh my God, he's coming for my chick. He's gonna cuckold me. Like what happens in the West Coast, in Seattle and shit. I'm gonna have a mixed baby walking around like a fucking idiot. White genocide. It is. I always tell you, there's a lot of similarities between a lot of white men and how a lot of bullshit black women get. They get it from white men. They see black men in the same odds. This is why they tend to have this need to compete with black men or prove they're better than black men. They got all the money. They got white supremacy. They're on the white. They're at the top. Yet somehow it's still not enough. Think about that for a second. I want you to really think about that dynamic. Think about the fact that they had to actually create laws. Like only in America. You go to India, anywhere else, you're not gonna have to worry about that. Only in America, you have to actually code it in law to keep white women from dealing with black men. Because if it was really that black men were just going over there getting white women like that, then they would use that as an excuse to use violence. Because then it would be all like, oh my God, black men are raping white women. They can't make that argument. They just can't. I forget the article In fact, I'm gonna look it up because I want to show you how crazy this shit is. I forget who mentioned it. If somebody mentioned it. It's an article where they said that white women were having mental issues because they were sleeping with so many black men at a college. Let me see if I can find this article real quick. I gotta find that. When I find that, I will post it in the community tab. But there was some article of a school, like when they integrated the school, it was just so many white women getting pregnant. It was crazy. I didn't even believe it. There's so many white women getting pregnant. They thought the white women were losing their fucking minds because these athletes, I think they got a football program or some shit. I think it was Donovan. I think it was Donovan. I actually do think it was that. Thank you for reminding me of that, Jim Rant. So my point is, we're all Americans, man. Like I'm not, black. It's not like white men don't have their hate with black women, and black men don't, for the most part, not losing their fucking minds over it. And it really, that little angst really goes one way. Black men see it like a trade. White men, so it's funny to me. But why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because, like Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said, this is the main issue. The problem that I have with the general manosphere is when this argument. See, I'm not trying to say this is everywhere in the general manosphere. It's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is, you saw it with Donovan. When this shit comes up, it doesn't get checked. These folks are allowed to exist, and that means they identify with them. And so as far as I'm concerned, I can't identify with you. It ain't and another thing too is the black, I don't even believe they actually believe we could actually hold out this long and actually build something out like to the extent that we did. Remember, we got a couple of people breaking out. It's not just Kevin. And the thing about it is Kevin would still be like right at up maybe around 200,000 right now. So the reality is, and like the theory goes from BGS, and I'll bring some of y'all on here if you want, but the theory goes that basically, they can't go at Kevin because it'll just look like they hate him. So they'll just, and he's too big at this point, so they're going at Donovan. The thing about it is Donovan fucks with Kevin, and the fact that Donovan's married, that's a lot more in line with how Kevin thinks anyway. So, as long as Kevin's where he's at, Donovan will be fine. And Donovan kind of built out his own stuff. They were going to get him. They would have needed to get him early. Because really, all that, I don't know what Donovan's going to do. But Donovan has options. He's not like completely out there in the cold by himself. If they would have got him earlier, they may have had the ability to do that, but they waited. And another thing is, there's a lot of white dudes that fuck with Donovan. They're not going to all of a sudden turn on Donovan, like 100%. Like everybody doesn't turn on him. Like we've seen people go through scandal. We think about the shit that happened with like Tanya TKO, with Sansa Ray faking her suicide. All these people still around. It's people that's done some really fucked up shit that's still around. Well, B, you can have your opinion on that. So I mean, I'm not really trying to see you talk about. Yeah. And they said these white women lost their minds. These white women are insane because when you understand that they use that they use medicine as a weapon, then you understand that. They'll say one thing's crazy today. I mean, shit, wanting to be a female isn't trans shit isn't considered crazy now. So that shit is political. Yeah, but okay, B, tell me why everybody was in the comment section of that video talking about Kevin then. Again, B, look, I'm sorry. I'm not over there. Maybe you're over there more than me, but I know when I was looking at those comment sections, Kevin was getting mentioned a hell of a lot. Yeah, I like how he exposed B. I'm not stop commenting. Seriously, because I'm not really trying to time you out. And I'm not trying to have you argue with me. That's not what I'm doing, because you're really kind of starting to spam the comment section with wanting to be right. Like, seriously. But anyway, like I was saying, at the end of the day, I'm a very big believer of firewalls. I don't have a problem creating other segments, but I'm a big believer in firewalls. Excuse me. And the problem is, you got folks that for whatever reason, I get it. If you're in the military, I get why some people might have a more, liberal approach towards this. But the reality is, there's a reason why people are the way that they are. There's a reason why people think the way they think. It's just not some bullshit that they just came out. And a lot of times when these dust ups happen, people are taking notes. And the thing is, it took a long time to build out a situation where we have our audience. And the only thing that we're doing is we're giving up the shit that we talk about for their shit. They're not giving up what the fuck they're talking about. This is not a partnership, because they don't think in partnership. That's not how they think. And I'm not even saying that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it is what it is. Another thing I want to talk about real quick to transition from that, and if y'all want to come up, y'all can definitely come up, is economic mastery. I'm not talking, money obviously is an element to that, but mastery over your time. This is one thing we don't talk a lot about. I always get comments talking about, people work a lot of hours or blah, 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 blah. The reality is, you have a traditional way of doing things, and you have the new way of doing things. And the reality is, the quality of life is 4 key things. Number 1 is obviously money. Number 2 is time. Number 3 is not in any particular order. Number 3 is health. And number 4 is relationships. Time and money is really what wealth is. It's how much your money can move without you actually working. This is why all y'all want to talk about Bitcoin, Forex, all that, even though, yeah, whatever. But my point is, mastering your economics is really having control over your time. This is why when you look at the 4 quadrant and you look at an employee, a CEO is still an employee. It's not a business owner. The time freedom aspect is one of the biggest aspects to that, because when you, that's number 1. Number 2, that's why investing, when you're in the investor class, and a lot of people can occupy multiple spaces. That's one thing that doesn't get said. But if you're in the investor class, then you have control over your time. That's one of the biggest benefits of that. But it takes more money to do that. So you got to kind of get to that, even like to do it at a high level. So that's one aspect. The other aspect I want to talk about is economic control. One of the things we always talk about, when I was listening to Jason Black and all that, he always talk about how the biggest weapon of white supremacy is the economy. But you can actually take that out of the pro-black talk as well. When you look at why certain industries exist to cater to black people, such as the love guru industry, like people like Derrick Jackson and others, the black church industry, that's a whole industry amongst itself, because it is an industry. And then you look at the weave industry. These things exist because of the values of people that value it. That's why they literally get value, right? So when you look at like the dude that owns Shea Moisture, his issue was he tried to diversify, but the way he went about it, he put himself in a situation where his audience, because his audience was volatile as they were, especially on that particular topic issue, they had control over his money. He works for them. And this is why, and I understand, like O'Shea talks about having a black male audience. I get all of that. I'm not saying you shouldn't have that. But at the same time, you don't have to segment your audience, but there's ways to have your money. This is why you should have multiple streams of income in case something happens. Anyway, I'm gonna take this off. I just want to get some footage with that. In case something happens, right? You can you have diversification. And if people understand that investing, for some reason they don't understand that when it comes to how your money comes in. And granted, we're not guessing either, B. I mean, your opinion is your opinion. So whatever. So anyway, and the problem is, so people are look, you should definitely get one stream of income type. But what people do is people find a bag or find a lick. And what happens is, it's like they don't know how to do anything else. So they put themselves in a position, and this goes both ways, whether it's black women, whether it's black people, whether it's white people, and you don't diversify, you put yourself in a position where if one demographic turns on you, you're fucked. And by the way, people don't even get to the point where they get a big enough bag to invest in other things. But this is one of the reasons to do that. And why am I bringing this up now? I'm bringing this up now because we're coming into a situation, and we're already here. We've been here, where your money, like it costs to be able to have an opinion. Think about it. On social media, if you work a job, you can be fired from that job just for having an opinion. Because when you like, really, a lot of those clauses that you sign, whether when you get a job and you may not pay attention to, but you may see that it says social media, it really says that they can fire you for anything that has to do with social media. So what they're essentially saying is they can let you go if something gets hot. And here's the thing: it's not even if they know you where you work. They could find you on social media and find something they don't like, and just off that, like the company that I work for, technically we contract with certain known brands, and it doesn't matter if I'm connected to that brand or not. It doesn't matter if I never mention it and they don't know. The reality is, even if they don't know where you work, if your job finds out, if somebody at your job finds out, like I'm also, they can actually let you go for that. And I live in a right to work state. So it's very easy to do that. It's not unionized or anything. And so a lot of reasons why people say certain things. This is why when women are very disingenuous, because they know this at some level. When they try to say, well, why do men tell me this, or I don't hear this in real life? They try to pretend like there's not real consequences to telling women shit they don't want to hear. And that's how fucking insidious a lot of that shit is. And a lot of dudes don't ever get to the thought process where they think about that until they get fucked. It's like they got to get their hand pressed on the hot stove before they see, oh shit. And then maybe they learn, maybe they don't. But even if you are an entrepreneur, you're still subject to this. Because if you're selling to just one demographic and you don't ever like branch out of that, then, or have investments or whatever, then, you're at the mercy of your own economics. I mean, you see this in Hollywood all the time. You see this in Hollywood. You even see this in a black church in many ways. So it's important. So this is why, as black men, even if you have a 9-to-5 job, it's important for you to have a hustle. It's important for you to have a diversity of economics. I like how that is. Look, I have my own opinions as to what people should do, but it's not about that, because everybody's different. Everybody has different industries and stuff like that. Like, because black men are vulnerable. You are always vulnerable. Now, whether you want to pretend like you aren't, well, that's on you. But you are vulnerable. Like, I know Obsidian was kind of having a disagreement with me with that, but this is somebody that operates on a pension. I don't know what that is. So it's easy for somebody to say that, America's the greatest country and blah, 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 when you got guaranteed money coming in. I don't think that would be the same if they would have just gave you a watch and said, have a good day. But see, that's the benefits of working with a union. So I mean, different perspectives is different perspectives. What's up, IRE? And quite frankly, pre-2010, people could pre-2010, people could sit here and play this game like you're a weirdo if you're talking about doing stuff on the internet or doing stuff like that. We're post 2020 now. If you don't get it now, and I don't care what you do. If you don't get it now that you need to operate in multiple different angles of the economy, well, I mean, musical chairs and the law of social financial Darwinism might take over. Some of y'all are going to be fine, but a lot of y'all aren't. And especially with COVID, they're good. Black men, heterosexual black men, are going to be first to be fired, last to be hired. And they're bringing more people in. And now it's starting to be this people of color shit, so I mean, it is what it is. Um, you know, I do what's called information education. That's the business I'm in. I'm in the business of selling information. So for instance, if you buy a video course, if that's information. But ecom, the thing about it is, man, I'm very conservative with people's money. So I'm always going to say what is going to be able to give them a result, and then they could build on that result and stack that result. Ecom required, like, you can't really effectively do ecom if you're not willing to learn how to do ads and pony up. And make no mistake, it costs money to learn how to do ads. I don't care how much training you do, you still got to have play money to work with. Like, and that's what people don't say about Forex or Bitcoin, but that's true for ecom. To run ads, you have to be willing to spend money. Now, are there ways to get advertising and get a good return on your investment pretty quickly? Sure. Fuck is this? Yeah. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Yeah, it's going. I've seen you on Solo, but I don't know if you're a troll or what's going. But you did say hey, so.
Oh,
What?
no, I'm definitely not a troll, man. I checked some of your stuff out too. I'm cool with Solo as well.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I ain't got no real issue with Solo. It's just you have no idea how many times I get people like "fuck you, Edward, you a bitch." Like, I need to go and make that a soundbite. Now I'm thinking about it. But anyway, so what's up, man? What's on your mind?
Oh no, man. I was just checking in. I noticed that you were on, and I was trying to get on yesterday about the conversation, but I was having a little audio issue. Because I never really broadcast through Zoom before, so I didn't have the settings right. So I'm just doing it through my cell phone right now. But I literally just checked in, and did you have a direction you was going in, or you just
Not
wanted
really. It's an open panel, but since you're up here, you traverse in the white manosphere a little bit, right? When I say traverse, I mean some of the players,
Yeah,
correct?
like Rolo and
Yeah.
yeah.
See, I'm not over there like that. So I know some of them by proxy of like Solo, Donovan, and them. But if they don't mention them, I don't know them.
Right.
I used to listen to Sandman back in the day, and Sandman is still cool.
Yeah, he's straightforward. Sometimes I check his stuff out, but not recently. But I know of
Same.
most of those guys. And the thing, my only issue, and I think you brought this up in the video that you did today. I think I sent the comment and you liked it. With yesterday, what I was trying to express is that I'm, as a black man, I'm tired of these circular arguments that we're having about. It's like it's almost at a point in time. It's like it looks pathetic where it's older black men crying about used up 40-year-old black women instead of, my alternative to that, and it's not the only alternative, it's just one that I would bring forth, and I was trying to get that across yesterday. And that's why I asked the question. The first question I asked, I said, how many people on the panel travel, like not just for work and business, but just travel?
It's a dirty word in these parts. Well, not my channel, but in the sphere.
Right. But see, I did that on purpose because once you it's almost kind of a receipt check, because a lot of people have opinions on things they never experienced before. They have a lot to say, but they've never been outside their city. So I said that on purpose to establish the ground floor of where we're at, so the audience can understand. In other words, like if you're trying to have an argument with something, you've already stated that the person has no clue what you're talking about. So whatever they have to say holds no merit, really. So I did that first. And I was a little bit surprised because I figured these guys are older. They should have passports and stamps. And the fact that they don't informs me of why they think the way they do.
Do you know the statistics on that?
I was abreast on that. It's very little in terms of black men who have passports.
20% of them. Hold on one second. 20% of Americans have passports. So 20% is 1 in 5 of all Americans.
Right.
And then as far as black people, so we're talking about 44 mil with 6%. And then we can infer that a lot of those are going to either be first generation immigrants, they're going to be immigrants or first gen. And then we can infer that a lot of military black people are going to have it. I've calculated based on me understanding those numbers and where I got them from, that when you take out non-ADOS and you take out military, that you probably have about 600,000 black men that have passports.
Spread out across the
The
U.S.
United States, yeah. About
Right.
600. Yeah, so
And,
go
and,
ahead.
and I think because, I know the reason. The reason is because it costs to travel, like point blank. Because now, you see, when you travel, you step outside of the U.S. paradigm of racism. Oh, I can't make it because the man's on my back. All the excuses, the women are hard to deal with. You can't use those excuses overseas. They don't have. I'm not saying that everywhere in the world is kumbaya, but what I'm saying is you don't have. Um,
It's kind of
you,
like a reset.
yeah, it's literally like once you go out the U.S., you can literally have a clear mind, and whatever agenda that you couldn't do in the U.S., there's really no excuse to get it done elsewhere, whether that be starting a business, whether that be finding a woman. Because if you can't find a woman in your city, your county, whatever, because of what we clearly see is going on today, I can understand that. But if you can't find a woman overseas, that's more of a
Well,
problem.
taking a woman out of it, do you see value in going overseas if women had nothing to do with it?
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you why. Me in particular, I've been to quite a few places, but in particular, I love Colombia. That's like the spot I love to go to personally. But I go there obviously for different reasons: the weather, the women. But I do photography and video while I'm out there. But while I'm out there, I'm also making connections, friends, and I'm also figuring out how to buy property out there and have business out there. Because out there, as long as this real estate, there's places they're building up like crazy out there, and the prices to the dollar is basically 3.5 to 1. So basically, if you saved up your money, and the way it works over there is a little bit different from the U.S. in terms of like buying in. Let's just say, because I'm looking to like get like a penthouse or a really nice apartment, and I've been connecting with people and just trying to figure out how they do things. Now, say you're trying to move out the U.S., right? And you got like a little nest egg. What they do out there, they allow you to pay 30% down on like a pre-construction. And pre-construction means it's just on the floor plans. It's not built yet. So you can get the actual property for a lot cheaper, and you can kind of customize it. They give you a price, you pay 30% down, and then as they're building, you can continue to make payments, and then you can either work it out with the bank or work it out with the construction company how you're going to proceed once it's built.
Yeah.
And that's a different game because the interest rates over there are a bit higher from what's in the U.S. So like in the U.S., you'll have like an 800 credit score. Out here, like I just closed another property in Jersey, in New Jersey out here, and the interest rate was 2.65. You know,
Yeah.
I had to buy into it because I had to put like $3,400 down to take it from 2.99 to 2.65. But when you contrast that to like Colombia, their interest rates, a good one would be considered like 7, 8. So it's more, if you can go with hard money over there, obviously it's a better look. But if you had to do like the 30% down, it can happen because remember your dollar is 3.5 to 1.
Well,
So there's guys out there buying buildings.
no, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And those are the conversations I like to hear because, in Africa, for instance, they
Yeah.
don't give you got to have money. Like,
Right.
you got to have real, like, not a lot of money, but real money. They don't do the loan thing. They like, oh, we'll finance like 20%. And
Right.
I'm like, the fuck? Like, then I might as well not deal with you then if I'm going to do that. But and shout out to Ghana Dan, shout out to Dynas Amir. That's generally where I've gotten that stuff. And I've looked at certain channels like few years ago when it comes to dealing with Colombia, and this was like a black couple. These were because the passport situation. There's what the manosphere sees, and then there's the broader passport conversation, which has black. I mean, obviously it's white, but we even look at the black sector. You got black couples that go down there and do the vlog thing. You got obviously people like Passport Heavy that does the digital nomad thing, minority nomad. Rockland. Yeah. You have a lot of vectors, and I actually told people I'm gonna put together like a Google sheet Like, link it, and I'm gonna put it like 100 links in there, and maybe 30 of them will be YouTube channels. But I'm talking about different websites like Travel Noir, like Instagram pages, like I only fly firstclass.com. What is it? Nomadslist.com, like stuff like that, because people don't understand how big the travel space is, and not just and yeah, I can do black, but I'll probably do another page too, like that'll have like even white stuff like. There's a Twitter page I follow. It's called Interior Porn.
Yeah.
So a lot of what you just said, like they do crazy stuff, and I know it ain't all in the United States that they're doing this. Like some of the stuff, like interior, it's not like crazy stuff. It's really exotic looking, but it's practically exotic. And then you've got 1 Mile at a Time, which is a white dude that basically he I don't know what he done last year, but he doesn't have an address. He just does planes and lives in hotels, and he made a business out of that. And the stuff that he shows on different airlines and stuff is stuff that you would never see. Even if you travel, you might not see it. But folks that ain't never left their city isn't seeing it. So my reason why I asked you that question is because we always get mired in this bullshit about the women. And yes, talk about the women because it's a carrot to kind of get people's attention. But the reason why people talk about traveling a lot is because it inspires you to do a couple of things. First thing you said is it costs money to travel. So obviously problem number one is how do you solve that problem? Well, you are a photographer. You have a transferable skill. Obviously you're in real estate too. So that's another thing. But me, I would tell people maybe to get into affiliate marketing if they didn't know what to do. I would say, pick what you want. Solo is big on Bitcoin. I'm not against Bitcoin. I just believe that you should have a business device, and then you flip that money into Bitcoin, and then that money's working harder for you. Kind of like having like a mutual fund kind of thing. Versus people that they take their job money and push it to Bitcoin, and maybe they can do what you can. But a lot of that's my thing. It's Bitcoin and Forex is kind of like a second tier of income making, not like a first thing that would drive it. That's the only thing I say. Other than that, it's fine to do. But anyway,
because dudes don't understand there's different levels to traveling, obviously. But let's just say to live in Colombia, $1,500 a month, however you get it, will ensure you a middle class lifestyle in Colombia. And what that means, you get a nice apartment, nice area. You'll have food, your utilities paid for, because all that stuff is cheap over there. And if you go out, it's cheap. But if you have a situation where you cook at home, it is ridiculously cheap out there. So $1,500 will basically set you straight. And once you get there, obviously, if you have like a skill set, I'll see a lot of dudes go over there as, like expats, retirees, and they go over there, they live literally like kings, because you figure $1,500 on a pension, let's say like a city pension in New York, let's just say 20, 25 years, you're probably looking at 10,000. And then in some companies, you can actually get like a VSF payment after you do your 20 years. So you're probably looking at, let's just say $111,000 a year. Transfer that to Colombia, that's more like $330,000. So you're talking like the median income of a low wage worker in Colombia is roughly about $500 a month. Like that's 40 hours a week working some minimum wage job. So if you go over there with $111,000 USD, there's no way you can spend that money. So that's when the investment arm comes in. Like, okay, you set yourself up in a decent, however you want to live. Some people are cool with living middle class. Some people want to live more higher end, like a penthouse type of thing. It's whatever kind of like you want to do. But once you set yourself up, now you can start looking at other opportunities. And the women, see, the beauty thing about it over there, I mean, okay, the first 2 weeks you go over there, you might be a little bit open because you're not going to be used to seeing beautiful women working at the equivalent of Walmart in the aisles. Like, we're not used to seeing that level of beauty on a regular scale. So the first 2 weeks, it's going to be like, oh. But then week 3, week 4, you're going to be like the typical man that's from that region. You just don't, it doesn't do it for you because there's so many beautiful women. Like the inverse is crazy because 8 out of 10 women are at least 7 and above in shape, fit, friendly, cooking skills, all that stuff. And over in the U.S., it's the exact opposite. So when you see a beautiful woman in the U.S., you're like, oh my God, I'm tricking, I'm simping. And that's what creates the problem that we have here. Whereas over there, the women know, right around the corner, there's somebody that probably looks better. So they're on their best behavior at all times. So and then, and like what I tried to express yesterday, when he was talking about the jawline, is the jawline thing over? I'm like, no, because you can't fight biology. And the example that I tried to give is like light skinned exoticals are not going to go out of style. And then he says, and when I say he, I mean Obsidian. And he says, oh, well, most black men are with black women. And my comeback to that would be, well, it's the difference between what you want and what you can afford. Like most black people probably drive Corollas or Hondas, right? That's not what they want. So we can't, so whatever you sell.
Yeah, like the way I look at it, the way I always talked about it was when you look at it like NAFTA and the American Free Trade Agreement, when you introduce new stimulus, like new factors into it, people are going to make choices. And it's the same thing. If you want to make that argument with women, it's the same thing with women. It's just you don't operate. It's just dudes don't have access like that outside a lot of time their own environment. And then you have to understand he's in Philadelphia, so he's in a very unique environment. He's in a unique environment amongst white people. And I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I say unique because Philly is a black city. It's a lot of black city. It's not, shit, light skin, you might as well be white being over there. Like that, it has a certain type of culture. It can be hyper masculinized. The women, there's some really cool Philly women. There's some really cool, they got style, but a lot of times they got like an electricity about them, and that's not positive. And that really has them operating in a hyper masculine way. And you see that manifest in a lot of the dudes too, where the dudes are always operate, not all of them, obviously, but Donovan Sharp's out of Philly, City's out of Philly, SWP's out of Philly. It's always like they got a fucking chip on their shoulder, shit. And it's like that's a pattern I've seen. And so, and as far as this thing about they're all with black women, look, man, and then the argument was they're all with their tribe, which is Ado's black women. But the thing about it is these guys haven't really been presented with a real choice. And another thing too is my argument is that if to improve, I'm a market person. So I believe if you let the market be what it is in the dating market, people are going to be forced to make more correct decisions because they have to take in the long term as well as the short term. We are in a very dating socialism situation. I mean, when you look, paternity fraud is not against the law. Obviously, if you get divorced, that's for the most part the woman. That's pretty much all for the woman. The dating, even the dating market. Because the dating coaches, and I'm talking about the early ones, the ones in the 2000s, pretty much raped the market. And I'm talking about across the board. And so this predates any of these dudes that are current dating coaches. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the first wave. And to be fair, a lot of these guys were internet marketers. And that's what a lot of these guys don't know. A lot of these guys, the dating market was a niche. They had pen names like Eben Pagan was David D'Angelo, and they knew how to sell products. And what happened was this is why Alan Roger Curry's mode one a lot of, I'll say this, like Tariq Nasheed had a lot of original material. That's why stuff's pretty successful. But Alan Roger Curry stuff did not work as well, not because his stuff didn't work. It was when I say it didn't work as well, this is what I mean. I want to be very clear what I'm saying. In the dating market, direct game was seen as very high risk. And it is high risk, but they only focused on that. And because in the dating market, a lot of guys had a fear of rejection, then you could use the direct dating as a way of saying you don't have to accept rejection. You could do indirect. Now, I'm not against indirect, but the thing about direct is direct has you get a thicker skin. So it makes you more effective at indirect if you need to use it. Because there are, like, for instance, a club is going to be more indirect than direct. But there are certain situations where you need to do direct. But what they did was they made direct bad, which that was Alan Rogers Curry's main thing. And
Mm-hmm.
they did that as a way to get everybody to want to do indirect so they could sell them shit. And what happened was, as the women started to get gamed up on that because they were doing the same shit over and over and over, these guys, when they started giving them a couple of shit tests, they didn't have the thick skin that like mode one would have gave them. Because
Right.
and then everything fell apart. And then this is where a couple of years later, MGTOW started to come through. And a lot of the same guys that were doing that shit were MGTOW. Now, we know as black men that, our women been telling us we ain't shit. I don't care how select you are. You can have one woman tell you ain't shit, So
Right.
that was a certain thing we were just used to. Now, I'm not saying we like rejection, but we could deal with a lot more rejection than what other groups could. So we didn't have this thing necessarily where we were just like, fuck dating women. That's why MGTOW was rejected in the black manosphere for early on, and it still is rejected
Yeah.
because of that. So anyway, the site I got right now is Nomad's List. Very beautiful site, very interactive, pictures, all that. It gives you statistics on like cost of living, Wi-Fi, stats, city. It's a very great site. It's the type of stuff digital nomads use to kind of get a lay of the land. And you can have this in the United States as well. They have cities here too. So
Now, do you think of affecting Roger Curry's movement that Me Too kind of thing kicked in? Because now, depending on what station in life you're at, you can't necessarily you go in the black community, it's not a problem, but out and about at work, not necessarily at work, but in a professional setting, that kind of thing. And it's all dependent upon if the female finds you attractive. It's like a double-edged sword that's going on now. It's like if Giga Chad walks up to the same woman in HR and says, "Oh, that's a great dress," she's impressed. She's "Oh, he's so cool. He's so nice." But you take Fat Larry, and he comes up to says the same exact thing. "Oh, now we got Houston. We got a problem." So now I think most guys
yeah,
looked at that and said, "You know what? The direct thing does make sense because now you're not wasting your time on dates. You're not wasting money, and a girl is going to either tell you up front is she with it or is she not." I only thing I would say to that on the Kevin side, I think what has happened is that because we all always knew that women are into certain, the triple sixes. We already knew that, but the thing that's going on over there is it's happening real time. It's happening, because he can word things in such a way to get to point A to point B without letting the woman know what he's doing. And they haven't cracked the code yet. And they tried to kind of like, as he said, well, rate yourself between, 1 and 10, you can't use 7. And so they started like getting hip to that game, but he rerouted that whole situation. So what we're seeing in real time is the delusion and the disrespect, quite frankly. What I also argue is like, from traveling, I noticed that the women who are the 9s and 10s and the Kelly Rowlands and all that, they don't have a problem with dating securing men. It's only the women that have passed their prime and who are not their 5s and 4s. They're the only ones really calling the show. I mean, very rarely do I see like a really pretty woman who's feminine fit, who fits those narratives that calls with a problem. So what I'm seeing now, just on the surface level, the COVID thing came in, right? That knocked out. I'm from New York, so I'm just telling you boots on the ground what I saw. And I actually saw this before it happened because I would call a couple other shows and I used to say to myself, I said, the problem that we have in New York and maybe other places is that you have too many young women getting to too much cash too early. What I mean by that is the quickest way for a female to come up in New York is to do some type of, obviously stripper, but aside from that, bottle service, waitress, bartender. And if you look like a 7 and above, you can come off $2,500 a night tax free. So now you have a situation where a woman's working 3 to 4 nights a week.
That's important because you're not even talking about the internet. You're talking about just on the ground.
Just on the ground. And I seen this a few years before this whole COVID thing happened because I was kind of confused. I'm like, I know dudes, who make 6 figures and above who are having hard times with these same females that a few years ago wouldn't. So I started thinking, I said, okay, well, what's going on here? I said, okay, So these young women, 18 and above, are working in industries where mostly drug dealers, let's just call it for what it is, they go to these clubs, they buy bottles. That's the thing. So they're getting this quick money, not necessarily messing with all the drug deals, but what winds up happening is it's just like a law of just what's going to happen. If you're making that type of money every night.
Sorry about that, Archer. There's like a tick sound. That's why I muted you. Like it's if you got like keys on the keyboard. Go ahead. The women got his microphone on lock. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So what's happening is if a woman for a month straight is making, be conservative, if she's making $6,500 cash, right, without the tax, that's more looking like almost 10,000 a week. But let's just say $6,500 cash, right? Times that by 4, we're somewhere around, let's just say 25,000 a month. Then you times that by 12. And that's like kind of like mid-range. That's not even like the hottest girl in the club. So an average girl is making this money, and when she leaves that job, a guy who's making 6 figures is laughable. Not to say that he's laughable, but to her,
no, I get it. And this is something that's not the NC. I'll say this: Rebecca has alluded to this, like in Atlanta. But she did it from a more groupie standpoint, and it can only be so many groupies. You're talking about like a city like New York that has plenty of places, plenty of money, plenty of people, regardless of like legal, illegal, to have the ability to throw that stuff in there. So I just wanted to bring the audience to that. So keep on going.
Okay, so now basically the guy who's got his the guy who's got his thing together, the accountant, the Wall Street guy, the general back in the 90s or early 2000s, the picture perfect guy. Like, I want a guy who's, blue collar, who makes 6 figures. That is that's why you hear girls saying now, just like on the Fresh and Fit show the other day, they had girls saying, oh, I want a guy who makes 400,000. You had one girl who was clearly a 6.5 saying that she'd take a guy who makes 1 to 5 million and ambition, as if to make 1 and 5 million doesn't already require ambition of a year. And this is like the base. So when you have these women who can't even get with let's just call it the high value men of that city, and the only place they can turn to is, like, let's just say the dope boys. So they mess with those guys. And we all know how that turns out. So boom. The girl who was hot 2 years ago, now she's got 1 or 2 kids by 2 different dudes. Now her value stock has plummeted. So she's thinking she can't go back and work in the club and get the money she used to, nor can she approach the other high value men who get it legitimately. So now she's bitter and stuck. She doesn't know what to do because she's always been told, like, oh, you're the greatest, you're the queen. So now it's a big clusterfuck that we have. So all these women who have passed their prime, have 1 or 2 kids, they're not getting pregnant by doctors and lawyers. They're not. They're getting pregnant by, jawline dudes.
And there's a reason why I wanted you to go forward with that. I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah.
Like, Obsidian was making a case that you need to overturn, overturn the jawline dudes. The jawline dudes are not the main cog in the system. To them, that's their secondary. A lot of that is their secondary option. Here's the thing: they'll have sex with those guys as a first option. The people that occupy that space. Ideally, they want both. Ideally, but they'll and somebody said this. Somebody said, I forget who it was. I think it was Game. Somebody said that maybe it was you. They'll default back to the jawline dudes are the default. I mean, not the default, but are the second plan. And then, and that's another thing too. When they talk about dudes that are making a lot of money, they're talking about dudes that have a certain type of look too. They're not talking about, I get you a $300,000 dude, but he's 5'5". They're gonna because at that point they're gonna be like, they can make their own money, they can deal with that, and then it's a matter of emotional response. So Kevin never gets into the other aspects of that. So when they say they want a dude to make so much of money, trust and believe it ain't just the money they're looking for. They're looking for a dude that looks like Kevin and that.
Edward, let me jump here. Black women in particular, they pick their men like men typically pick women.
Yeah.
So money is basically a perk. It's secondary to the man's look and how much entertainment he can provide her. If that look and that entertainment comes with a bag, that's a bonus, not an essential. And on
Well,
top of that, the base premise of your argument is completely messed up because you're sitting here saying as if the only good looking girls work in the industry, number one, and number two, as if they all date thugs. That is not true. There's not a problem with the culture as far as what the girls do. Because there's a lot of girls who don't do that. The problem is the pretty ones who have those options to get
I
whatever they want.
well, what I'm
Let me
saying,
finish. I'm almost done.
you
Are
got like
so
30 seconds because I did want to get
Okay,
in.
my
Go ahead.
bad. Are so far in between that it's just fucking up the whole pricing of everything. And when
Yeah.
you have a low supply of beautiful women, it's hard to find them anywhere. You can't
Well,
even stumble on one.
well, Archer, he was just talking about that angle. He did not say that was the entire industry. He was even
Yeah,
talking about just the dynamic
I
in New
wasn't.
York.
Yeah, I wasn't
Look,
saying all girls, but I'm talking about. Let's be honest, the girls that matter. You know,
yeah,
we're not talking about the fat, ugly fours and the average chicks. We nobody, high, guys who are in industry who are, get money. They're not. We're not looking at those girls. We're only talking about the
another
girls.
thing is you got the groupie class. Like there's certain these are the people that's right in it. But you got people like think about it. A lot of these women are getting the Real Housewives bullshit, social media. They're living vicariously through a lot of these females. So even if they're not they are 1-2 degree separation from it just off of social media alone. Because what do they always tell you? They're not telling you what he just said, Archer, where this is the situation I was in. They're talking about, because I can understand that, even though that's on you to figure out how to get the dude at your level. I can understand that. I can empathize that with a lot more than people looking at social media and living vicariously through the real life of somebody else, and then they having that same mindset. And that's what Archer, what you're kind of bringing. That's what you're kind of bringing up. You're talking about women that they may be attractive, but maybe they don't live in the same city and has enough numbers that can, like, maybe they could be a bottle girl, but they're just not in a zone that has a lot of need for that. Maybe they do clubs. Like, for instance, where I'm at in North Carolina, we have like what, like 2-3 clubs that they do that. And then outside of that, what you have is parties that they have in the hotels and like the Hilton and stuff. But that happens only a certain amount. Also, you talk the bottle service is important because when this COVID shit, that just completely wrecked everything. Which makes sense why a lot of these hoes would have went to OnlyFans and stuff like that, or they would have tried to find other ways to get revenue because that's a real hit. The thing I want to add in here though is this. This is the type of stuff that I was thinking about to a certain extent when the Obsidian is talking about like, oh, well, we just need to beat the fuck, but they're not the real issue. They're kind of like an after thing. But my thing about it is you're not going to overturn all of that shit because it's not just the dudes you got to deal with. Because most of these, it ain't black men that own most of these clubs. That's a whole economic machine going on. And here's my thing. I'm not saying dudes shouldn't live their best life, but this idea that you're going to turn over an entire culture, and then at the end of that, what do you have? You have women that I'm not saying they're like the situation you just described. These are not bad women. Like they're not, they're just evil. It's the situation is they can't deal with a normal guy. And when I say that, they don't qualify for one anymore. They're poisoned. They are leftover women. And any dude that tries to take one of them on, you're an idiot. Because the smart women that like that, I'll give you an example. Megan Good is a perfect example. Megan Good saw out the situation she has. Sierra saw out the situation she had with the opportunity. Kim saw out the situation, meaning she came to that when she was ready for it, meaning she took the first step towards that direction. If you're a dude and you think you're going to save a chick and change it, you may be a security blanket that she can have a baseline on and she may value for you for that. But if an opportunity for her to do that shit comes along, you're going to be like Scottie fucking Pippen.
Yep.
Or Quavos.
And here's the thing.
I understand that, but the thing is, what I'm saying in the overall totality is there's not enough attractive black women. So it seems like they're all doing something they're not doing. It's just the attractive ones, which are so far and few between, have a lot of suitors. And out of all of those suitors, because supply and demand, out of all those suitors for even in the black community, being a 6 is being top tier. off
Yeah,
all the
I mean,
tweaks.
if you got to be below a 5 to not have some suitors, go ahead.
Well,
Yeah,
I would argue that they have a lot of guys just banging them out that's over 6 feet tall because nobody's marrying them.
but
That's
that's
true,
the point. But they don't. No, you're looking at it as
but
if they
that is
want to get
marriage
married.
to them.
The guy, black men are quick to approach women, especially attractive women they fucked or are like, I'm down, bitch. Like you the one, because you know how black men, we value certain things about women. We get a bad bitch, we want to stunt. So most black men, when they get a bad chick, they want to make her a wifey. So that's not the
Nah,
case.
it depends.
The girls getting suitors is that black women don't want,
Yeah,
not
it
all.
depends. If you're a
They
nigga
don't
that
want to
you
get
can get,
married. You gotta stop acting
if
like
you can
black
get,
women can have a complete celebrity, still not want to marry his ass.
if you can get 8s, 7s, and 8s, like I'm not even gonna, no, I'm not gonna front on that. If you can if you can get 7s and 8s, like it ain't nothing to get them in their job, don't give a fuck about marrying them like that. Like if you can actually get that like that. So if you're a dude that you're what he's describing in the situation he's describing, they can get those bitches. They're not necessarily looking to lock them down because that's what you can get. Now you're talking about dudes. You're talking about more normal. When I say normal dudes, I'm talking about people that make square 6-figure money. Because now that's really what we're talking about. So the people that Kevin will represent would be somebody they don't even want because they're making 6 figures, but they're making 6 figures being heavy tax. They're making 6 figures. They don't have they have the money to splurge, but they're not going to because they've been cultured a different way. And
they don't have the time.
That too, and that's another thing. Time freedom. That was what I was talking about, and that's why when you hear these women like Simone and all of them say that stupid shit about entrepreneurship, it ain't stupid, but it is kind of stupid because it's like dudes that have that kind of entrepreneurship ability, they can put themselves in any situation to win, even if they're not 6 foot. They can say, I can put myself in an environment that's gonna make me win. So why the fuck would I deal with your ass? Your money don't matter to me because I can do that on my own. Anyway.
Most women can't date an entrepreneur. I mean, they all got this fantasy from Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle is their entrepreneur fantasy. That's
And
not
he's
how
dead.
it works. Yeah, and he's
So,
dead.
so
Go
here's the
ahead,
thing,
Jesse. My
right?
bad. Jesse was waiting.
So I agree with Obsidian on that particular point. But the thing about Obsidian's point is it only solves one of many problems, right? So I agree with the sense that okay, we should compete, and outcompete those guys, but then you still run into the problem that those women, even once you get them, they're going to be matriarchal. And so the thing about
That's it. That's what
them
I
not
said. Are they worth competing for?
okay. So the thing about it is the reason why these women don't want to get married is because they want freedom. They're matriarchal. They don't want to be under patriarchal male rule. So it's like they realize once they get married, it's going to be harder to have that freedom. Not only that, but let's be honest, man. Let's look at the statistics. Most of these, I hate to say it, but the truth is the truth. Most of these women in this particular group, ADOS women, want to pretty much live a polyamorous lifestyle, man. They don't want to be tied to one dude. I mean, look at the statistics on
David
the
Carroll talked
number
about
of,
that.
the number of sexual partners, the number of children by different men. So all of those, when you look at all those
I mean, they
statistics,
act like dudes. Let's just call that what it is. They
yeah,
act like the niggas
that's
they talk shit about. That's how they acting. Go ahead.
I told you,
exactly,
they date like
exactly.
men. Black women
They
date like
date,
men.
and that's all a part of. I mean, there's a lot of things, but feminism is one, you know. And so I mean, even looking at it in my past relationships, like educated women, they still had that same mindset of, okay, I'm gonna focus on my career. I want to have my freedom to do what I want to do. Like they don't want to
They gotta
be
have that freedom.
so it's like, yes, I agree with Obsidian, but you have a host of other problems. It's almost like a funnel,
Well,
right? It's
yeah,
gonna cause that what's the term I'm looking for? That it's gonna cause that blockage. Even if you
I,
fix that one problem, you're gonna have other problems that you're gonna have to deal with.
I understand. I understand the image part. And that it's not even so much competing, is that you got to assert yourself. My problem with that assertion is when you bring up Chrissy wants a bidding war. That's what the fuck she
Right.
wants. When you take that argument, and they're not going to change. Because
Well, see, look.
hold on, think about it. The jawline niggas,
Mhm.
what do they get for all of number one? And this is the thing that BGS said. Them niggas, and I'm sure Marty can attest to this. Them niggas are giving these chicks free dick. Them dudes are not making these women do nothing. These women are getting, like, if you are a real pimp and you really doing the player shit at a high level, and by the way, the dudes that are technically homosexuals, technically they kind of have this right. I'll give that to them. But if you're if you are basically giving free sexual experiences, you don't say it like that. You know how niggas can be. Sexual experiences to women, you're supposed to make a woman pay for that. You're supposed to make a woman invest for that. So if you're doing some things where she's allowed to be in your lifestyle and you're giving her free sexual experiences and you ain't making her do nothing, you're just throwing her away whenever she has an issue. And then so now these women, even for the dudes that are quote unquote the wanted dudes, these women just had to show up really and look cute. And this is why all these chicks, what are they doing? They get all this plastic surgery and shit. That's
Right.
another question
And I
got.
agree with that because I say this, right? When I was younger, I thought otherwise, but when you really dive into these relationships, like that, all like some of these cats are, jealous of Pookie and Ray Ray. Really, what these dudes are being are concubines or matriarchal serfs, as Dr. Tia San Johnson used to say. When you really look into the deep down into these relationships, these guys are just providing sex. Like the women don't have any accountability. They're not listening to these dudes. They're not leading the relationship. They're just providing. I mean, they're just providing
Yeah,
sex. That's really all it
that's why
is.
I
And
said
and,
you
and
can't tell me.
on what Obsidian said, I wouldn't even put it in terms of okay, we have to compete for these dudes. My mindset is we really have to create a whole different society, a whole different tribe.
Which is
And the
not what he's
reason I
talking
say
about.
that, the
But I
reason I
agree.
the reason I say that, because like I said earlier, even if you get these women, what's the point of getting them if they're not going to be on your program? Like you're still going to have the same issues that you're already
What,
having, except they just have different concubines at this
but,
point. That's all
but
it
let
I'm
me
gonna say
does.
this.
but
I'm
let
gonna
me
say
tell
this. Hold on. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna throw it back to you, Marty. The passport situation that we constantly have to deal with is a perfect example of how of what a task that's going to be. The bitches are not even the problem. The dudes are coming at you when you try that shit. So they're literally trying to keep you in a box because part of because I came from the passport community into the manosphere, and one of the reasons why I fight for that community is because that is creating another culture of black men. Even if you don't travel, I'm not one of these dudes that plan on expatriating. I just don't. And there's nothing wrong with dudes that are going to do that. I want to network with dudes to do that. So I have connections. So if I do choose to do that or choose to do the property, there's people that know people on the ground that's American, black. So I'm all for them doing that and creating those communities of people that are doing that network. But you see how men, for no reason, there is no tangible tactical reason why they should have as much of a problem with black men doing that as we do. So when
Edward,
but, but this is
the reason why they have all right, the
Mhm.
reason why the men push back so hard is because of their conditioning. We're in the second or third generation of men that were raised by single moms. So you have to. I mean, people have said it in this space before. They literally have the mindset of their mothers. So it's men. It's physically they're men, but mentally they have the same talking points, the
but,
same uh mannerisms, the same mindsets of their mothers, and
okay,
that is
go
why these
ahead,
men push
Marty.
back.
let me add to that. Um, I would say one of the main reasons, according to what you said, just to add to that, is that again, traveling takes money. So what that automatically does, that creates a separation. So now you automatically separate yourself financially from any jawline nigga because you can hop on that plane. They can't. They're stuck on that block doing whatever they do. And the dudes that are mid-level, they haven't mastered their finances, and they're stuck. Because I've heard a few times where you'll hear a few different arguments, and I'll play it from both sides.
Okay.
Some guys will say, well, why are you traveling over there? I get bitches right here, And I say, dude, look at it like this, from a New York perspective. There's a lot of dudes that don't understand when you go out to dinner, you pay. And you don't just pay for the dinner, you pay for gas, toll, parking. And in New York City, on a Friday, typical Friday night, we're just talking once a week, you're looking at base level 250 for a halfway decent restaurant. And I'm talking, the parking, the gas, the toll, paying for at least 2 drinks, appetizers, main course, and maybe dessert if you get lucky, and maybe you might bar up after that. That's minimum $250, and you figure every chick that you go out with the first time, most guys ain't beating it down, right? So now you're looking at what, 3 times a week. Okay, let's 2 times a week for a month. That's 4 weeks. 4 times 250. That's 2,000 on one girl that you might or might not hit, right? So I look at it like this. I say, everything costs. And I'm not saying I agree with pay for play, nothing like that. But they somehow feel by them going to the movies and the time also, we've expressed time is money to certain men. So that's time, money, the bullshit, the text messages, all that stuff adds up into this little pile. Now, overseas, you don't have to deal with that. Now, overseas, I'm just giving you a different perspective. When you go overseas, of course, if you don't know anybody, I recommend you pipeline. Pipeline, just to give you a brief explanation, you see something like a Tinder. You would pay for Tinder, you set your location a month ahead of time on the city you're going to be. You talk with chicks. I prefer that you FaceTime so you know the chick that you're going to meet is legit and where her head's at. So by the time you put boots on the ground in whatever foreign country you go to, you're not you don't have to worry about the pay for play thing. You got your 10 girls lined up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday on to next week. That's what I recommend. Most people don't do that. But what's going on is the guys that matter. This is why all these women are going crazy. The guys that matter. I'm outside the Pookie and Ray Rays that are on the block because you can only be a Pookie and Ray Ray until a certain age before it becomes pathetic. Like that guy in high school that is in his 20s and all the girls. By the time he hits 28, 29, the shift happens, and women, smart women, are looking at those guys a different way and like, oh man, I got to get a guy who's got his resources together. So what I'm saying is the guys that matter,
and that's when they start throwing them under the bus. Go ahead.
Right. So what's happening now in real time? This is what I'm seeing. The guys who can't afford, who actually want to travel, a lot of them are upset because they're left with the options that they're left with in their neighborhood. It's almost like when women complain about food deserts. Like, I'm fat because there's no what is that place called? The food place that everybody goes to.
Whole Foods.
Yeah, there's no Whole Foods in my neighborhood. And the first thing I say to that, so I was like, oh yeah, so you're just gonna eat potato chips and soda instead of you taking the train maybe 2 stops to get what you need. So it's like the same thing when dudes talk about, oh, I can't travel because I don't have money, but yet they have 5 pairs of Jordans and PS5. So that's a bunch,
And hold on, and Marty, you're in New York, so that DR flight route is one of the cheapest. That's one thing I've always been jealous about. So them niggas be bullshitting.
But here's the thing with that. See, I'm gonna expose that too, and I said this on Solo Show. I said, see, the secret that people don't. DR is the starter kit. I'm gonna just call it like it is.
It is.
DR. It is now New York too. It's Miami too.
They done fucked it up. Don't fuck
they
up
fucked it up.
like that.
The purity that place, and I use that loosely, that it used to have, the shine, the glimmer, that's done with. You basically go over there, it's trash. So dudes that go over there and somehow Mighty Morphin Power Ranger into Diddy, they clowns. For the most part. There's still areas that are untouched that are not like that. But a lot of when you go down there to the usual suspect areas, it's basically gold chains, fitted caps. It looks nothing like the country.
And that's what, and I know that's not the main point, but that's when a lot of this heat that the passport shit is getting is really stemming from the DR. And Charles Tyler, rest in peace.
Yeah.
He said that like 10 years ago. The DR was like, it wasn't that bad, but he said 10 years ago it was too close to the United States. So DR is going to be a very good lesson, and it's something that if dudes start doing that in Colombia, they really need to start getting chin checked, like for real, verbally. Go ahead, finish the thought.
See, now here's the thing. There's a price barrier when it goes to places like Colombia, because again, that flight ain't like that $350 on a good day, $250 round trip on a New York. That flight is going to cost you, especially if you don't book a couple of months in advance. Now, when you get there, I'll just bring it back to DR. See, what a lot of people do, when they say they're traveling, I'm all for getting a cheap flight, but I'm not all for staying in a third world country living like I'm making 2 nickels a week. So what a lot of dudes do, they go to these countries, even though their American dollar stretches 4 to 5 times, they're looking for the cheapest bare bones place to stay in. And then when they actually go and get these pay for play girls, they're actually the bottom of the barrel women of that country. But because they're so used to McDonald's in America, they think Wendy's over there is a step up when it's actually
Yeah,
not.
and people make this thing like we never call out the dustiness, but they only make it seem like that's all is what's going on because maybe that's all they hear, and they also make it like we promote that shit. We're not most of us are not promoting people to do that dumb shit. Go
Right.
ahead.
Right. So now to bring it to Colombia now, that when you start branching off to Brazil, Colombia, and these other far off places where it actually takes knowledge, you have to go there with knowledge of what's going on there. Like it's certain, like in Cuba, you got to bring all cash. There's no ATMs really in Cuba where you can pull out money. So that's traveling when you actually have to invest time and figure out the customs and things like that. So Colombia, that's like a huge step up. Like just say Medellin. You gotta, me personally, I like to go places and I like to live well. I don't
Yeah,
do
I've been to the
the
Philippines. Yeah,
yeah,
in fact, I might post some pictures real quick to
yeah.
show folks. But go ahead.
Yeah, I don't like to stay on the tourist resorts, and I don't do that stuff. I like to live with the people, but I like to live high end where the people are. So I get like a nice penthouse, make sure the fridge is fully stocked. So when I'm over there, I've been there so many times. I actually have friends there. See, a lot of these people that travel and throw all these videos, they don't have friends in these countries, and nobody points that out because a lot of people don't travel. Because anytime you go to a neighborhood, you're bound to meet people and see people over there and be like, "Hey, how you doing?" These guys don't know anybody, so when they get there, it's all paid for play, and that's cool if that's what they choose to do. But what the problem is, because people, and I said this on the show, the first thing I asked how many people on this panel yesterday travel, and basically it's like crickets. So what happens is most people who have a lot to say about travel don't even have a passport, but their opinions are formulated on concepts that they've never experienced. So
Yeah,
if I say something as easy, I'm like, overall, guys who have mastery over their finances have already figured this out, and they've already checked out in mass. I mean, they'll red pill and bang a chick
yeah.
here and there, but by and large, most guys with money are moving or traveling and enjoying
And,
their selves
and here's the thing:
overseas.
the real revolution won't be televised. You motherfuckers. I'm not saying that everybody on YouTube is on some bullshit. That's not what I'm saying. But the vast, it's like an iceberg. You're only seeing the top of it. The vast majority of these dudes, like this, the quote unquote select class economically, especially the dudes that got both, and the dudes that's got money, but maybe they don't have the physicality, but they're on their stuff improving shit. For the
Yeah.
most part, they're hopping in and out of you. Everybody ain't just leaving, but they're moving in and out of the US and they're like ghosts. They're like
Because
they're literally jacking in and out the matrix.
Because I tell you, once you travel to a foreign country, all this PUA, all this game stuff is not necessary. Dudes need to understand that. The way we're taught in
Master
America
teacher said that.
is to take the woman out, to lay the red carpet out. And I'm not saying be a gentleman, but what I'm saying is these women in these other countries, they don't have to be taught how to be a woman. Like you go to Kevin Samuels, they have women asking him how to be a wife. This is ridiculous. You have grown women in their 30s and 40s asking a man how to be a woman. Whereas in these other countries, they are raised to be women by default. So as long as you have um, your finances together and you have the capacity to show that you can take care of a woman overseas, you don't have to roll out these crazy red carpets. Because when I'm overseas, I don't drive in the Benz because there's so many taxis over there, obviously. Number two, I don't dress flashy, but somehow I'm able to talk to, get, and be with nines and tens in that country. And when you come back to the US, it's like you might see a girl who's a 9 or 10, but you've just come to a place. You just came from
Yeah,
a
I
place.
definitely want to get. I got you. Finish your thought, but I definitely want to get Jesse and Archer in here too.
Okay. Yeah, and you've just come from a place where the women are fit, number one, friendly, know how to cook, and willing to cook for you, and not always willing. In other words, in America, the women are more, they want you to take them out first 10 times before they come to your place to cook. Whereas over there, it's look, they much rather come to your place to cook because they understand the value of a dollar. So it's just a whole different
I have
dynamic.
a
So when you
question
come,
for you, bro.
yeah,
I got a question for you. Are you looking? Because I'm obviously not a passport bro. I support black men being able to date who they want whenever they want, but I ain't going to cross seas. But my question is, are you looking like for a wife or a fuck? Because a lot of what I'm hearing is that you're looking to get wife qualities, and I'm like, well, if you're just going to fuck girls with wife qualities, you can just fuck hoes here without them. Really ain't no difference.
no,
But
no, I'm gonna tell you why there's a difference. Well, first I'll answer the first question. It depends on the situation. I personally, like I said, I do photography, so I come into contact with a lot of beautiful women by default.
okay.
Now, every woman that's beautiful, it doesn't work for you because for whatever
So
reason.
do you treat that like a vacation, or do you like treat it like a business trip? Like, will you be there for like a week just hanging out, or you be there on business?
No,
Because
I do both. I go there for like 2 months, and that's the difference between traveling. Some dudes are weekend warriors, and that's cool. I go for 2 months, and
so
I,
you
and I
basically
literally
see what basically what you're saying is like a timeshare, like having a winter resort or some shit like that. You know, like when winter goes around, people in the northern states, the rich people kind of move down to Florida and stuff. They stay there, so they're kind of like they're living in two spots. So you're talking about actually like living there for at least half the year most of the time.
no. I'm just saying 2 months that's just 2 months. I go there,
Yeah.
So 2 months every year.
Okay,
Two
and
months.
people may go multiple times, but like, cause I was
Yeah,
in, I
sometimes.
mean,
Yeah, sometimes I might break it up
No,
2 weeks
ain't nothing
in
wrong
this
with that.
month.
well,
That's
I was
even
in
better
the
than I thought it was.
I was in the Philippines for 6 months. So one thing I want to add in here, and I definitely want to get Jesse in here on this particular part because he can probably speak better than anybody on it with what he's doing, and get your questions answered, Archer, your perspectives. But you're in Phoenix. And that's a very, very growing area. That's now the 5th largest city in the United States. And so I'm for dudes, even if they don't leave the United States, like really traveling the United States. If you're in one region, get out of your region. Even if that's what you can do that. The thing about it is, the key thing here is the fact a big reason why black men are the way they are is because you are what do black men always say? I'm a product of my environment. That is true. But you choose to stay in that environment. Because I know women that move where they ain't got no business wanting to move, and I know dudes that move when they want to, when they still on a dusty shit. Hispanics stay using the mega bus, which is like 6, 7, and it just dropping off somewhere. So when people want to go somewhere, they will. And my point to that is the women, yes, that's something that gets brought up, but the reality is the first thing that was brought up was the real estate. Second thing that was brought up was the other stuff. And so there is levels to it. Like, for instance, one of the things I learned, this was years ago when I went to the Philippines, is there's actually a global like middle class where, regardless of race, irregardless of like religion, there's like a group of people. It's generally going to be looked at like first world. And then, like if you go to the Philippines, there's like the hotels, it's kind of like for the Filipinos as far as cost, with the water pressure and what it needs to be. And then it's the stuff they do for everybody else if you're going there for like doing business there, because it's going to be what you're used to in a first world country.
Right.
And you look at, so it's about networks, about building. It's also, when you look at economically, it's about tapping into that, I call that 5th quadrant, which is that global quadrant. And with that being said, I want to bring Jesse into this real quick, because Jesse's doing some very interesting things, in Africa. It's kind of similar to what Mari's doing, but he can probably go deeper than what you're doing, and he can kind of speak to that a little bit more. Because he did. Jesse, you there? Hello? Shit. Hold on. He may not even be there because I'm sitting here. Yeah.
I just want to answer this question. His second
answer
question.
it. Give him a second. Yeah, go ahead.
Now, the difference, like I said, dudes say, oh, why are you traveling over there? Because I could do the same thing here. But it's like, one thing, just the BS you don't have to put up with. Because the typical African-American ADOS woman is to basically, she's looking for the 666s, and anything below that, if you don't make 6 figures, you heard on Kevin Samuels, they literally don't respect you if you don't have the capability to provide for them plus 3 to 4 kids, which is pretty much 300 to 400,000. And we already know the percentages of that. Like, you get no respect.
They'd rather be on their own.
Huh?
They'd rather be on their own.
Yeah,
they actually, you're competing against their freedom. Go ahead.
Yeah, and you're competing against their fantasies because most dudes would like to make, you know, 300,000-400,000, but it's not feasible depending on the market of work that you're in. And they don't understand that because the medium income of the African American men is around like 42 to fifty
Yeah, we're
thousand
not talking
dollars.
about bottle bitches because I can understand why they that way. We talk about women and they look at what these bottle chicks are putting up on social media, and I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying these are people that they're living vicariously via TV and shit. But
Yeah.
in real life, it's like I used to get annoyed by this. Like I'm 5'5". It's like you get like a bitch that's like 4'11" or 5 foot, and they fucking want a 6'5" nigga. I'm like, really? You know, I don't get mad, but it used to be funny to me. What the fuck you gonna do with that? But whatever. You know, I used but it's kind of like that but it's even worse than that.
But
So
see, the
yeah,
show's
go
coming
ahead.
to an end now, and this is once most of these women that are hitting that 27 to 36 mark, the curtains are closing, and they don't understand because they never had the capability to game and strike up conversation. They don't have what is required to even go out there to talk to a man who they think is interesting. So they live in this fantasy all their lives, and they've been, if they were cute, they were in the clubs, they were talking to an all-star weekend, they were fucking the basketball players, the football players, but everything has a dimmer switch. And what happens is we can increase our value if we level up our finances. That's just the way it goes. There is no way back for a female. And we've already proven this because the first thing that they say is, oh, I make 6 figures, I'm ambitious. That's all man shit. And that doesn't matter to a guy who has money. We already understand that her money is her money, but she's looking at my money to support her. We already know that. So yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So what's happening, just to answer his question, is the juice isn't worth the squeeze in America anymore.
Exactly what I said.
So the thing is, by the time I go to Colombia, that's a recharge for me. And when I come back into the US, it's game time to make money, to go back out there, or to do some investments.
So the key thing is, because nobody's saying that niggas just over here and they ain't dealing with females at all. But the point is, traveling puts you on your fucking purpose. Yeah. That's what the key is. Everybody talks about this shit, but it's a difference between talking about it and really. It's a certain kind of posture and energy that you carry. And I'm not saying that you gotta. I'm not even talking about going back and forth because he's talking about some stuff when it comes to real estate and stuff that I'm not even talking. I want dudes to get to a point. Because first of all, having a passport has a lot more uses than just fucking traveling. Like when it comes to voting, when it comes to, it's the highest form of identification, just like, you know, civilian. So there's a lot of uses for your passport. Believe me, when I for sure didn't have my license and I had that, you know, it's a lot of uses for this that a lot of people don't think about. But my point is, everybody, all these dudes are focused on the females. And by the way, that tells you everything you need to know about what dudes go on. Dudes talk about this purpose shit. Most of these niggas don't give a fuck about that because they've never discovered what their purpose really is. This is why they always saying shit like I'm a product of my environment, and depending on what city you're in, they're just slaves to the culture because they never plug themselves outside of it. And this is why I always tell people, even if you go overseas and you don't fuck a bitch and you don't even try to fuck a bitch, it is completely it. I'll say this. A white dude said, Jeffrey Combs, he said something very significant. He said, your entire body is a brain. A lot of times, the reason why people don't change is that they think that their subconscious, their regular conscious, they can just will themselves to change. But your subconscious is really what dominates your conscious. This is why I always say culture dominates education. And your entire body absorbs new information. This is why you have to take actions over and over and over in order to change the big ship that is your subconscious mind. This is why they tell you got to be immersive in a language and shit to really learn it. When you go overseas, it's things that you around you environment wise has nothing to do with the women. Even turning on the television and seeing the United States talked about outside of the United States. And I'm not even talking about in a bad way. I remember when I first went overseas like 12 years ago. I was in my hotel. And I think I'm gonna pull up. I think I can pull up videos of the hotel room. Basically, I turned the picture on. The first thing I saw, which was like I think a black woman. She was probably like she was like from the UK, but she was African, and this was on CNN, like CNN International. And I'm like, wow. And she's like the anchor and shit. And I'm like, just the whole entire. This is in Asia, so it's like the whole entire thing. And it's channels you get access to that you may not get into the United States. And they weren't really throwing shit at the United States, but you get a different perspective. And that's kind of an example everybody can relate to. But the thing about it is, even the air quality wasn't the greatest. I'm not gonna lie. But like I'm in North Carolina, and North Carolina is a home of Krispy Kreme, and we don't have a lot of the Krispy Kreme is sold in stores, so grocery stores. So we only have a couple of actual Krispy Kreme stores. These motherfuckers got Krispy Kreme stores over there like they fucking got Starbucks, and they do have Starbucks with different. So it's a whole immersion that you get. And by the way, you can kind of get the same effect to a extent if you go from like the West Coast to the East Coast or vice versa. If you're from LA, you go to New York, it's a different experience. If you go to Florida, it's a different experience. You got niggas that ain't never left their fucking county, or they think going to another country is going to Miami.
Yeah.
You know, like for real. And I'm not trying to play these motherfuckers. I'm not trying to play nobody. What I'm saying is the bitches, like people make it like, oh, that's the only reason why you niggas leave. No, that's the only reason yo dumb ass would leave. The reality of the situation is we can talk about investments. Jesse is doing some business stuff in Africa. Ghana Dan is doing some stuff in Africa as far as farming, diners. Hell, I've always been interested in really, I think black people need to do seriously work with Nollywood with these apps and stuff like Netflix and stuff like that. And you get access to a different class of people that you might not get access to in the United States. And also black men, when you see two black men that are overseas, unless the niggas on some straight dust shit, you having a better appreciation because you all are all in a foreign place. And that's one reason why these immigrants tend to come and beat our ass when they get here, because they know they got to kind of be on code, because they're like, look, man, we're not where we are, where we normally are. So this is where you'll see light skinned and dark skinned Indians, even though they don't fuck with each other like that, they'll fuck with each other more because it's either deal with them or deal with everybody else. But see, black men don't think about that because they never even give themselves the chance. Anyway, Jesse, are you here?
Yeah.
So Archer had questions about, are you just going to motherfucker? Not you, but people to just fuck a bitch, with wifely, the girlfriend experience, basically. So I want you to talk about what some of the stuff you're doing when it comes to, countries you've talked to.
Okay, so I mean, I've always traveled. Like my first time traveling, I guess you could say internationally, if you want to include Canada. Like I've been to the Caribbean when I was like 18, 19, and I went to Canada for the first time at 19. I went to Toronto. And so my reasons was just going for this event called Carabana, which is the largest Caribbean celebration in North America. And so one thing that people don't realize is, like, when you're traveling in terms of the women, it's a spectrum, right? So it's like, even though you can say that Canada is like very westernized, even there the women aren't as, they don't have the same issues as the women in the US. And so for what I'm doing now, I mean, I'm expatriating to Ghana. That's where I'm going to plant my flag. And my reasons for going, number one, is business opportunity. Right now, most of the third world emerging countries have very good business opportunity because they are emerging, well, really frontier markets is what they're called. There's a lot of business opportunities. That's reason number one why I'm expatriating to that country. And I actually lived out there 3 months. My mom ended up getting sick back in 2019. She ended up passing away, and I kind of just got stuck here with the whole COVID nonsense because they didn't allow American citizens back to Ghana until about November of last year. And so the number two reason that I'm going to this country is the culture. And so one of the things that I noticed was that, okay, even if you get the 10% or 5% of AUS women that are going to be patriarchal and going to be on your page, and she's in shape and attractive, the number one method of socializing children is their peer group. So if you, unless you can find like an enclave of, ADOS people that cannot be affected by, like, let's say, street culture or hood culture and stuff like that, you're still going to risk the chance of your offspring getting with a matriarchal partner and pretty much wiping out all the hard work that you did. Because I've seen it in my family where it's like I have uncles that grew up patriarchal, but they married a matriarchal women and it didn't work out because of course they button heads and they wasn't following their program. You know what I mean? And their children, they get a divorce, the women get custody, and their children end up going matriarchal. And so I noticed that issue, and that was another reason why I want to go to cultures that's more conservative, like it's an intellectual culture and and that type of stuff. So for me, that's the two main reasons is business and culture. And so I'll be expatriating to Ghana. I also plan on traveling to Colombia and looking at some business opportunity there because I want to have ideally is I want to have like a home, whether it's an apartment or a house somewhere in Colombia, maybe Cartagena, Medellin, Bogota, or Cali. I'm looking at those four areas, and I also want to have a home, of course, in Ghana as well as Rwanda, which Rwanda is going to be like my second location in Africa. And I'm looking at these particular cities as like hubs, right? So I'm looking at it like, okay, if I'm in Ghana, I'll have a place in Ghana and I can kind of fly from somewhere else in the world to Ghana and I can fly from Ghana to other countries in West Africa for cheap. The same thing with Rwanda. I can have a place for Rwanda, go from Ghana to Rwanda, and from there I can fly really, really cheap to all the places in East Africa, like Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and all these other places. But women, I would say the women are like maybe a third or fourth reason. You know what I
Yeah, that's
mean?
smart.
It's like a third or fourth reason. Because you could find, if you look hard enough, if you want to put in the work, you could find the right woman in the US. It's just extreme, it's a lot more difficult. Like the culture of the women in places like Africa that are more conservative. Don't get me wrong, right? If you look at so the thing about major cities in any country is that they're international cities. And when I say that, I mean that they're people from Western countries all over the world that are doing business in these cities and that are even expatriating to those cities. So when you go to like Accra, like those, those most populous cities in any country in the world, you're gonna have a certain amount of Western influence. Therefore, the women in that city are gonna be less less conservative than the women in like the smaller towns and things of that nature. So like let's say if you go to a major city in Africa, most of the women in those cities, they'll be down for hooking up. They ain't gonna have no crazy body counts like most women out here unless they're doing sex work. Like they may have like, five bodies in their 20s or 30s, you know what I mean? 10 bodies compared to the US where you got women at that same age, they getting 10, 20 bodies a
No, these
year.
women they got sex worker bodies.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
so it's a lot different. But for me, it's really about business first and foremost. You know what I mean? Culture is second because I look at culture as important to where I want to live. But it's a lot of opportunity out there. The only people that you're really competing with in countries like this is you're competing with the middle class and the aristocracy class in these countries. Because a lot of people, when they think of Africa, they just think poverty and all this stuff. But what they don't realize is most African countries have wealthy African families that are like, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine generations of wealth. Like when you
And they
really
both
research
wealthy.
when you research these people, like when you research a lot of the presidents of like let's say the president of Ghana, right? He comes from a wealthy family. Nana, his name is Nana. His first name is Nana. I can't remember how to pronounce the last name, but his grandfather or his father, can't remember which, is one of the founding fathers along with Kwame Nkrumah of that country. So a lot of these countries have aristocracy classes where they have generations, like basically they're versions of the Kennedy family or the Bush family or the Rothschilds. And so these are the only people that you're really competing with. So like when the immigrants come to the US, the reason they kicking our ass because they have a superior culture. Like I don't know, and I still say that our ADOS upper class, are doing a good job at competing, but a lot of people try to compare a
I
regular
think so
nigga in
too.
the hood, a regular dude in the hood for somebody comes from a multi-million dollar or multi-billion dollar family for generations. You know what I mean? And that's a false equivalency. So yeah, that's really what it's about for me, man. I'm looking for. I mean, listen, I have my rotation in the U.S. and I have fun with chicks when I go to different countries. But I'm not like you got some of these dudes, and I'm not knocking them for it. But you got some of these dudes that just go to these countries and they just trying to smash as many chicks as they possibly can. You know what I'm saying? Like and that's for me personally. I'm not really into that. Just give me 3 to 5, a nice little basketball rotation, and I'm good, man. Like I don't need to smash 30 chicks on a trip. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, Gabe. We know it ain't a whole bunch of like wealthy African families, but they're there, and if you know where to find them, they're there. They're there. So I mean, you
It
know,
might be in each country, it might be like 100 super wealthy families or less. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But because like, listen, when you go to Ghana, man, you might see cats out there at the club with like Lamborghinis and stuff like that, right? You might see them with expensive super luxury cars. But all right, so I'm gonna be honest with you. Another good thing about these women, like okay, the good thing about these foreign women, femininity, they come from an intellectual culture. They respect men. They come from patriarchal cultures. They're submissive. Um, and they're not materialistic like the women in the US are. And so, like I told you about, I don't know if you saw the voice chat in the little group we in, but I told you how one of the sisters that I'm talking to from Gambia, I was going to get an Airbnb. Like it's no problem because in the Gambia, Airbnbs is like the cheapest I've seen. Like you can get an Airbnb from like $5 to $50 a night, and it'll be like a damn near a mansion. You know what I'm saying? Like a 5 bedroom, 5 bath type stuff. And so, like, one of her family members that live in the US, they have like a vacation home out there. And she was like, we could use that. And so, what I found from dealing with a lot of those women from outside the US, whereas women in the US want you to spend as much money on them as possible, they're looking at ways to save you money and to make you more money. Like I know you heard people say that women multiply, what the man has. Like they really believe that in those countries. Like they're trying to save you the least amount of money as they can save you, and they're not materialistic. They want as long as they have a man of they're gonna look for men of good character first. You know what I mean? They're gonna feel you out, like see what type of character you have, see what type of personality you have, see what type of leadership skills you have, and they're gonna make a
yeah,
decision on that.
because they'll get penalized by their fucking family. See, America's all about the women, and this is across the board, but we're talking about the black community. They're all about do what you want to do. I mean, these women, look,
Like,
these women are snitching on these women on Kevin shit. Man, they're telling them what their aunts and them are telling them. I mean, we know, but the shit is starting to get out the bag, and it's getting out the bag. Like, there's a video Kevin put up with this chick, and she thinks she's slick. Like when the chick lays down like she was doing, I'm like, bitch, you big. You just trying to cover that shit up. You're not slick. I mean, I can tell by your face, bitch, you're not slick. Whatever.
and
She
you can't even marry these women without going through their fathers if they're alive. You're either going through the fathers or the uncles or like the male whoever's the patriarch in that family, like the male
yeah,
elder. You know what I mean? You have to have conversation with them and negotiate. Africa, in Africa, they deal with bride price and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like a bride list, which to an
like
American man is
dowries.
cheap as hell. You know what I mean? But if you like a regular person in that country, it may cost you like a couple months of their salary or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it'll be like the equivalent to how much an American man will pay for an engagement ring. Um, in the US will be how much for them it would be. But for us, it's like, okay, you might spend like a couple $100 at the most, you know what I mean? And probably not even that for some of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and
Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up in about 30 minutes, FYI. But go ahead.
yeah, I was just saying, in the foreign countries, the women, it falls into place. Like if you're over there and for more than a week or so, and you've been in conversation with a woman, she'll get a feeling by where you're staying at, how you dress, how you smell, how you keep your haircut, how do you treat her when she comes through, or when you go out. She'll have an idea if you're solid or not, and they just fall into place. So the whole women thing, and the thing about it is, the women. Well, I can only speak. I can't speak on Africa, but the women in Colombia, they know the competition is high. Like you can literally
Right.
go to a regular. They have this place called Exito, which is the equivalent to like a Walmart in their country, and the women that work in the aisles who are probably getting paid the equivalent of maybe $2 an hour, working hard, are drop dead gorgeous. Like this is just walking out and about. The women who work at the not even like the high end restaurants, like just a regular taco place, super, and
Yeah.
you can literally walk up to them, strike a conversation, and whether or not she's feeling you or not, she will treat you with respect. And more often than not, you can, because let's be real, the young women are there are looking for excitement also, because a lot of times they're working a minimum wage job just to keep the lights on. You know what I'm saying? So,
Can I
here
piggyback off of that?
yeah, good.
So what you're saying about showing you respect, right? So that's another big thing out in these other countries too, is that a lot of people don't realize there's a significant. So it depends on the country, right? Africa is a continent, so there's a lot of nuances and things that kind of get lost in. Like, so there's different things. Like, so certain countries have more internet connectivity than others, so they may be more exposed to like our media. Like they may be seeing like certain women may be seeing like Derek Jackson and stuff like that. But also,
Yeah.
a lot of people don't realize that there's a significant amount of women out there that have like college degrees and stuff like that. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? But the difference is these women still have disrespect for women for men and still understand that the man is the head of the household. So it's like they don't throw the education in your face like they do down here. Like to them, it's just like something to help them, like increase their knowledge and their overall broaden their overall horizons. It's not like a weapon. They don't weaponize it. So you have women out there that'll have masters, PhDs, but they still are looking and trying to get married. They're still going to focus on. I put an article in the group chat that we're in on Telegram of the president of Tanzania, because the previous president just passed away recently, and so now she's the president. She was the vice president. She says she still kneels down to her husband, even though she's the president of an entire goddamn country. Now that would never happen in the U.S. Like you don't even have regular chick that would do some stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And another thing is height is not a factor to these women like it is in the U.S. because in most of these African countries, um most of the men are short. Same with South America too. Like most of the men are short in a lot of these
That's
South
what
American
nobody talks
countries.
about. And see, nobody would think that in Africa. Now, obviously, it depends on the country. Because certain, you get it. But like overall, that's something nobody talks about. They think that's just an Asian thing. Go ahead.
You only have like one or two countries where you have like significant population taller men, and Nigeria is one of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. You still have little pockets of women that have their preference, right? Based on like
Yeah,
racial
height's a
influence and stuff
universal
like
beauty
that.
marker. We're not denying that. But it's
But for
not
the
the
most
thing
part,
yeah, go ahead.
but for the most part, it's not as extreme and it's not as important. Like it's way for them, it's like way down there on the list. It's for them, it's like okay, as long as you're like taller than me or like my height, like we cool. You know what I'm saying?
You're not
And
about
it's
to
like
throw away economics. Oh, and this ain't
it,
about no. Oh, they in the third world, and they're. See, that's another thing. They're destitute. Even women that got like this, like in some of the higher tiers, they're not throwing away economics. And a dude's gonna be a good dude over a fucking
right.
couple of inches and some shit.
Dude, the money, they don't really care about money compared to like the US, man. It's hard to believe coming from this culture, but it's like you just have to date them and talk to them to see. Like they do everything in their power to like literally save you as their man as much money as possible. Like, you know, they'll tell you stuff like, okay, we don't need to go out. I'll cook. What are we going out for? You know what I'm saying? Like, they'll let you take them out and stuff. But especially coming from American culture, you know, like most of us probably, you know, I would say probably all three of us on the panel probably at least make like 60 plus, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
most of us probably used to going out a lot. Like I, you know, I go out a lot. I at one point I was going out like damn near every day. But to them, it's like they'll look at us like, why are you wasting money on this? You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
they'll be, you know, so that's the whole mindset on these women. So, but it's a lot of little things that because we a lot of times we want to make it about like one or two things, but it's so many different things and so many issues that we have with women here that a lot of it gets
Like, where do
overlooked.
you fucking start? Yeah.
Yeah,
Even
I
hold on,
just
I want to add this real quick. Even another thing too. When I was looking at that video with Kevin with this other chick, this like, and this chick comes out of Jack and Jill. That's what makes that so crazy. This chick is literally taking the allowance. She goes to Penn State. She's literally taking the allowance. It's got 4,000 comments, and it's only like an 8-minute video. She literally is taking the allowance that her dad gives her. Black dad, black family is giving her, and she's spending it on dudes that she's saying ain't on her level. Hood dudes, and she go to Penn State, and you can see how Kevin was trying to hold back. Here's my point, even me bringing this up. When one of the things she said, why don't you date dudes that go to your school? She said, oh, I tried to date them, but they're narcissists. Exactly. Let me translate that for you. That is like a white man calling you uppity. That's what that shit is. Black women are attracted to narcissists. If a black woman is not actively struggling not to have sex with a dude, a narcissist, a dude, he ain't really as much of a narcissist as she want to say.
But
This
Edward,
I-
you know what that
What is-
translation of that really means, though, right?
Yeah. What does it mean?
It really means, you know, that the guys that she's attracted to ain't attracted to her because now
that is true. That is another thing.
economically she can't have the one uppers on them. She can't
She's
pull that.
checks her beauty can't cash.
Right. So now what happens is now she's dealing on another level. She can't hang. So she has to go below.
Yeah.
Whereas those guys are like the guys that I'm talking about. They have access to women who go to that school who also keep it fit and keep it tight, and is probably a lot more feminine than she is. So instead of her calling it like, hey, I just don't fit the physicality or the attitude that those guys want, she's just gonna write it off and say the problem is with them. They're narcissists.
Yeah, that's what they always say. And when you look at her, I'm like, yo, because here's my thing. And I look, I'll humor folks. I'm not here to say, oh, I'm right, you're wrong. When you look at this, is why I'll bring up women like Megan Good. Look at who she with. When you look, and she could have got a lot of dudes that she wanted. Kelly Rowland. This idea. I mean, shit. Even Kim K. When you look at her, because that's like that's like the new Marilyn Monroe to these bitches. We patron saint of that shit. My point is, they sit here, and I just really want to hammer that home. But I like that. Your attitude is right and checks. Your beauty can't cash. I need to write that shit down.
I'm glad you brought that up because that perfectly highlights what I said. Number 2 as culture, because I looked at it and I was like, I don't want my kids, I don't want my sons trying to wipe up no ratchets, and I don't want my daughter to be like that chubby chick in the video giving my damn allowance to some knuckleheads. You know what I'm saying?
And I love it. Just to break that down, and I should really play it, but you know, Kevin probably won't give a fuck. But I don't care. Like I don't even want to do that. Shit was pissing me off. But because I know people in Jack and Jill, and I'm like, yo, you know to hide this shit. Because if somebody ever snitch your ass, you'll be excommunicated. But anyway, here's the thing. When Kevin did this, he said, yo, why don't you be grown and let me email this video to your father so your father and your mother can watch it. Yo, that's what she want to say. Yeah, I'll listen to what you got to say because it makes sense. She ain't a fool. And he said, you know what you're doing at some level is wrong, even though I ain't trying to get moral. And here's another thing. I'm going to add this other thing to him. Look, I know her mother is a fan of the show because that's what she said. But she know this is what's fucked up about this. Her mom, obviously, I would bet $1,000 her mom knows exactly what her daughter is doing. And she probably, for some reason in her own fucking head, made a decision to not tell her husband, which is her dad. And now she probably forwarded her to Kevin. Hopefully, she'll make a better decision before that shit blows up. Because the first thing the husband's going to look at is, you know, because you know, the doctor's going to throw her in the bus. She's going to be like, ain't no way that her mom isn't knowing this is what's going on. Because why else would you point her to Kevin? And it's probably one of those things. It's like, oh, well, you know, when women know how you're going to respond, they'll try to unilaterally make decisions for you and not give you information. That is manipulative as hell, and that is not the place of a wife. It is not. That's some whole shit. And I'll even throw you a bone. Let's say I was tired of her mom. I said, you know what? I'll throw you a bone. Fine. I get that maybe he responded in a way you don't deem is appropriate. Okay. So that means the burden is on you to handle it. Meaning the burden should have been on you to shut that shit down and tell her, if you don't stop, I'm going to tell him to cut you off. And I'm not going to tell him why, but I'm going to tell him to do it. That's on her, but clearly that's not happening, because if you look at the video, how just aloof she is. This is a woman. But here's the thing: she looked like somebody who's just so bored out of her fucking mind that anybody that can show her a little bit of swag, she's literally gonna turn into Tasmanian devil and suck that shit up and just get addicted to it. She struck me as like, this is just a church girl, but it's just Jack and Jill, that culture rather than church culture, and you just see it. And another thing too, it's also the part you said, Jesse, too, where she's not getting the guys that she wants. She's not getting the best tier guys. She's probably not getting the football players and stuff. So
they're narcissists.
She's tricking. And that's another thing too. That textbook tricking what she's doing.
I'm glad you brought that up.
I'm spending money. No, you're not spending your money. Let me be very clear here. I got cousins. That shit hits different when they're. I don't give a fuck how much money they are. And Kevin's people have proven that. That shit hit different when it's your money. Even if you make 6 or 7 figures, that shit hits different when it's your money versus you taking somebody else's money and just moving that shit around. It just does. I don't care how much of money a woman makes. It hits a little different when they got to give up their money to a dude and they constantly got to do it. No. Like,
and that kind of goes with the Dennis Sperling video, because she's basically doing the equivalent to what, you know, the women that go to Jamaica do. She's just doing it in the hood in the States. You know what I mean? The dudes off the block is basically the same thing as the roster for hire, you know?
Yep. And I'm not gonna show Mocha Fest and shit. They always like to pretend like they about to hit my channel for sexual activity when I show the Mocha Fest Instagram page. But yeah, man, a lot of these women, and that's another thing that does not get said, because we hear it on the other side when we have these classic black men Pookie wars, or debates, you know, is these dudes, they have this inflated sense of self. They're like, nigga, you're a concubine. She's spending money on you, and I'll give you and I'm not saying that to try to down these dudes. What I'm saying is, when you stop providing that service or they stop wanting that service from you, they treat you just like another nigga. And you see that when you're in child support court. You see that when they flip on you, and you know this is true. Now you can be in it. So it's kind of like dudes being in the same kind of pretend bullshit that these women are in. But my point is, women, they trick on dudes all the time. This is why they keep talking about, I need to level up now. Well, bitch, if you was on the right thing, you wouldn't need to level up from jump. You talk about leveling it up as if somebody assigned you a man. You stayed in a relationship. You got into what you see is when they call Kevin. By the way, Kevin's not the first person on earth this. We've had women like Chrissy, Kerzin, when we boxed them into a corner, they outright say they like these dudes. And so my thing is, stop pretending like you're not making a choice. I'm all for, that's another thing I disagree with City. I'm all for women making a choice. That's their choice. I don't care. My thing is, don't sit here and then try to play the dual mating strategy though. That is where I'm gonna enlighten dudes. And my thing is, if dudes want to be the cleanup man, they're not gonna have the luxury of being ignorant cleanup men. You're gonna know you're cucking yourself. You're gonna know it. And that's why a lot of these niggas get mad at us, because we're making them aware, very painfully aware they're being cucked. And
but here's the thing though, because I agree with that, and I think that So a lot of those solutions like that, like being stepdad and the stuff that Obsidian is talking about, when you look at it, all you're really doing is feeding the black matriarchy. That's all you're doing. You're basically kind of like the same thing the stimulus check is doing for this damn U.S. economy right now. You giving the matriarchy a stimulus check
And you get one of
because
them pat on the back hugs, man,
the,
nigga. I said, bitch, bet you ever hug me like that again? Go ahead.
the way I look at it is for guys that are patriarchal. I feel like the way that we're dropping the ball, and I mentioned this to you before, is that we're not necessarily going out and creating families and communities in a sense. Like you have your Nation of Islam, you have your Hebrew Israelites, which is like, subgroup within a group type thing. But I think that the ultimate consequence has to come to these women in this way, right? As successful patriarchal men that consider themselves patriarchal, you have to couple with the right women and give better outcomes for the women that you choose and for your offspring. That's the only thing that's gonna offset this thing at the end of the day. Cause it's like if Pookie and Ray Ray or whatever that, cats complain about, Pookie and Ray Ray knocking up all these women, they can knock up as many women as they want. If Pookie and Ray Ray knock up all these women and they kids poor as shit, living in poverty, and the kids that we produce are producers, and that's getting their education, they're being successful in business. What is going to be the outcome of that? Like they're just going to be a community of destruction.
Uh,
You know what I
Well,
mean?
that's what you see right now.
Hold on, I got a cash out. Appreciate that stack of star for the $10 super chat. I mean, I understand that on paper, but the thing is, a lot of dudes are just saying, I'd rather go SYSBM, choose the highest bidder, and just get absorbed to another team. Then you got dudes say if they do want a black family, they're traveling. Because here's the thing: when you look at dudes that are like in the top 30%, you only need about 50K to be in the top 20% of the black community. So we'll say 30%. So I mean that's just 50K, and even 50K is not going to give you international options like that. Like it can, but it to start. But my
Yes.
thing is,
Oh, that's another. Well, I did want to
well,
say I forgot something earlier about the so like 50K, man. It'll definitely give you international options. But what I forgot to mention earlier was that site that you pulled up is a good like starting reference, but it's based on the only problem with their figures is it's based on the idea of like an expat lifestyle, right? And what I mean by that is like, so when they talk about food, they're talking about going to the supermarket. But anyone that knows that lives in another country, like let's say in Africa, I can't speak on South America, but the food at the supermarket is way, way, way more expensive than the food that you could get directly from the farmers at the market and stuff like that. Like
yeah. So it's
most
higher
people
than
in
what it.
Africa,
Okay, so it's
yeah,
higher,
yeah.
right? Okay, good to know.
Well,
I
no,
didn't
well,
know.
so it's cheaper. It's actually cheaper to live than the
No,
prices
I
of
mean like
living.
Nomad's list gives higher estimates.
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. Because you could go to the markets with which that's what the regular people shop at mostly. They go to the
Yeah,
markets and get it
them
directly from like the
supermarkets be
farmers
high
and
as hell,
stuff.
man. I've seen it. Yeah, I
And
saw that.
so
Go ahead.
yeah, that's the only thing about that site. And not only that, but so they give you all the expat prices on all these things, right? And what I mean by that is so like particularly in Africa, a lot of they don't have comps like we have in the US where it's like houses and stuff sell based on the similar model house that's sold in that area. Only thing they have is like, okay, we pay this for the labor and the materials and we can increase the price pretty much however we want from that. So a lot of those houses in Africa, these people are getting like 60 plus ROI on their properties. You know what I mean? It's like 60 to 100% markup on those properties, like to the point where they're even able to give like 30% commissions to like realtors and stuff like that. Which in the US, like 30% commission is like unheard of. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You normally getting like maybe 2 to 20% depending on if you're selling or buying and stuff. So like even with the written stuff, you could get it way cheaper then but a lot of expats don't know that. Like the way they look at it is like, okay, well, I was living in New York paying 3,000 for a broom closet,
Exactly. They
so
do that in North
you know what
Carolina
I mean?
where motherfuckers come down here and I'm like, you dumb, because they thinking, oh, the property taxes are so much less and the price is less too. And then they're used to not having a lot of room. So what they'll do is they'll build these developments like nothing but townhouses. They'll make them like 3 stories. They'll luxury them up. They'll make them like really, really good. Something they'll make you not even think because they're hooking them up inside and out. But they good. They got these motherfuckers buying the shit before they even build it. So yeah, we'll customize what you want for a premium price if you pay before we built this shit.
And so
Mm-hmm.
that's what's going on in Africa. That's what's going on in Africa. And what you want to do when you go to Africa, if you want to get a place in Africa, you want to get the prices that the middle class and rich people in Africa pay. You don't want to get the prices that they charge the foreigners. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
Right.
that's why I'm all for helping people. Like I'm all for supporting people that want to do that because you want to create hubs. I want to know people everywhere, kind of like what Jabril be doing. That's like the gold standard. But my thing is this kind like because I'm gonna keep it real with you. I've always told a lot of passport people don't even try to merge themselves in the manosphere like that. Because the thing about it is the travel sector is less radioactive. Even when you deal with a lot of black women that travel, if you're at kind of a when I say similar level, I mean like a performance, as far as business, and a lot of them ain't even on levels like that anyway. They'll have just a different type of it's a lot of that gender shit don't matter because you're dealing with them from an asexual standpoint. So it's like their experience, my experience, and then so the YouTube sphere is not as I'm not even trying to shit on like I'm a black manosphere dude, but like it's a lot of shit you don't got to bring into it because it's more business plus stuff. So it's
Right.
more like okay, we can get into the productive shit because you doing your shit, I'm doing my shit. I don't judge you for what the fuck you do. You're not judging me for what the fuck I do. I'm not gonna ask you why you going to Europe when you talk about black privilege in France. You don't ask me why I'm doing what the fuck I'm doing. We just keep it to what our experiences are, and people will choose to do what they want to do or if they go to Africa, Liberia, now there's some fuck shit everywhere like that. But it tends to be, it's not as radioactive. So the thing about it is the passport situation at different levels. Plus, there's the digital nomad thing. So depending on what you're doing, a lot of affiliate marketers, digital ad agency people will do the nomad life. So it's a lot of different stuff, man. And
And I hate when people say, well, they doing this in this country too. And I think that I'm not sure if y'all listen to Ike, the Nigerian brother who's an engineer, but he
mhm.
put it the best way I've heard it. Like, just very simply, would you rather be in a country where 1 out of 10 women are suitable for marriage, or would you rather be in a country where 6 or 8 out of 10 are suitable for marriage? And it's like you got these stupid dudes out here talk about, well, they doing this here too. But it's like if it's so minuscule, like who gives a damn? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
If it's only
the funny thing about it is you will have an appreciation for how to make money in America better if you go overseas. The one thing about going overseas is it forces you to think at a much more baseline level because you're thinking about development. Like what you said about buying real estate, what both of y'all said about it. You got to
Yep.
think about it a little bit more deeper in it than you would otherwise do in the United States, where there's a lot of like rules and stuff that's already there. So, and even if the rules are different, not even so much like they're not rules, but they're different. Like you're thinking more about construction. You're not always going to think about that in the United States. The house has been built. You just talk about remodel, and that's if you get it. So you come to the United States seeing things kind of how these immigrants see them, and you're thinking about finances different. A lot of different stuff at a much more baseline level. So you almost increase it's almost like WandaVision. You get a greater ability to manipulate stuff because you're out of that. I don't want to look, man. I'm all for black culture, but we know we got real black culture and then you got niggified culture. And you're looking. I mean, for real. Shout out to Home Team History and From Nothing who really break the shit down. You're coming back to the United States, and plus your network with dudes that it's money, but it's also dudes that have skills. And these dudes don't really think about that. And the sad part about it is I've seen dudes that come out of jail, come out of prison that, not because they left the country, but they have built things after that. And trust me, they don't say this dumb shit. They understand they actually had to build something. They understand they didn't have a lot of opportunity because when you're a fellow, you're a black man, they ain't got a lot of pickups for you. So a lot
Now
of
that's
these
100% true because you gotta think about things differently because a lot of those countries lack a lot of the stuff that the U.S. have. Which I don't know if you saw my comments earlier, but like most of Africa doesn't have a financial sector yet. So that's why you can't get
Yeah,
mortgage and stuff like that. Like they just don't have the financial infrastructure for that. You know what I mean? Like there's so much, there's so many systems and sectors and things that we have here that they don't have there. Which it's bad for like the regular person, but if you're entrepreneurial minded and you're interested in business, it's a lot of opportunity. Like there is no Zoom in Africa. You know what I mean? So it's like there is no, there's like they don't have databases for properties where you could like go to the government and look at all these different properties. So it's a lot of infrastructure that they don't have, and it
even
could
your
be an
social
opportunity.
skills are gonna be tested.
Yeah, you got to do business out there. You got to do business the old fashioned way, man. Like handshake, kissing babies, going out to network, going out for a drink or
Or
coffee. Like
knowing
you,
motherfuckers that know it on the ground, and you really gotta gas them up, man. And a lot
absolutely.
of times they know the value of that too if they've created those. I wanted to show Marty that
Yeah.
interior porn. So y'all get y'all last thoughts. Yeah, oh nigga, you about to show some porn? Yeah, I'm about to show you some porn right here, man. Come on, let me see if I can. All right. See,
Hey,
so this is stuff you don't even think about that could happen. And some of this stuff it gets more practical. Like even that shit. Like, it's a very good tool. They got like 1 million Twitter followers. So I mean, just get you like you got that
now
one.
that's the type of stuff I'm look because I think that my thing about Africa for the future is that instead of copying stuff that they see in the West, I would like to see like newer concepts, like in terms of infrastructure and things of that nature. So like stuff like that, I think that'll be dope as hell for Africa. Where was that one with the where they had the plants and stuff like that in a it looked like an apartment complex or something? Yeah, that one. Where is that at?
Let me see. I went dream resort destination guy.
Yeah, that's nice right there.
I don't know where the fuck these places are at. I might have to go back through
It's
here.
like, yeah.
Mana Copenhagen. I think it's no. They saying it's not Bali. I'd have to look. It ain't. They need to be saying what the fuck this is. I don't know why they're not. Anyway, but
Yeah,
yeah,
see
that's
stuff like
definitely
that, man.
yeah. And this is the type of stuff. Oh yeah, I like this one too.
But it's not for everybody, man. Going and expatriating to a different country, I understand that because you're literally like, the
They saying this is Marrakesh. I don't know what the fuck that is.
you're literally a frontier. you know, you like the cats that doing the gold rush that's out there in the
Yeah,
middle of the
niggas
desert.
try it and then they take their ass right back to the United States.
You gotta have thick skin, man.
Yeah, you
And you
just
gotta be
gotta.
skilled
Yeah.
too. A lot of people that wind up failing, man, like it. Not to knock not to knock them, but a lot of people that wind up failing just don't be having a skill set, to be honest. It just be like regular people, like, oh, I'm gonna just start a business, even though I never started one
Yeah,
before. I never.
and they try to say we be telling motherfuckers to do that. I'm like, no, the fuck we don't. Don't even tell that lie. We don't be telling people to be doing that dusty ass shit. Like for
Like
real,
I
like
know two cats that went out there with I mean they're still out there. I give them their props though. Like they on some. It's like these two Rastafarian cats that went out there, and they living on meager income. So like they could do it off the little bit of money they went out there with. Like they went out there with like less than 5,000, and they don't have no job. They just getting it out the mud. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, well, if
So
you got
like,
tenacity, I mean, I'm gonna tell you what I'm on. I'm on affiliate marketing. I ain't even talk about e-commerce because e-commerce requires you to know ads. And if somebody say, oh man, what can I do? What is a business that I can do? Because you need something that's transferable. And affiliate marketing, learn how to do that shit. You get to the point where you can get started affiliate marketing $100 a month, and I actually less than that, and I mean that shit. $100, and then you get to the point where you're doing more ads than anything because you're gonna. So basically, the money you're making via affiliate marketing, you invest in ads. So not only you learning how to do ads, you're actually doing ads. And once you get I always tell people this way. Think about it like flipping real estate. If you're in real estate requires a much more bigger upfront investment because you're taking control of an asset. So if you think of it like that, but you're still taking money, hard money, whatever money, and flipping something. The difference with a e-commerce or affiliate marketing is that's more broken down to its component parts. So imagine if you were paying just per square foot, but you could literally control how much square footage you were paying for. Think of it that way. And then you think about, okay, when you invest money in ads, because here's the thing, once you understand a market in a certain niche, it becomes easier to invest in. So like, for instance, like in the manosphere, like I understand black men, I understand black women. So if I want to make money, I know what the fuck shit. You pay Derek Jackson, put a fucking Zane novel, put a fucking cover on a blank sex novel, and I know that shit will sell, you know? In fact, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to create a meme generator, and then we're gonna do Zane now. You throw Derek Jackson, we'll see who can come up with some creative titles. You know. Also, remember the Just Do It thing from Nike with Colin Kaepernick? I found a meme generator for that. So I'm gonna do something that's like, you know, with Derek Jackson's on there, be like, sell that book, even though when it's fiction, selling it, some bullshit. Like it's gonna be funny as fuck, man. I don't know if I'm gonna do it necessarily because I don't want no niggas. You know, I ain't trying to get that dude shine, but I ain't mad at Derek Jackson. These hoes want to buy that shit. Let them buy it. You know, that's how I feel.
Have a skill set. I mean, you could make money, man. If you have all right. So you'd have some type of high level skill. You have to be able to be like an entrepreneur in the sense that you. The way to be most successful as an entrepreneur is to learn how to lead a team, how to build a team that have the skill sets that you don't have, that you need for that business. And like what a lot of people fail is they try to solopreneur their business and just try to do everything and burn themselves out. That's what happened. That's what happened to a lot of people in general. You know what I mean, in business, but particularly when they go over there, it's like, okay,
Can
it's
I
gonna
add
be
to that?
me, and I'm just do everything.
Sure.
You know what I'm
saying? Can I add to that?
Sure.
Like in terms of Derek Jackson, that just goes to show you how even when certain dudes get successful, they don't know that you're even more successful when it's a team behind you or next to you. Because look at what's happening with him, you know, for whatever, you know, cheating, whatever. But if it was Derek Jackson and a whole crew of the Jacksonites or whatever you want to call it, if one dude fell off, the empire would still stand. But when the empire is just on one person, as you can see, he's in damage control mode. And
well, you know, that's that Highlander syndrome. There can only be one, and he'll be a pastor. Go ahead.
He has nobody to defer to, no PR, you know. And I see that a lot of people who reach a certain status feel like you said, it's like the Highlander syndrome. There can only be one. Whereas I see with the white boys, they basically bring the whole crew up. And when I attack,
if for nothing else than a buffer. Like they don't do that shit. No, you're right, and they don't. But the thing I want black people to understand is they don't do that shit for cakes and rainbows. They understand it's still sharp as steel, but at the same time, they understand that number one, there's certain people that may be able to access things they can't access, so they trade money together. And humans evolve by working together in teams and packs. But black men, real imperative on, man, even when pussy's not in the room, we gotta compete for pussy, and this is why it's not as big as it otherwise could be.
And that's one thing that I will say that I've observed, like just being at networking events and, you know, dealing with different business people or different groups. I don't know why it's like that. Even I struggled with this when I was younger, you know what I mean? But when we think about starting a business, we think about doing a solopreneur type thing, which is the least effective business organization, which it works better in some industries or some business types than others. But for the most part, other groups, they come with the team in mind. So they come out the gate with a team, whether they have to, you know, give a little bit of equity in exchange if they can't pay them for their services, right? If they can't pay them a salary, you know, tell them to work for free and give them some equity in exchange for that. But for us, it's like we always trying to start some stuff on a solopreneur, and it's way harder to get a business off the ground as opposed to having a team. You know what I'm saying? And a big thing about it is, well, when I was younger, the reason I did it, it was just straight up greed. I just wanted to keep all the damn money. And
American
so
greed. I love
and
that.
so now I'm just like, you know what? I will take 50,000 plus less to do less work. You know what I mean? Where I can just focus on the high level stuff and really grow the business instead of being in the business. And it's like, even right now, man, I'm doing it, but I still have to kind of beat that into my head. Like beat that into my head. Like, okay, yeah, I could have had like 50,000 more in my pocket or whatever, or 100,000 more in my pocket, but I'm actually growing the business and keeping it going as opposed to just burning myself out and not being able to focus on all aspects of the business. So that's something, because I think all three of y'all are business people, right? If I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing that a lot of people don't understand, and this is what other groups understand, is going back to the starting the business thing, is like let's take the ad thing I just talked about. Let's take the ad thing I just talked about with buying ads. If you do it as a group, like let's just say like 3 people, really could be 2, let's say 3 people. Okay, let's say you say I can only afford $300 a month. But so that's $75 a week. But let's say you deal with 3 people. Okay, that $300 becomes $900. Let's say you want to buy some training, a training course. Like ClickFunnels is like $100. Like it's $300, really 100, like 90, like $100. You can actually get it less. But the point is, and they have like training materials. It's like a $300 product. You can actually aggregate money, even starting an affiliate business. You can aggregate that money and divide that same amount by 3, about whatever amount. And obviously, the more people you have, the more personalities. So this is why partnerships tend to be less people. That's a dynamic. But the point is, if everybody's on the same page and they're like, okay, we're going to get this started and we'll flip this into this and into this to get everybody on, you've cut what your upfront cost is by 3. And then on top of that, you got multiple people looking at stuff and doing the work. And then you all could then spin around and do your own things. So when people tell me shit costs a lot of money to start, I'm like, well, goddamn, like I say that you do it for under $100, and I didn't even take that into account. But now, obviously, when you look at like more traditional business where this is more applied, let's say you want to start a car dealership, and this has happened. I know people that do this. Some black, but mostly non-black, is they want to get an inventory of cars. Let's say they want to get 100,000 worth of cars, and they're doing cars that are probably between like 7,000. So they're getting multiple cars, right? They will sit there and they'll get, okay, who has like this type of credit card, like limit and stuff like that to get the money up. Because let's say they can't get it from a bank, or they can get it from like maybe one person with a bank, but it's only so much they can get. They will literally use the credit cards and stuff like that, put the shit together between the 3 people. They'll say, okay, who can do this pool, divvied up based on who invests. And then once the business is doing revenue for like a year, then go back to the bank. And then the bank will give them a bank loan, because at that point, it's not just a dream. It's actually revenue they can look at and stuff like that. This is why people always talk about business credit and shit like that. But see, black people don't think that way, because we're just taught to compete against each other. And the women do this too. The women don't do this well either. It seems like they do it well, but black women don't work together very well either. When it's not about controlling dudes. This is why a lot of times they will look for a dude that is on their level in that, because they know the dude to be a lot more reasonable and logical than a lot of women will. It'd be the cat. But see, this is what these immigrants do. This is what these Indians do. Like when the Indians control 48% of the motel industry in the United States. A big reason for that is hell. Even how they go about going to school. They'll buy a lot of real estate property and they'll be living with each other like 2 or 3. One person will hold the mortgage, the other 2 will be in there, and they can leave when they need to in order to like go back to school after they've worked the job a year. Ain't got to worry about selling a house. But that dude got what, $800 in rent paid if he's $1,200, and then they all splitting it by 4. But see, that's wealth building shit. That's shit that people don't think about. Or a lot of these agents, what they'll do if they can't afford private school, they'll just move into the best neighborhood and go into the magnet school and beat all y'all asses. That way they can still get into the universities they need to get to. But by the way, rather than spending money on private school, they got a house that's an appreciated asset. These are things that I've learned that if you leave, I'm not saying you have to leave the country. But what I am saying is you tend to think more like this when you come back in the country. It's interesting, Mario, you from New York, because there was a dude on Jabril shit. He was from New York too. And man, that dude was in construction, but I'm talking about he had contracts to like change sinks and shit, like 300 contract. I mean, dude was talking about some shit. It was some killer gems. And I told Jabril, man, I said, damn, I sent a message saying, you need to make this shit a continuity program. Because some of this shit they be dropping. So if he charged $50 to just keep those uploads, because ClickFunnels, you can do membership sites like that. I mean, it would be worth it. But these dudes aren't thinking that way. And some of them are, but most of them aren't. Like
but
most.
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, see, that's the problem that I was trying to allude to yesterday. I was like there's a lot of like circular arguments. So I feel like if certain people are 3 years ago are talking about the same issues and problems and headaches today, I'm like, well, that's not really conducive to moving or pushing the bar forward. I'm thinking in my brain, I'm like, well, what has to happen to change? And not everybody's going to make it to Wakanda. Understand, because a lot of people take the standpoint of, oh, well, I can only do something that applies to all. My attitude is like, I already know off the bat, probably 60% is not even going to make the trip. So I'm not even worried about the leftovers at all, because they've already digged their ditch and they're just going to lie dead in it. I'm more focused on who can be mobile, because let's face it, the only time things will shift is if a group of desirables, whether that be financially in the Pookie, whatever, if a shift comes where these guys get together and say, all right, we're moving this direction, people will pay attention to that no matter what direction that might be. So whether if it's a bunch of high-end dudes are like, you know what, I'm not dealing with this American stuff. I'm shifting and taking my resources and my businesses and my future girl or wife overseas. People are going to pay attention to that, like they are paying attention to dudes that already go overseas, and like they're already paying attention to dudes that are not checking for the women. They just don't know why. And the problem is, a lot of dudes that checked out because they can't, because the women price themselves out of the market. So a lot of dudes, they already know, like, I don't make six figures and I'm not 6 feet tall, so I'm not even going to deal with chicks anymore. Whereas before, you had a whole simp culture. You had dudes, this is before the whole Me Too thing. Dudes was trying to holler in the streets, especially in New York. You know, you feel comfortable walking up to a stranger and doing, they call it cold approaching. Now, the women shut that down. So that's not even happening. So now you have a bunch of women who maybe a few years ago would at least get the attention from all types of dudes. Now they're getting attention from the worst types of dudes, if any. And the guys with the resources,
yeah, the niggas ain't got nothing to lose.
Yeah,
and then they talk about where all the dudes go. Like, and the thing is, and you're right. But see, the thing about it is, and look, shout out to Obsidian, but Obsidian's already made his choice. Obsidian's like, what, I think 50, 49. And he said that black women is what he wants, particularly ADOS black women is what he wants. So he's already in his head minimized. And here's my thing. I'm not saying to not deal with black women. What I'm saying is the greatest power a man has is power of choice. And when you automatically cede your choice, women can detect that and they are going to deal with that a certain type of way. That's just best female nature. And as a man, the world is your oyster and shit. Fuck it. If you don't want to travel to, like, here's the thing that's interesting about Archer. Archer's not from Phoenix. He moved to Phoenix. So shit, maybe you don't want to travel, but shit, go. Phoenix isn't, I mean, Phoenix been upcoming, but you know, with the real estate thing happened 10 years ago, but it's booming again now. Shout out to Scottsdale. You know, you motherfuckers going, yeah, man, the white girls, oh my God. Yeah. Because, you know, you got a situation where they're coming from California. It's a lot of people coming from California. So, you know, Phoenix is like booming. It leapfrogged, what was, I forget which one. It's Philadelphia was the 5th largest city, now Phoenix. So, and these are some of the pictures from some of the sites that I've been, like, you know, Travel Noir is a big one. The other one was at 1 mile at a time. And the thing, and these are like authentic pictures, you know, so. The thing about it is, and see, another thing that pisses me the fuck off too is black women. You just don't have this type. You just don't have this pushback. You talk even when it comes to business shit. Black women, even if they okay, if they see that they know what you're talking about. Well, I don't know what Gab is talking about. Gabe is talking about dudes that expect to be successful in business. I mean, it's about investing. I mean, investing is a risk. So if you invest, you can invest anywhere, man. I mean, I don't know, like,
Listen,
and
if
plus,
you
yeah,
if you are a good business person, if you have those business skills, you understand the fundamentals of business, you could have a successful business anywhere. I mean,
yeah.
the
Oh no,
principles and the foundations are the same.
I get what he was saying. He was saying dudes that are unsuccessful in business expect to be
Oh,
business.
okay, okay.
Well, first of all, those niggas are goofy, and those niggas
Right.
are not going to be in that conversation. That shit is boring out when you hear them talk. I'm not here. I'm not selling rainbows to motherfuckers. I say, look, you should take a vacation. If you ain't got a lot of look. First of all, if you really broke, it's COVID. But somebody told me really, money is a problem. And I'm not telling nobody to put out their last door to do it. If you were to say that, the first thing I'm gonna say is, dude, we got Airbnb in the United States, we got fucking Megabus in the United States. Where the fuck do you live? And depending on where they live, I would say where they need to go. Shit, going like if Canada didn't lock down the border, if they're in the Midwest, I say go to Canada. I say if you in New York, you go to Toronto. I mean, there's you go to Vancouver. Or if go to a city you haven't been to. Even Jason Black even Jason Black, he see as much shit as he talks about going overseas. Even Jason Black said you should go to a hotel, go to a 5-star hotel, go like into a city you haven't been in. Sit there. So he understands the concept of what I'm talking about, of what we're talking about. It's just when it comes to overseas, that's just a bridge too fucking far. I don't give a fuck. I remember I was very excited when I touched the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific. I'm from California, born there. I touched the Pacific Ocean, and then when I touched the Atlantic Ocean, I thought that was a big deal. It doesn't have to be, or shit. I got child support. You can still go to Puerto Rico. By the way, you still get on a cruise. So I don't want to fucking hear your excuses. Like, I get it. And you fucked and nutted in that bitch. I hear it, but like that's when the niggas get so mad at me because they think I'm trying to. I don't know you got kids. I don't give a fuck. I don't know you can't get a passport for that. But if that's a problem, there's a solution to that too. And even if you don't want to do that, then go to it. If you have like one thing the New Yorkers do to get on my fucking nerves, and I get it, is that they'll talk down to the South a lot of. I'm like, nigga, actually go down there, actually see some shit, see what the real estate cost is, understand some shit. There's value in understanding what they do there. Like fuck Atlanta, Atlanta gay city. But you know what I'm saying? Jacksonville, North Carolina. I'm not North Carolina. Florida is actually it's not popping like New York getting shit done. But as far as if you looking for where black people at and getting some money. Wealth building. If you're looking to go somewhere to like park in the United States, where you're not really around the bullshit and the cost of living is not there, like Jacksonville will actually be a good city. So but people aren't even thinking that way in this country. You will value this country a lot more if you can see it through the eyes of what these immigrants fucking see. That's why they're able to take advantage of certain things you can't even see because you're not even paying attention to it because you're just used to what you are used to. And
right. It's victim mentality, man, because it's like, yeah, we have a lot of problems socially in the U.S. as black men, but there's also a lot of opportunity that people don't even have the chance to get in those other countries. Like how we just talked about how they don't have a finance section in a lot of those African countries, right? Where you can't get mortgages, you can't get business loans and stuff like that. Yeah, it's challenging in the US to get some of those things for a lot of people, but the fact that it even exists is like a leg up compared to other countries. So that's what a lot of those immigrants see. And then to be honest, man, some of these damn black business people are so damn lazy, man. Like I ain't gonna lie, man.
You right.
Or entrepreneurs, like, cause like I understand if your business is doing well and you don't want to do the paperwork and all of the requirements for let's say like a SBA loan, which they recently changed the SBA loan, making it it's probably the best loan that you could get for a business now once they changed it with that whole COVID stuff. But you just have people that don't want this. They're lazy. They don't want to do certain stuff that may be challenging. It's like even dude, I'm in so many expat groups, right? You have people that be in there complaining like the Ghanaian government is not doing enough to help us relocate to the country. I'm like, man, that is some bitch ass shit, man. That's some bitch ass shit.
For real,
Like,
bro.
dude, you go into another country to get money. You're not coming up in here to think motherfucker is like laying out the roses and the rose petals and the red carpet and here's a free house and all this type of shit, man. You have to really come up there with a frontier mindset. Like, I can't believe these people be saying this shit, bro.
Oh, I love.
crazy.
Hold on, I love these. You see this? You see this?
Yeah, that's nice.
I love
Oh,
it.
I love that.
And then even when you see stuff like that shit ain't that expensive. Like this is not like this is just that roll down shit. They just that fake grass, but still, man, it ain't.
I love modern architecture.
Yeah, I love when they like you see the befores and the afters. Yeah, man. So I mean, the thing is, even seeing showing somebody like this. Yeah, that you right, man. These motherfuckers need to start giving credits and stop bullshitting. But yeah, like even seeing something like this, and here's the sad thing: there's a lot of places that's hidden in plain sight, even in the United States of America, that you make one turn because, like, and I saw that, but I experienced it myself anyway. But even Ubering, like a lot of people don't know, like Edison, New Jersey, how the Indians got money, how they come down here. Like motherfuckers don't see shit is right in their own shit. Yeah, that's off the chains.
Like the thing that people have to realize is that you have a pyramid in each area in a sense of that you have bad, good, and better areas. So like a lot of people don't know. You come to New Orleans, man, that's a neighborhood that's not too far from the neighborhood I live in, where they have nothing but modern architecture houses. You know what I'm saying? Like the stuff that you're showing right now, they have houses that look just like this in this particular neighborhood, and people would never know. But the only thing is about a city like New Orleans is it's like a small condensed city, so you might see a crack house on this corner and like a couple blocks down the street, it's like $1 million mansions and shit.
See, they don't let. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, they won't let you do that here. Here, they starting to compartmentalize, and that's the thing about even Raleigh. Like they're building stuff from the ground up because Raleigh, was a sleepy city. So Raleigh's. I'm not saying it's being built like Miami, like how Coke just accelerated that shit. But slowly you're seeing it, like where they redid the school and stuff like that. So even when people come back for their like 5-year reunion, they're like, this shit looks completely different. That was how it was with Duke. How Duke, like they built a couple of buildings, like wow, like yeah. And
Raleigh's
like,
dope. I was in Raleigh in December 2019.
They built a couple of things since then. You'd be surprised. They actually got like
it's
3
dope
or 4
out in Raleigh, man. It's a nice city. Well, that whole
yeah, that was cool.
Tech Triangle was pretty dope.
Yeah, and
I went to Raleigh and a couple other I can't remember. Well, it's like they got the name for it, kind of like they try to make it kind of like a tri-state area thing.
Yeah,
like
Research Triangle Park. Yeah, that's what they call it. My thing is, it's about getting black men to be inspired because a lot of black men are like asleep. What you do with that shit, like I don't give a fuck about, to be honest. But this thing about niggas going out of their way to say we selling fucking dreams, like nigga, are you fuck like. And here's my thing: I'm not trying to look. I'm not anti-game. I'm just don't try to make game. Don't use game like the fucking Bible. Look, man, there's people that I know that they can reach in that motherfucking Bible and pull like God's information out of it, as far as like, King Solomon's wealth and all of that. But I know a lot of people that's doing the pastor bullshit, that's selling bullshit to that's a vast majority. I know the difference. And it's the same thing with game. You got a lot of dudes that a lot of the audience is living vicariously through the stories that they're telling. And I'm not trying to like shit on them, but what I'm saying is it's like, dude, I'm not, this is off the chain right here.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah. So this is not like, nigga, I'm not selling shit. So when people tell me, oh man, you lying. Okay, so you got something to buy. I don't have nothing to buy. So who should we believe? And I'm a capitalist. I'm not against selling stuff, but the reality is these motherfuckers really. Oh, that's what the fuck. Yeah, I mean, like, and I'm not saying some of these are probably in the United States because you're right. They do have shit in the United States. Oh yeah, that's some shit I like to see like that. That's some creative shit, especially when you do that in the house is known. So yeah, man, it's like the thing is these dudes, and then even when you look at hip hop and rap, like that shit doesn't even give you a true picture of like that was supposed to inspire people. But now everybody wants this like I'm fucking on an air mattress bullshit or in motels with a kid. charging, I know how to get the Indians to give me a room per hour, if rather than per, yeah.
And I'm glad you brought up that point, because I thought about that earlier. The fact that black men, particularly ADOS black men, being in a matriarchal uh, system, you do need a catalyst to kind of wake these guys up out of that sleep. Because when I look at the Matrix, I really look at it as black men being in a matriarchal system. Like
Yeah.
they believe that matriarchal mindset and that matriarchal doctrine, and they
You know
have the
what they
mindset
call
of
it? You know what they call it? They call it the game. Go ahead.
mother. So yeah, you need look, most of the people in this space, let's just be honest, there's very few people in this space that come from patriarchal families, that come from two-parent household where the men were led. So like the fact that there are people that are getting out of that matrix does give hope for the men, but I mean, shit, it ain't. Hey, if brothers like you and others want to try to wake their ass up, I'm all here for it, man.
But
I'm
I think
chilling. I'm chilling in Zion, having fun. I'll be chilling
I
in Zion.
I personally think it's all starting to fall apart and crumble, and I'm just looking at it.
Yeah.
I'm stepping back and looking at the big picture. Most black women, what do they say? They go to school. What do they go to school for? They don't go to school for STEM. So it's usually some
They
social.
go to school for debt. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's psychological. It's never. I mean, the most they'll probably do is RN nurse for the most part, or a dental assistant. However, the case is, they are going to school and then going back to school and accumulating debt. Fine. Now, all the quick money jobs pretty much dried up, which is why you see the boost in OnlyFans. And even with that, just because you sign up to OnlyFans don't mean you're gonna make a lot of money. Only a select few of women are really getting it like that.
Oh yeah, and they lucky these, because some of these foreign women can get access to that because of that tech.
They are.
And as that starts to happen, that's gonna make it a lot harder if they start to get access to the American market.
I'm having the same awakening in Colombia, because my last trip there, a lot of the women were saying, "Oh, I want to shoot like some private stuff that you don't post anywhere, like with them being nude or whatever." And they were like, "I want to use this for my OnlyFans." And I was trying to put some of these same girls onto the OnlyFans like a year or two ago, but now it's starting to hit over there. So just to bring it back to the U.S., okay, so you got these black women.
Oh, you in a perfect fucking growth market.
So yeah, it's unlimited.
The only thing about that, I was just gonna say, the only thing about OnlyFans is most of these countries, most of the women in these other countries, they're not gonna be able to have the same fan base as American women, because not only are there's a high population of beautiful women, but most of the dudes in their home country, they ain't gonna be able to afford that shit.
No, but here's the thing.
MT brought that point up on his live stream earlier today.
That's the beauty of the internet. They
I was just about to say
with the
that.
American market. The only barrier is the language, and that don't mean shit. Google Translate. Like, they just got to get, and I ask me how it's not that hard, because I'm gonna tell you why. Because like Instagram is like, some of these websites are easier to get to the American market than others. And the thing about it is, Instagram is what it is. You got the Spanish Instagram. Like, trust me, I'm not saying that it'll be an immediate flood, but a lot of them will start to switch over.
But they don't have. I think I was gonna say, I think the problem is they don't have the connections with the people with the skill sets to be able to introduce them to the American market. Because most of these chicks, think about it, most of these chicks are pretty much doing it by it. Gonna try to, even in America, most of these chicks do it by themselves, and they develop a fan base on Instagram. Then they kind of convert to the OnlyFans. They don't have marketing skills.
I'm gonna let Marty jump on this, but all I'll say is this: all it takes. Yeah, I'm probably digging my nose on this fucking camera. I don't give a fuck. But all it takes is one dude to create a page, just like a Hispanic page. I'm gonna tell you exactly what they're gonna do. They're gonna go to the Hispanic pages on Instagram, the Hispanic like aggregating pages for beautiful women, or the mixed women pages, and that's all they need. They need to just do a couple of swaps with known pages here, and once they do that, they're gonna get the traffic. The niggas will come.
Well, like, also, to add to that, they have apps over there
if you feel
that they don't even have in America. They got this one app called Bigo, And basically, when I was doing my photo/video shoots out there, I noticed these bitches come with their own little mini lighting setup, like the ring light, and they go in the corner and start talking to themselves. And I seen this happen to like four. They be in every corner of the crib, and everybody's streaming. And I'm thinking they're doing Instagram live. I'm like, God damn, like what the fuck? So I go over to her, I'm like, what are y'all doing? She was like, oh, it's an app called Bigo. So I'm like, well, what's that about? I noticed all y'all doing that. So basically, it's kind of like Instagram Live, but what it is, you get your followers purchase presents with real money, and when you're streaming, if they like your content, they gift you presents. Now it goes by the
It's
you
like
have
some
to,
cam shit,
yeah, it's yeah, you
but a
basically
little
stream
bit,
like
yeah, with an
you,
app. Okay.
yeah, you stream like 3 hours a day. Like you could do whatever you want. You can stream yourself riding a bike, working out, whatever it is. You have a certain amount that you have to stream per day, and then at the end of the month, you can make up to $8,000 USD, which over there is a shit ton of money. But they're basically doing this to like as another substitute for income. Whereas over here, we just got Instagram and everybody's doing this for free. Like they got stuff over there that we don't even have access to probably yet or never will.
Yeah,
But
because I just want to answer Kildu's thing. No, we're not like promoting the implementation of fucking OnlyFans. We're just saying, look, at the end of the day, he's an industry where people are asking for a service. Who is he not to provide that service as a photographer? And I'm just telling you what the likelihood is. All it would take, you got like for instance, I'll show you one of the channels. You can keep talking now.
yeah, and what I was just bringing it back to the ADOS American women. So now you got all this debt. You can't hop on OnlyFans because most likely you're overweight. And I don't care how many fetishes people got. I mean, certain stuff
Man,
just
these
ain't going
niggas
to sell
kill me
to a
with that
degree where you
shit.
can support yourself. So you're overweight, you're in debt, you're not getting attention in the streets, and nobody's checking for you. And the dudes that you want to check to, as you've seen with the fat girl on Kevin Samuels, we're considered narcissists because we're not checking. They try to do that body shaming, you should like whatever. It's funny. It's almost like, these girls are like, take me for what I am. But then when you ask them, well, what do you see in the guy? There's a long list of he got to be 6 feet tall, he got to be this. But when you say, hey, I want you to be 120 pounds, it's an issue. So that's just BS on that. So what's happening is the Spanish girls and the other women have gotten hip to the fact that there are these so-called educated lame black men who have money that if you just show them a little bit of femininity, which they're not even used to from their own community, I can get them. So now what you have on a bigger scale, you have these women like a Kim Kardashian who seem to round up all the best. And that's just happened on a big level, but I'm saying on the local level, that's also what's happening because now a guy who's making 6 figures plus, he has an option. Is he going to deal with the hood rat chick that's going to probably jam him up, or is he going to get with Marisol or Ling Ling or whatever one of these femininity girls that probably don't have the biggest ass in the world? But you know what? I can actually we can go somewhere with this. And if that's not even happening, dudes are just being silent. Like that's what
That's
Kevin
really
said.
what it is too, and that's what
was
Obsidian don't see. A lot of these dudes are sliding out. Last question I want to ask you is: BGS did a video talking about the single motherhood rate in Colombia is 85%.
That's true.
Okay? So what does that look like? We understand the culture is different, so that's
Yeah.
not the same. It's all about this. But what is that like? What does that look like on the ground?
Well, here's the thing. Over there, people got to also realize abortion's illegal. So it's not like
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? It's not like they can get pregnant and be like, oh, I'm going to have an
yeah,
abortion.
that Catholicism's a bitch.
Yeah, the religion is real heavy over there. So to that point, also, see, in Colombia, there's a 1 to 6 class system. So if you're born in a 0 to 3, the system there is made so it's very hard for you to move out. You're probably going to live and die in the hood. Now, if you're born from anywhere 3, 4, 5, there's potential to move up. 6 is like millionaire status. And I've actually learned this on my last trip. So basically, when you're born in the hood, you have 2 options. It's either you bust your ass to go to school, which is very hard because you don't have a lot of money. And then a lot of what the girls do is cam stuff. The girls who can't do the cam probably do stripping, or they get like sugar daddies. That's just what it is. Now from 3 to 4, there's room to. It's like kind of considered like middle class. So you're not going to really see a lot of pregnancies because those women know how to choose better. Like it's like
These are the women's going to have degrees, like professional class women.
yeah, there's going to be a lawyers, there's going to be professional. Now millionaires, I mean, you're born into wealth, and you don't have to work at that point. You're handed a business, you're handed your lot in life. So if you're born in a 6th class, you're pretty much going to stay there whether you like to or not. So 3, 4, and 5 class is pretty much in terms if you're trying to mate and go over there, that's the kind of class of women that you kind of want to deal with. Now, there's always gems in the hood. We all know that, and the gems in the hood over there, if you can pluck them at the right age before they get into a lot of BS, you can come up on something. But in general, 3, 4, 5 class is kind of like where you want to be. The 5 class sometimes can be a bit bougie because your American status and your American dollar really don't move them. Because remember that 4, 5, 6 class, they're already accustomed to money and fast cars and penthouses. So you going over there and your little Airbnb thinking you're doing something is really not. So at a certain point, the money U.S. thing is not real because most of these chicks got visas and passports to travel the world, and they're doing so anyway because of the amount of money that their family has. So it gets kind of tricky on that perspective. But yeah, the 85, I would say, yeah, it's high like that. But I found out you can't just go get an abortion. So a lot of the girls tend to have babies real early and regret it because they don't realize like, oh man, I probably. And another thing that annoys me, a lot of girls have tattoos in the wrong places. But it's a thing out there where they'll have the tattoo across their chest, saying their name.
I
Literally,
hate that shit.
it's a
Here
thing out
too.
there.
And my bitches be really looking at me like I'm some kind of Oh, you're conservative. You're a bitch. Like I'm talking about here. Like you got it. No, that's like the worst place to get it.
But
Like,
see over there, that those things like that are identifiers to let you know who not to get involved with on a serious level. Like any chick that dresses a certain way has crazy tattoos across their thigh. Like I'm talking about something that if you ever went to like a professional luncheon, that it would just look distasteful. You know what I'm saying? Like having your name across your chest and your light skin is kind of ridiculous. You would
so
never
what
take
about
that.
the black women in Colombia? That's one thing that doesn't get talked about. I mean, I got pictures here I can show, but I like.
Have you been to Cali?
I was just about to say that. I would say for more of the Alicia Keys, like Cali's not
No,
as
I'm talking about.
yeah, Cali's not much as developed as Medellin or Cartagena, but you're gonna find more of a mixed look over there as opposed to in Colombia. You got like a general look where it's like long hair, light skin. Everybody over
Colombians
there's got
can be whiter than white people sometimes, like for real.
and everybody for the most part, when you're in the class 4 to 5, everybody's got those new veneers. So you're seeing girls with over there getting braces is considered like a status symbol, like because it shows that you're taking care of yourself. So the class 3, 4, 5, those girls are in the gym all the time. They got the veneers, clear skin, like they really take care of themselves. But there's some pockets with the Afro Latinas, but from what I'm just keeping it 100. From what I'm seeing, it's the maintenance ain't always there. You'll find some that's like, yo, she's good, but overall, from what I saw, and I'm not saying it's for a whole, the maintenance ain't there. Like the dress, just the maintenance of it all ain't there. And I'm
What you
figuring
saying is you're gonna have to be able to speak Spanish to mind through the motherfuckers. That was
saying?
you're gonna have to be able to speak Spanish to mind through them.
No.
No, not necessarily. No, I'm talking about the
like,
black ones, not necessarily.
The black ones, see, here's the thing. The black ones assume that black American men are not going to like them. So when you actually do meet an Afro Latina and you show her attention, she's actually surprised. Like she's shocked. Like, I can't believe you're talking to me and not talking to the regular looking Colombians out here. That's what happens a lot.
That's crazy. They said
No, I believe
Afro,
that.
the Afro-Brazilian women said the same thing in Brazil, from what I've heard.
And there's opportunities to create pipelines, man. Like, because we know everybody ain't gonna go down there, but the reality is that that's really what I'm more interested in, like creating networks, because that's what I've always suspected. And the problem is, like with the Afro Brazilians, a lot of them will speak English. You gotta really speak Portuguese. The Portuguese is harder than Spanish, like much harder than Spanish, unless you're like a natural Spanish speaker or you know Spanish. So this is another reason I don't know Spanish. I should. That's one of I regret very little. That's one of the things, if I could dial the clock back, well, other than money shit, other than investing in Bitcoin and shit like that, I would have, like, in 2011, I would have.
Man, you better get on that Cardona. You better get on that Cardona, Edward.
Yeah, I got Tron, but my point is, I would have learned Spanish, because that opens up a lot more options there. And but go ahead, man.
Yeah, if you learn the basics and it kind of shows like you're trying to learn their language, they will try to work with you. So they don't expect you to speak their language being from America. But if you're trying and you're getting like the basic and you're asking, well, how do you say this? And you kind of show them that you remember what they teach you, and you can kind of, like, I met a girl down there last time and she was kind of teaching me as I go, and I was teaching her, so we were kind of making it work. And it did. But like basically the Afro Latina thing, it's like, you don't need to know Spanish, just a little bit, just to get you through. But I'm telling you, like, just by you being there and by you setting the stage, that's what I'm telling the guys. Like, when you go there, have a decently stocked fridge, like, a couple of chips.
Somebody said they heard black men have it hard in Cali. Everybody I know went down there complained.
Really? See, I've never been, but why would they have it hard down there? What are they saying?
Hey, I think Cali's known for the plastic surgery too, right?
Yeah, Cali's actually the best place to go if you want veneers. You'll probably get veneers for about $5,000, but you're gonna get the top quality veneers that last 20 years. Like, they do it in Medellin, but it's $5,200, but the quality is not of Cali. So if you're trying to get like your teeth done, but this is what the people do over there. Like, over there, the competition is so high for the women to land.
Well, they do more. They do more than the veneers, I heard. Like, I've seen some women fuck themselves up, like, unnecessarily. But that's true everywhere. That's true everywhere. But yeah, I've heard Cali has some good plastic surgery. If you wanted to do that, but
But see, the difference, the women out there understand, for them to survive long term, they're going to need to link with a man early. You're not going to go to Colombia and see women in their 40s trying to get it together. These women know at a young age, I'm cute, but I need to link with a guy so he can take care of me. And so the race ensues. Whereas in America, they think that the degree,
because the state ain't gonna save your ass, or the corporate America ain't gonna save your ass.
Yeah, they don't have a parachute over there. So if you have a kid with the wrong dude, you're gonna put yourself back in the class 3 or 2. You don't want to be there. You know what I'm saying?
Class 1. I'm gonna start calling black women here. Fuck German shepherds. I'm like, man, this is a class 1 bitch. We gotta.
We need to start that. We gotta make.
Yeah, and they're not gonna know what that shit means. Like, I see this. Yeah, I'm gonna say that in the fucking. I'm gonna join Kevin Samuel shit just to do that. Be like, this is a C1 bitch, yo. Like, I swear. She is C2, like ratchet to German. So I guess German shepherds are C1s, ratchet to C2s. That's how we need to start classifying some of these chicks. We need to make that a thing. If we can get, I need to start following some stuff up with Kevin Samuels. If I can get him to say, I need you to say, your attitude right and checks your beauty king cash. That sounds like something he would say if he get mad. And then go ahead. By the way, Colombia has 50 million in population, by the way. California is 39.5, just to give you a comparison. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, and like I said, Colombia, for me, when I go there, again, I'm big on receipts. And I was saying this to on Solo's program a week or two ago. I said the year 2021 for me is all about receipts, because what you have too many guys like hometown heroes or dating gurus who tell you like, oh, this is how it gets done. And then when you find out what they're actually talking to, they be like water buffaloes. So I think, it'd be more legitimate. Like even when you're on a panel, when you have one or two guys that travel, you can't have one guy saying something that don't make sense because the other guy's gonna be like, wait, that's not how it happens. So I think that's healthy. And the receipts, I'm not saying you gotta, brag where you, but I'm saying is you have to, in my opinion, if you say, hey, I do this, I do that, hey, everybody has a camera, everybody has a cell phone. Like, when I tell a lot of dudes, I said, when they travel, a lot of guys travel and they get the cheapest room that money can buy. And I try to tell them, I'm like, listen, you're going to a third world country. Your dollar is tripling. Why are you traveling overseas to a country? And, I know in Rwanda, it's a lot cheaper, but I'm going to compare it to like in Colombia, like Airbnb in New York, depending on where it's at, could be, let's just say $350 a day. You have guys going from New York to Colombia and looking to stay in one-bedroom hotel rooms that are like $25 a day that basically have enough room for you to stretch out. So I'm like, if you meet a girl, what are you going to bring her back to? Like, dudes just don't think. And I'm like, I'm not saying you have to ball out,
No, I know what they be thinking, that fucking plane ticket. That's what they be fucking thinking.
Yeah, and this is why Colombia is a barrier financially for a lot of guys. And I like it that way because you don't want what happened to DR to happen to Colombia because everybody can get to DR. And because of that,
how much is a plane ticket from New York normally to Colombia? Because the flights I've been seeing, I guess since COVID, maybe it's went down. Like I've been
yeah,
seeing a lot of like, well, at least from because I'm at the bottom of the country. I'm in the south, so from like Texas, like Houston, I'm seeing like two something round trip, three something round trip, like 300. You know what I'm saying? Or
yeah,
500 round trip.
because you're already kind of like at the tip right there. But all right, from New York, if during COVID, oh man, like you could probably get a round trip for 350. I've seen a 333, 350. But now that it kind of bounced back, my last trip, I paid round trip like 743. And that's considered to be a decent price because I booked so far ahead in advance.
I'm about to
So
say, man, because I remember maybe years I was much younger, probably about 19, 20. I had a cousin that worked for the State Department out in Brazil. So he just had his family moved back to the US because he was getting ready to get stationed somewhere else. And he had a villa to himself, and the damn ticket was like 3,000 round trip. I was like, God damn.
I can believe that in Brazil. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he was flying like first class or anything like that, but that's all the way down there. So
Yeah, this is the. I don't mean to cut you off. This is a shitty version. I think this was me leaving, but this was like me leaving. I can't. This is like an old camera I had from 2013, but this was like one of the rooms I had when I was in the Philippines. I don't know if I just got on. I don't know what the fuck I was doing, but to give somebody an idea of how much space you can have.
Right.
Yeah, those are the fake Jordans I had. Where's the damn bags that Mexican bitch made me bring back? Like, not Mexican bitch, but yeah. So anyway, so yeah, this just give you an example. I need to find more of my stuff to see. Balcony. It's dark, but this is Manila.
Yeah, and I think people like yourself and me, and I think guys need to show, when they go into these other countries, because I have all videos of me eating at restaurants, me hanging out with girls, me hanging out with friends,
At malls, all of that.
photo shoots, and they're seeing, there's a difference between a girl who walks the street and a girl that's cool with you, the girl that's friends with you, that you guys actually know each other. So dudes need to like see that, and I think that, even with these dating gurus, I have nothing against that, but I'm like, rather than just a top-down perspective, like I call it the God mode, where it's like they have the cell phones pointed at the sky. You never see these guys' surroundings. You never see these guys, women that they claim they're getting. And I'm like, if you got it like that and you have women on tap, you should date. You should be proud to show one or two off, because what's going to happen? She's going to leave you, but I thought you had game. It should be nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand how I could do it, and I don't pretend. I always say I don't have game. I just go out there and live life. You're gonna fail. You might talk to 10 women and you might fail, but you'll hit on that 11th time. And whatever confidence you lack, you're going to get eventually if you're getting your money together and you travel. Because now when you go travel, it's easier to, believe it or not, just to approach a woman because she's not going to disrespect you. You know, half the time she might not even know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is you at least.
What happened? Hello? Can y'all hear me? Press 1 if y'all can hear me. Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like something, yeah. All right. So yeah, no, absolutely. And this is not about a versus thing. I don't care about what, like, man, it ain't even that serious. A lot of people be on this fucking gorilla bullshit where people always gotta argue with shit about shit and I want to say shit. And here's the thing about me. I don't care what people say about the passport thing. The only thing that gets on my nerves is stop saying the motherfuckers are perverts. Stop saying motherfuckers are trying to fuck young girls. If you want to call motherfuckers bitch ass niggas, all that stuff is fair game as far as critique. I think, that there is something to be said about some of these dudes doing dusty shit. But I think it is on the people that's doing it the right way to put out the stuff. When I was in the Philippines, I had like 500 photos. And it didn't take me a lot to do that because I was just taking a picture here. I'll take a picture of the architecture on the ground, like a thought, take a picture of the food, take a picture of the Krispy Kreme. I gotta find those, like, cause some of that stuff is on my old laptop. And then when some of the different places I've been to Quebec City, I've been to fucking what's that fucking country in not Quebec City. I can see the damn word, but I can't say it. Whatever. The other city in Quebec, Montreal. I've been to, I ain't been to everywhere, but I've been to places where and the biggest thing is getting your passport now might be a little bit more trickier because of COVID and shit. So I can't speak to that. But even get your passport, it's $99. Like, do what you need to do, and then you can do what you need to do later. Like what I got right now, like that's actually about to go out fucking 2 years. So it ain't that big of a deal. And the key is this. It's not so much, travel. It's about, think about, okay, if I were going to do this, where does my finances need to be? And just doing that will put you at a lot different, like, place and headspace. And I think, and so it's what the travel community needs to do, especially the passport brothers and manospheres. We need to do a better job at really showcasing what are these dudes doing, not just on the ground with traveling, but also how does their money work. I'm not talking about them that's disclosing their finances, but what businesses are they into? What are they doing? Because a lot of motherfuckers got this thing about you can teach English and do all that bullshit. I'm like, look, that's probably possible, but that's not something that's going to be feasible for most of y'all. Most of y'all going to probably get some kind of internet shit going, or you want to get something in Bitcoin or something like that. Me, I'd say creative online business, how to do that, ClickFunnels, there's free shit out there. Legendary Marketer, there's shit out there you can learn. And then once you get that, because you need a skill that's transferable. You're a photographer, and you deal with real estate, that's kind of transferable, and the photography shit is transferable too. So that's a little bit different. So if you have a transferable skill, use that. Some of these motherfuckers got military contracts. Like what it is they're contractors. Not for the military, but they're like electricians, but they do that overseas and stuff like that. Yeah, shout out to Grown Man Business. Make sure you check out his channel. And even dudes that like work in construction where they make good money. I mean, this gives you something rather than working for retirement. This gives you something to build on if you got a house, if you network with people, because everybody's not necessarily going to leave. Look, I'm not telling people to expatriate. I'm not saying to not do that. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that you should just necessarily leave America. But if you're globally minded and you actually put yourself on the ground out there, it causes you to think a certain type of way different, even in the United States. And then you can network with people that's like wanting to do the more like Jesse the expatriates thing or what you're doing. It's about Black men having a network outside of the controls that we have in this country. Now, what you choose to do is different. Like I said, but I think people are arguing for what? And here's another thing I'm gonna say too. A lot of these younger dudes are gonna be a lot more open to it than the older dudes. So dudes that are coming into like 21, 22, 23, they're gonna be a little bit more open to it. I think they'll give less pushback, but you're gonna have to show them real receipts. Like you have to show them pictures on the ground, not some fucking Instagram pictures these motherfuckers like to do in the groups, which I hate. They've done less. They do less now than they used to. But yeah. Like people gonna have to step up. People that travel, put up $1 or $5 pay gate on Patreon. People will support it if it's legit pictures.
Shit. Yeah. Well, the new generation, they're coming in checking out. They don't have to be convinced on, like what we had to deal with. We had to over time. We had to say like, oh, these bitches ain't shit. These new ones that are coming up, they're already coming out the gate. Snow bunnies, Latinas, foreign chicks, foreign whips. They've already diverged to the point where the older women who have daughters are like, "Wow, how come my son don't like black?" We've heard this from stars like Nia Long.
And every dude ain't tricking, by the way, Gabe. All them dudes ain't tricking. Like, there's levels to that shit. All them niggas are not tricking like what people want to act like they are. But go ahead.
Yeah, like, even on the tricking thing, like I tell dudes like, there's nothing's for free. So when dudes talk about that trick, and I'm like, what are we talking? Like, for instance, if I go to a foreign country and I'm going out for dinner anyway, and I just so happen to have an 8 or 9 on my arm, and we all know the South America is more of a patriarchal country. See, when you travel, you kind of know these things. But for guys who don't travel, they think it's tricking. No, when you go out with a woman in this country, there's no 50-50. There's no, oh, you get the tip. No, you're the man. You take care of it. You play your position. And if everything runs right, which it should, she'll play her position later on that night. See, dudes have no experience with women actually being women. They don't know how this goes. They're thinking 50-50 or I'm being taken advantage of. First of all, it's a third world country. So again, I've said this 4 times. Your dial should stretch 3 to 4 times, depending on which country you're going to anyway. So if you go out to a halfway decent restaurant, dinner for 2, and I'm talking a full dinner, I'm talking drinks, first course, like appetizers, main course, and dessert at like a really good restaurant should really in Colombia be about, for 2 people, $50. Now, I don't know what level dudes is on where $25 for a full meal is considered tricking. But that just shows you, if that's the case, that just shows you the level.
Yeah, you talk that shit. That's why I ain't in fucking New York, because I'll be damn, I pay that shit out here in North Carolina. But that's New York. I understand that, man. I remember when I bought food in New York for the first time at the fucking airport, man. Fucking Boar's Head sandwich is $10. I was like, what the fuck? That shit is like $3 in North Carolina. In the grocery store. I mean, with Boar's Head meat. Go ahead.
6 figures in New York is barely making middle class. People don't understand. See, so when the women talk about, oh, I'm looking for a 6-figure dude, I'm like, you have, first of all, a guy who makes, let's just say you make a flat 100,000. That 100,000 is going to be taxed. Let's just say at 24%. So let's just say that 100,000 is really 75 when it all gets taxed. And this is not including if you're putting into like a pension, a little fund, 457, that's not even counting all those deductions if you have a union fund or anything like that. So it's really 75,000. And when you put together, if you want to live in a decent neighborhood, and even if you don't live in a decent neighborhood, everywhere in New York is expensive to live. So you might be looking at, on a basic level, a 1-bedroom, halfway decent place.
Even the fucking Bronx.
Yeah, you're looking at 18 to 2,300 a month just on that. So we're not even talking food.
It used to be a time you couldn't pay that down here, but now, yeah, you can get there. You just gotta be in the city, but that's rare here. You paying
and you don't factor in food, you don't factor in haircuts, you don't factor maybe going out once in a while, you don't factor clothing, the essentials. And so when it really boils down to it, $100,000, that's kind of like, for a guy, that's just to basically maintain yourself, let alone the delusionalness of these women to think that, oh, I'm going to raise a family of 2 or 3 in an upper middle class livelihood, and I don't expect to work after I get pregnant. Like, this is just crazy. And what's going on? First of all, nobody in the U.S., I think 10% makes 100,000 or more.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. I always that's probably one of the things, and then we are gonna wrap it up like with Kevin. Yeah. I'm like, it's like, y'all are educated. This is what you're telling me. Have you ever, like, you all really looking at, it's amazing how with relationships, they just look, everything is anecdotal evidence. And I'm like, all of y'all are not fucking, like, one thing, Jason, like I said, Jason Black, my nerd lady, but I will say this. Jason Black, the Black Authority dude, he used to ask women, this is before, like, with after hours thing, was kind of like what the business is now. He used to ask women, what is the most like richest dude, like wealthiest dude you dated? And truth be told, a lot of these chicks, it'd be like 80,000, 110,000, 120. So it's like even the they're not able to get access to these dudes, even to throw pussy at them like that. So this idea, and then a lot of these dudes be running through the same girls too. Like when you talk about the bottle service thing, I mean the same bullshit that these damn celebrity dudes be doing. You know, women get in the pool and everybody have at it. Some of them be territorial, but it's just it can be like with one or two girls. But other than that, it's just the same pool and everybody having at it. And that's another thing too. That just warps their mentality. And then you got women that's trying to get in on that. This is why a lot of these women are trying to get plastic surgery and all that shit, getting asses and shit, because they're trying to buy their way into that. And it's like. And so they try to look down on blue collar dudes or look down on whatever dudes. It's like, yo, here's the thing. I'm not about to sit here and fight for that. I'm gonna sit here and create my own shit to what I want. And then them women can just be left over. They can have their dog, fuck their girl, do whatever they want to do. They can be side chicks to these dudes. In fact, Jason Black says that a lot of these women just need to understand they're not wife material and they just need to accept being side chicks. That way they can have their independence. There's a lot they can have.
Right.
So
that's what's going on.
Yeah, Grown Man Business says there's no coincidence that guys who disassociate themselves from the so-called manosphere blow up. I mean, like my thing, here's the thing, and I'll address that. The reason why dudes tend to blow up, they disassociate, and Kevin never truly disassociated, but let's just say he did. It's because the manosphere, number one, the black manosphere is competing for like the same pool of subscribers. And it's like a cannibalism kind of thing going on. So people don't really do their truly own thing. This is why you see dudes like Jada Black, Darius McTowell, Donovan Sharp. Donovan Sharp was blowing up in the manosphere. Kevin was blowing up in the manosphere. Obviously O'Shea. Yeah, and people like you have some people, but the problem is they're playing too much manosphere politics. I even do that do that, and quite so when dudes open up to general markets where it's just about them, they're able to build because they're not necessarily trying to go after the same small subscribers. So really, what needs to happen is the manosphere needs to be expanded, and dudes need to start looking into more channels like hybrid channels. There's a lot of like stuff that really, they're passionate about, like music, business, stuff like that, that'll open them up. Another thing too is the manosphere needs to start going to different social media networks. TikTok is actually a network a lot of people underwrite, but it's a lot more different demographics on TikTok than you would think. It's not just thought shit and bullshit. It's actually a lot of other stuff on there. So I mean, yeah, but that's not the issue with the manosphere. That's more the issue with the kind of the mentality that content creators tend to have. Like even content creators like me, my channel is more of a vlog than it is an actual like YouTube channel that I'm actually putting. That's why you see the thumbnails, the titles. It's really just me to dump off some shit. If I ever remix it into a real channel, it would grow even in the manosphere. But it is what it is,
I would even say another reason why Kevin's blown up is because the code hasn't been cracked yet, because he's basically what they all describe, what they want. The guy's clearly over 6 feet, get dressed, wears cologne, knows fashion, smart guy, quick on his feet. So there's really nothing you can throw at him, which is why a few weeks back, I know Tommy had Tommy Sotomayor, he was like having a thing, and I was speaking to a few people. I said, Tommy's got a point with some things, but I said the thing about Tommy is they can always play the hairline, the short guy dude on him, or the emotional of him.
So right.
Because now even if though let's just say both of them are saying the same thing, but in their own way, they can kind of go at Tommy and turn his physicality. Oh, you're bald. Oh, you're short. Oh, you're just emotional. You yell too much. Whereas with Kevin, he has more of a nuanced approach and he doesn't have to really be too emotional. And then just on the surface of it all, he's tall. He dresses not just that he can dress. He's always in a suit, so you really don't know what name brand suit that he's wearing. You just assume it's Italian or something, and that it costs money. See, when you dress in regular clothing, there's always a price tag that could be associated with. Oh, you're wearing this kind of shirt. Oh, you're wearing that kind of shoes. Oh, so your income is this. Whereas and Tommy, he's known to wear t-shirts and regular clothing. Whereas Kevin Samuels, it's more like I'm not even in the class to even know what type of suit this guy is wearing. I'm just going to assume it's expensive, so I can't get on him about how he dressed because then I would look stupid. He's tall, so I can't say he has a short man complex. He has cologne, so he smells good, and he's got his own business, so he makes money. There's nothing you can play
the best
on.
thing about that is that it exposes the bullshit, right?
Exactly.
That whole idea of like, okay, once you get to this level, then everything will be all good. But what you see with Kevin is it exposes the fact that okay, all it really is bullshit, and it's like when you get to a certain point, it's always gonna be another excuse. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh well, now he's this, now he's that.
His
Okay,
tone.
6 figures,
No, he
and
got
all
it.
that stuff, but now he's to that level. You know what I'm saying? So that's the good thing about him is that he's able
Yeah, I
to
say, yo, and I'm
bring
gonna
that.
say this. I disagree with that no black male voice with Tommy. I'm not sharing this to play Tommy. I'm sharing this because this is an example as a dude that is. Well, Tommy's 5'10", but I get what you're saying. The thing about the short black people have this thing. This is the thing about the height thing. Black, it's funny because it's like people expect somebody to give a fuck about you being dark. Somebody give a fuck about you being fat, which is like the skin tone obviously you can't choose, but the weight
Right.
you can. All this bullshit. Like, but then, and I'm talking to black men, dude. It's like dudes really have a thing. It's like they gotta say so. Oh, nigga, you short, everything you. I'm like, okay, so I'll get you somebody saying the same shit that's like 6'2". Is that what you need? And they always get mad when I say that because I'm like, look, man, I can find niggas that are tall saying the same shit. I'm saying if that's really what's bothering you, and I've done it. Like, so the height ain't an issue, but I don't want nobody to think I'm doing this to play Tommy. This is a video I found somebody shared in the no, actually I think it's one of Tariq's people. So I'm just putting that out there right now. It was just coincidence. The grown man business mentioned Tommy. As far as Bernard is kind of growing, but Bernard's growing. But like I said, a lot of that be that shadow ban bullshit. Now I'm not even on the fact that black people should necessarily associate the manosphere anyway. I mean, end of the day, talking points matter. We go fucking people wear the manosphere on their tag. The point is, are the talking points being put out there?
Well, the thing about the manosphere is that it's like the same thing with feminism, right? It's like if you talk to all feminists aren't extreme as the ones that we don't like, right? You have different spectrums of feminism, but it's like once you hear that term, it's like you automatically get associated with the extreme version of the manosphere, like the Tommies and the stuff like that, where they just straight out being, how Tommy is. He just straight out, talking stuff and speaking negatively. Whereas Kevin is more even killed. He's more diplomatic and more
I got
moderate
a
in his
question. I
approach.
got a question for you, Jesse. Who invented the car?
Who invented the car?
Yes.
I'm not sure, man. I know.
Okay, time out. So is it that you don't give a fuck about cars? Because does every person that ever made a car, Cadillac, Ford, all them, do they owe? You know what I'm saying? My point is, look on the Tommy. People will try to act like Tommy invented what the fuck we say. So it's
Hell
like,
no.
that's all I wanted to say. But I mean, if people like,
Because it's like they had people before. Like I always say that. Like,
look at this shit. Look at this shit.
what you call a
I had to
manosphere?
present Crispy with that award.
Oh, I remember that.
What's up, Crispy? I had to give you.
No, this ain't what I'm. This ain't even the funny part because all y'all have seen this. So I'm not doing this in order to play him because I don't feel like nobody. But this is the funny part. This is the funny part. It was funny to me. Go ahead. Hold on. Not this. Hold on. This is fucked up.
Right, you know Tyreek went in. You know this dude Tyreek made a game. He
Yeah, I
made
bought it.
yeah, I got it too.
No, it was actually a really good game. I didn't buy it
That's
because
another level of petty, man.
Yeah, I didn't buy it because I was like, oh fuck Tommy. I bought it because I was curious. Like, let's see if this nigga actually can get this shit created. We know he didn't program it. Like, can you actually complete something like that? And he did. It was actually a pretty good game. It was a well put together game. And people were like, oh, I can't do that. I was like, it was a put together game. It was actually pretty fun to play.
But that's people that came before Tommy, man. Like for what? Because listen,
and
I've
Tommy
been in this
deserves
space.
his credit. He was one of the
He
first
definitely
on
does.
YouTube. Shit, I'm not taking nothing away, but he's not Jesus fucking Christ.
I just
and
hate
I'm not
when
saying that's what grown man is saying. I'm just saying there's people that do say that. Go ahead.
I just hate when figures act like they, invented stuff and people are taking their talking points and stuff like that. Because 9 times out of 10, I mean, all right, so there's certain stuff that you can say, okay, you've never heard this for the most part before, like they said it on air. But for the most part, a lot of this stuff is just conversation that's been around for years, like before YouTube. It's just that even on YouTube, like there's Sergeant Willie P and all these other guys that came before Tommy, like when YouTube first came out. You know what I mean?
And what gets on my nerves is Jason Black is doing the same shit, like similar shit. Where he talk about people, and I'm like, and see, he going at Coach Greg Adams and shit like that. And here's the thing that kills me. The grown man business talking about them outside the manosphere. So Darius McTowell is in the general manosphere, 300K. Coach Greg Adams has like quite a few hundred. Kevin's Kevin. Jada Black is Jada Black. So, and then you got people like Jason Black that's like throwing him under the fucking bus constantly. I'm like, let this motherfucker do what he do. He ain't talking against black people. It's like it's a crime for him even to be around white people. I mean, this is clearly a black man.
Edward, were you the one that created the term Highlander syndrome?
Yes. But I'm not out here. I'm not. Yeah, I coined a lot of phrases. I mean, it's a lot of phrases I done coined in a manosphere. Financially transmitted disease, the Highlander. But me personally, I don't have. Look, and I get it. I'm not saying I've done what Tommy's done. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, I care about the culture, and I put shit out there because I want it to spread because it's a point. The point is really for black men. Black men need to stop being in other black men's business like that, telling other motherfuckers what to do. And we need to get better about working together. The manosphere, a big reason like Grown Man Business said, oh, well, people can blow up outside of the manosphere. You know why? It's because we don't do a good job working together. We're too busy trying to cannibalize each other's content.
And that's one of the ingenious things that Kevin did. Like, man, to watch his rise, it's just masterful what he did, man. He almost did similar to like a music artist, you know what I mean? Where he had strategic collaborations. I mean, I made a big comment on one of your videos talking about Kevin, where I kind of highlighted all the little strategic things that he did to help his platform grow. And collaborations was a big part of it because he was able to collaborate with people like Ron Wills, people like Stephens Cole and AMS, people that he always had relationships with, but at the particular time they had bigger following with him. And now you see him going outside of the space and collaborating with people in different areas like comedy, in different spaces outside of the manosphere that's helping to grow his overall base. So he's
our
very
live viewership is better than most of these niggas too. If you look at these people on like Instagram and stuff, like our live viewership, and I'm not just talking about people that's in the manosphere official, but it's outside the manosphere. We could do that like with certain channels, and there's a lot of black channels that are not in the manosphere that do their own thing. There's people that do Uber channels. I'm talking black men, and so there's room to do interviews like that. I may start doing that. I'm trying to wait till I get to like 5,000 or something before I really start doing stuff like that. And I really just start taking it more seriously and actually to get to that point. But the thing about
this too. Think about the other people that kind of cut off their base because like people like O'Shea that'll just block people for saying certain stuff in a comment. So they, that's subscribers that they could have had, but it's like they just block them because they didn't like what they said or something
Well,
like
you
that.
know, they have the ability. I mean, you get to a point where you can do that. You know, it's
Right.
like, and the thing about
I'm
it, well,
just
what I
saying.
said,
I'm just saying that. Think about how big how many more subscribers he could have if he didn't do that on a constant basis.
I
Like,
mean, no,
you
you're
know,
right. No, you're absolutely right. And O'Shea, I mean, O'Shea is actually bigger than what his subscriber count would show as far as influence. But I wouldn't be surprised if O'Shea starts getting traction. I really wouldn't. Like, it's just a matter of time. As far as chicks in Canada be saying dudes that are 6'2" or too short, I mean, the thing about it is, like, the long-term joke is on them. Because at the end of the day, dudes are going to gravitate to what they need to gravitate in order
bruh.
to make.
And when I was in Canada, man, it was so easy for me out there. And I'm short like you. Well, I'm not 5'5", I'm 5'7". You
Yeah.
know what I mean? But I didn't have no
My
issues in
brother's height.
Canada.
Yeah.
I had no issues when I was in
Yeah,
Canada.
like I think it depends. It depends. A
I
lot of
mean,
people
but it's also you could also maybe you could subscribe it to me looking exotic, being from America, because I will say that's one thing in Canada is that they do kind of put American dudes on a pedestal. You know what I'm saying? Like to
yeah.
them, we have more swag and stuff like that than the Canadian dudes. Just
So
being honest.
no, absolutely. So anyway, do y'all got any final thoughts? Any final words? You know, we've been going at it for 3 hours and 34 minutes, so don't say I can give y'all a show. I appreciate the dudes gave me cash apps. Yeah, man. I got some good footage. I wanted to test out this camera. This is like an 8-year-old camera.
Oh, what kind of camera you got?
This is just one of them old Logitech Pro 9000s, man. I pulled out of that thing because I didn't feel like buying a new one.
Yeah, man. I'm slowly try to influence you to move to Africa. Come on over at where the water's fine, brother.
I mean, my thing, the thing with Africa is that damn internet. Like, I need where the fuck I go, internet,
Well,
and I'm tired of these fucking tariffs when it comes
I'm
to
gonna be honest with you. In East Africa, the internet over there is better than where I'm at. Like, cause a lot of those East African countries they have newly installed. All right, so I live in New Orleans. New Orleans is an old city. Like it's been around since the 1600s. So but in East Africa, a lot of the development is newer, so they have like fresh fiber optic cables. Whereas in the older cities in America, you actually have to go digging up in those neighborhoods and installing those. So you have like in most major cities in America, you have certain areas in the city where they just don't have the fiber optic cables in those areas. So like the highest speed, you wouldn't able, we're not even able to get that in my neighborhood. It's only like the downtown areas and stuff like that. But like the older parts of the cities and most American cities, they're not gonna have. I mean, the internet is still gonna be good. Don't get me wrong, but man, listen, like Rwanda, Kenya, and well, I know those two countries for sure. They have really really good internet. You know what I'm saying? Because they have those relationships with the Chinese as well, and so they're having in certain aspects they having more advanced stuff than in America. Because you know how the system works here. The business people got to make as much money as they can off the old technology before they give us the new technology. You know what I'm saying? So internet, you'll be fine. The only thing that you may miss is like certain amenities we have in the US, like Amazon. Like you ain't gonna get that 2-day delivery out
Oh
there.
my god! Oh, okay. I gotta cut this fucking shit off my eyes. I just burnt my eyes out. My fucking god! I'm scrolling down my Instagram feed, and I saw Sub-Zero talking about that fucking shit Lil Nas X did, but I didn't see, and I just saw like 3 seconds of it.
I heard about that. Something about
Don't watch it. Like I just saw 3 seconds of that shit. That shit.
Yeah, you don't want to see it. Well, they had
Like I'm about to have that
goddamn
Indian
YouTube.
tear come down
Yeah.
my eye when they throw some shit down. Like that shit hurts.
So
Go
they got
ahead.
me with the YouTube ad for that bullshit. I was like, God damn.
Oh, if they do, yo, they be like, you should have had YouTube Premium. $10. I'm like, you know how much? It's $10. You know how much super chat money I'd have generated for? That's YouTube would be straight if they did that. They say, hey man, if you generate like that 30%, they put it in certain services. Oh yeah, okay, you got to the level where you can get YouTube TV because you generated that 30, and then they start taking the 30% for them. But YouTube ain't gonna do that. Oh shit. That would be cool if they did that shit, but they won't do that. that shit. That's something Amazon would do. Just say fuck YouTube. But anyway, have y'all seen that Captain America? The damn Winter Soldier
Of
and
course.
I haven't seen the newest episode. I seen the first episode.
oh, that you missed it, y'all. You know that nigga's like, I'm tired of this shit that I've been for 30 years. They was all. I don't want to give it away, but yo, they was all like, damn, like all of them. You know, a dude has been through too much. When every time they can't even look you in the fucking eye, either white, black. It's like, oh shit. They're like that. You done got all the way fucked.
There's a lot of good movies and shows coming out this year though, because they was holding a lot of shit back because of COVID. So I'm looking forward to a lot of stuff. That new Mortal Kombat's coming out next month, and that looks legit. So
yeah, they did, but they did it. They did it right. With it seems like what they doing is pretty good with that Winter Soldier and Falcon. They're really
Did y'all
like
superhero?
Y'all like superhero stuff?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, most definitely.
Check out Invincible on Amazon Prime. That shit is crazy.
Oh,
It's an animated superhero show.
Yeah, I got.
But yo, did you see the Snyderverse on HBO Go Max?
Yeah, I've seen that. I saw everybody talking about. They saw it like 3 or 4 times. Like I ain't got that kind of time. I saw it one time.
What is that?
What you said?
I'm gonna see it probably one more time before that 30 days goes out. But I saw it once. Yeah.
You talking about the Snyder Cut of Justice League?
Yeah, the Snyder Cut, man.
Oh yeah, I see it.
If they see on the flip side, I always find it interesting
when that comes out.
I always find it interesting the beefs that the white boys be going through behind their scenes, because that whole, I don't know if you guys know the whole story behind why that whole debacle went down in the first place, but it's kind of like it's just on a different level of power move. And do you guys know about what happened?
No.
No.
I mean, I do watch certain people like behind the trailer, or beyond the trailer, and a couple other channels, but like I just know that they say they just didn't want to make Zack Snyder shit. You know, like they cut it up, and then, but I don't know like the details.
Well, the long and short of it is AT&T bought WB, and right before they did that, Snyder had this whole Marvel-like universe. You see how Marvel, everything's interconnected?
Okay, yeah, okay, no, okay, I get what you're saying, but I didn't know. So where did AT&T fuck that up?
It wasn't AT&T, because what happened was Snyder's daughter died, so he left.
And
right
then they
after
brought in Joss Whedon.
They brought in Joss Whedon, and he came in, and I don't know if he did it on the slick because he just did the Avenger movie, but he came in and he basically reshot the whole movie. And once they edited it together, they threw it out. Nobody liked it, but the Snyder movie was already shot. They just need to add special effects to it. So they pushing HBO Go Max because they're trying to compete with Netflix and they're trying to compete with Disney Plus. So AT&T made WB do that movie. Now WB hates the movie because they're trying to build their own new DC universe. Now what happened was when the movie came out, it actually overperformed. So now AT&T, which is the parent company, is like, wait a second, fuck what y'all working on. We're thinking about continuing this Snyderverse thing because we actually like what he's doing.
Yeah, the problem. No, I hear. Okay, I got it because I thought it was something that was gonna be added. So I understand exactly what you're saying. Here, me personally, I would like them to continue what the Snyderverse is doing. But what it comes down to is it comes all the way back down to Man of Steel. I love the Man of Steel, but it's motherfuckers that they need their Superman to be white Jesus Christ. And when he snapped that motherfucker's neck, they just can't handle it. I like Henry Cavill as Superman because that's another thing too. That Henry Cavill is apparently an asshole behind the scenes, not to fans or to other actors. Well, kind of, but really it's he tried to push getting more money. And it's like, well, it didn't. Man of Steel did not perform at that level for you to be doing that. And they wanted to kind of create a contract that maybe was more performance based if they were going to do long term, which I kind of understand. But Yeah, they're not gonna. Unfortunately, not gonna do it because it just goes. It's too many people that don't like Man of Steel. It's too many people like because WB fucked it up and took too long in the first place to make it come together. And they already telling them, look, we're gonna bring certain elements there. We're gonna bring Aquaman, Wonder Woman. They're gonna bring like it's just remixing Ben Affleck. Which to me, if they bring in that new Batman, that's gonna be stupid because he's gonna look young. So
But
it's
the
like
I'm not
Batman,
gonna lie, man.
the Batman is not even going to be in the same universe, though. It's going to be a whole separate
okay,
thing.
that makes sense.
And then
I was
everything that WB has done since the Snyderverse, minus Aquaman, pretty much bombed. Like Wonder Woman 84 bombed. The what was the other one? Suicide Squad bombed.
It wasn't critically acclaimed. It made like 700, but yeah, I get.
I'm not gonna lie though, but Aquaman and
Did you see
Aquaman and that first Wonder Woman were actually pretty good.
Yeah, did you see that new trailer for Suicide Squad 2?
No, I gotta check it
Yeah.
out.
Oh, you gotta
It
check
was
it out.
fire.
It was. It just because it's like I don't know if it's gonna work. In fact, he works better than Will Smith. I'm not obviously Will Smith better.
I'm like this.
He
Well,
fits.
I'm
James
like
Gunn
this.
directed
I have faith in James Gunn. So that's what I already knew. Like his track record, he hasn't missed yet. So
No,
I'm
yeah,
like,
they kind of get him on them past tweets, but I mean, yeah, but
that's the only reason he did Suicide Squad because remember Marvel had fired him.
Yeah, he getting double paid.
Tweet. And so, but then they brought him back after the fact.
Yep.
After a couple years, so it's like, like okay, y'all fire me, go over to DC.
Yeah,
Marvel's got to watch what they're doing because they borderline going a little bit too woke. And like for instance, like that Captain Marvel thing, they thought people were gonna take to her, but really nobody likes her.
But you gotta realize, man, like one of those I can't remember what position. I think it's like the head of Disney. It's a woman or something like that.
No,
I'm about to look it
Kennedy.
up.
She's the head over at Lucas.
Yeah, that's Lucasfilm. Feige controls. So Feige is like the Kathleen Kennedy equivalent. The dude is head of Disney, is like the movie division. Is a dude.
Bob Iger.
Bob Iger is the chairman now, but it's another white dude. I think he was. They moved him over from the theme parks, and he's the head of the movie division, so all of it. So all of it. So yeah, Kathleen Kennedy's just in her own thing. But what I will say is, Kevin Feige, the Captain Marvel thing is like the closest he's come to coming over the edge. And a big reason why it doesn't work is because the chick is just not likable. Like for instance, you look at
what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say before you go off into that, they had a behind the scenes interview that said that like Kathleen Kennedy and what's the black chick that's directing that's popular?
Ava DuVernay.
Yeah. So Ava DuVernay and Kathleen Kennedy advised on that movie to kind of basically they just kind of push her to make her be better than she actually was supposed to be originally type thing, because they had a behind the scenes about Captain Marvel and it was like, well, instead of her doing this, she should have a more powerful, you know what I mean? Like, cause she Ava DuVernay consulted on the last trilogy of the Star Wars as well. And so a lot of you see a lot of that feminist influence coming into it, which is, I mean, look, it is what it is. I don't necessarily
Black Panther. She would have got a hold of that. Ava DuVernay.
I don't necessarily like the fact that the most powerful Avenger and the most powerful magic worker in the MCU are women now, but I guess it just is what it is at this point. You know what I'm saying?
The thing about it is, the only reason that makes sense is to depower her basically with Rogue. But the thing about it is now she has a Superman issue. But here's the problem.
Because listen, I'm gonna just say this on that. Because I don't know if y'all watched WandaVision, but they basically set it up to where she's more powerful than Doctor Strange. Where she's not considered more powerful than Doctor Strange in the comic books. Like she's close to him. She's like top 3 or 4.
It depends. No, you're right for the most part, but it depends on what version of Doctor Strange. So
Doctor Strange right now is not the Sorcerer Supreme yet. Really, he's still.
Wait, he is the Sorcerer Supreme. He has the title.
But he's not a seasoned, like he don't know all the spells yet. He's still learning. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So here's my thing. My thing is like from a political standpoint, Elizabeth Olsen is much more likable. Elizabeth Olsen went kind of the way. In fact, she wasn't like Gal Gadot. She was her own person. She was lively. You could tell she likes the comics. You could tell she likes the character. You could tell she appreciates the role. But you look at Brie Larson, and you don't know any of Elizabeth Olsen's politics. You have no idea what that was because she did her job. And look, Scarlett Johansson kind of dabbles in it a little bit, but she makes too much money to fuck it up that way. What's his dude's name? Dude that plays Captain America, he jumps on it, but he's good at keeping that shit on Twitter. So it doesn't really jump on him. But the thing about Brie Larson is Brie Larson brought a lot of that stuff into her movie interviews. Now, I'll give her credit for calling white men out as far as saying not doing I'm talking to men. She made it clear who she was talking to, so that shows more balls than what most people have. But the point is, she basically corrupted that character. Now, if you didn't know nothing about that and just saw the thing, you might think, okay, she's a little bit more too powerful. Because it's like you doing all this shit. Because number one, it makes her have the same problem Superman has. It's like, what are you doing that makes sense? That like it can be a legit.
I don't think it'll be an issue because Marvel is just way better than the MCU right now.
They are, but what I'm saying,
they're way better at solving those type of things.
But
because they're gonna have stuff where it make her not seem as powerful as she is. They're gonna have stuff where they can mitigate it as far as story. Like I just have faith in them
because
for what
Monica
I see
Rambeau. Yeah, because Monica Rambeau is going to be very powerful, and I mean, my thing is, it's like this: if you want to do that right now, do it. I'm not really sweating. I'm really not sweating that they're going to do it. But it just goes about how you go about doing it, and I just think the way they went about dealing with Wanda, how it wasn't like her overturning another man. It was really about a woman trying to.
That was really good. That was really good.
And then even how they did it with Agatha, with the other witch, where it's not even like how she even went and dealt with her.
That's one of my favorite things about that series, that it wasn't like it was male. I mean, it was female villains instead of the whole cliche of like, okay, the women beat the dude's ass.
Yeah, they tried because you thought it was going that way with the dude, and then you saw how he was with Monica Rambeau, Tiana Paris. She's a good actress. You look at her Instagram. Black men are around her, so
and another thing too, which I will give Marvel credit for, is they did make it make sense for them to be so powerful because at least both of their powers are based on the Infinity Stones. So it's not like some shit they just threw up in the air. It's like at least it's like, okay, well, they're so powerful because their power comes from the Infinity Stones.
Feige likes to tease it. Feige, I think, likes to tease them dudes, but for the most part, Feige ain't yet gone over the edge yet. Captain Marvel, closest one, and then what they're doing with some of the because technically a lot of white boys will say that what they're doing with Captain with this Winter Soldier is not really, you know what I'm saying, but fucking Falcon and Winter Soldier could be woke. But I think even if you look at the way they're handling it, like even the way they handled that other Captain America, like the U.S. agent. They're not just making him look like a textbook. Oh, he's a white guy, blah, blah. Like he really wants to do the mantle. They're putting black people around him. So it's not just as like black or white, or even the thing with they did in the Marty, this when they did the your people wouldn't let me go, and we know what we all thought when he said it, but it turns out he meant something. He meant something else. So it's like that's very smart writing, and they're addressing and they're authenticity to some of the stuff. But they're not like trying to. They're doing it organically with it. Even the stuff with.
And what's really smart on Marvel's part? I don't know if y'all paid attention to the next phase, what they're doing, but they're opening it up to other cultures. So not only is that going to bring diversity to the MCU, but it's going to get them a lot more eyeballs. Because you know how humans are, man. It's like people get a lot more. They become a lot more. What's the term I'm looking for? Like outrageous fans when they see themselves within that universe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wanted Emily Blunt to be Miss Marvel. She's because when I saw what she did in the Tomorrow movie with Tom Cruise. Yeah, but she's a little bit older, and that's the problem. But that's who should have did it. That's who should have did it. But whatever.
They have I think they have a Pakistani
they got
from Pakistan that's playing Miss Marvel.
They got Ms. Marvel coming out, and she's the like the Pakistani girl, whatever, with the long arms,
yeah.
kind of like Reed Richards. She kind of stretches. Then they got Shang-Chi. He's going to be the Chinese market. Because remember, they want that Chinese market bad.
Oh yeah.
And then they're going to have the Eternals, and that's going to have a very mixed cast on that. And then they're going to do Thor, Love and Thunder. That's going to have. I don't really agree with it.
The Eternals. I was waiting for that. Then they're gonna make the damn only black Eternal. He got to be the first openly gay character.
Yeah, I was just about to say Paperboy. The guy who played Paperboy is going to be a first gay superhero.
I'm gonna give with not the Eternals. That's gonna be fuck that. But as far as what was the other movie you was talking about?
Eternals?
No, before
Shang-Chi?
not Shang-Chi. It was is one that I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Not talking about the Blade movie, are you?
No, not the. They should have got John Boyega for that shit.
That's I feel like that guy Marcelo, whatever.
I don't think too old. You said they should have got your boy from Star Wars.
Yeah, John Boyega has.
I haven't seen him in that type of like tough guy role to have faith in him as Blade. To be honest, me personally.
All right, I'm gonna show you this, and then we are gonna do our last thoughts because I need to. I got shit to do. But let me see. Like, this is what I wanted to show. Like, he could do the role.
I don't have the faith that you have.
No, he's a great actor. That bullshit with
well, we haven't seen him because I think he has to.
Because he did that in the second kaiju movie. The problem. Go ahead.
I think that he probably could have got the role if he would have did like Chadwick Boseman did, which a lot of people don't know. Before he got Black Panther, he did like a kind of B movie as an African detective type thing with the action and everything. And so that actually kind of helped him a lot to get that role. Because before then he never did any roles of that type. We know he was a great actor.
On the same level. John Boyega is on the same level with Michael B. Jordan. In fact, I made an argument John Boyega you could make the argument the better one. It's just a matter of the movies that they get. Like that Killmonger role just happened to be like, again, I like Michael B. Jordan, but when you look at how it was written, directed, like you put behind John Boyega, you're gonna get the same kind of results. Like for real. But anyway, any of y'all got last words before we end this shit?
Oh man, I would just say like I'm just stepping back and watching the direction of where things are going in terms of just your average relations, like in the U.S. with the average female. Like, I mean, I don't know if dudes really notice this, but like, with other races of women, I notice you can kind of like walk, say hello. They acknowledge your existence. Not to say that they want to talk to you or not. If they do, whatever. But there's still like a general, hey, how you doing? Good morning. With the ADOS, it just seems like unless you're, and that's the funny thing about it, because I know a lot of guys who have money, they don't necessarily project that. Like guys who really have money don't have Lamborghinis. They probably have like a Prius or some type of nondescript vehicle.
No, they got a car that's not gonna fuck up because it's luxury not have a car that's gonna fuck up.
Right. So, and I just feel like the mentality is like you said, it's like primitive. So it's like I need to see something shiny to acknowledge it. And we already know where that leads because a lot of people have cars on lease that still live in the projects. So and we all see how this turns out time and time again, but let them tell it. They're the most educated, actually most enrolled, but to them they're the most educated. So I'm saying to myself,
that means they're the most deaded up. That's what I'm just starting saying. That means they got the most debt.
Right. But even if we're gonna go with that, all right, let's go with that. Like, all right, you're the most educated. So how is it the typical Pookie and Ray Ray could get you pregnant and trick you so easily multiple times?
That bullshit. But you just gotta. It's kind of like one of those things where a lot of the red pill you want to spread it to change people, but you gotta be like, it's gotta kind of be like what they call it, not the builders, Oh my god, that's how you know I'm tired. You know, you just almost gotta be like a secret society. I say you almost gotta move through this country like a double agent. You really do. Because people want to be told, like people always love that we say, why can't we come together? Why can't we just tell the truth? You don't want the truth. Like there's actually consequences for telling the truth and the whole truth. It doesn't and the thing about it, they always say that black men are bashing black women. I'm like, the difference between what we do and what y'all do is what we do, we telling the truth. What y'all do is y'all making shit up. Y'all are taking the guys y'all want to fuck and y'all are trying to make it like everybody's doing it to you because you want to make it like a form of racism. Colorism, all this stuff. These are the guys you want to have sex with. And that's not my problem. That's between you and them. That's not between, and I'm not saying women don't want to have sex with me, but I'm saying they're taking the men that they want, that individual woman, and they're projecting it across everybody. And it's not. But it is that's the biggest problem that I have is the fact that these women, they take shit and they lie. They're lying. And then it's like you're actually hurting your sons when you do that because you make black men a target. And see, that's the type is Obsidian. He's in this like shit that America's the great and the beautiful. I'm like, man, a nigga can't tell me shit that's in a city that's like literally the blackest city in the United States. Like you're in a completely different world than what most of the black people are really dealing with. Also, you got a pension, damn near. I live in a right to work state. I'm not shitting on America. America's great. But let's not act like you got the same kind of, everybody got the same kind of perspective. And for somebody to be like that dismissive of shit like that. And I wasn't saying America was bad. What I'm saying is a lot of what we deal with because motherfuckers are lying on us. But he just completely didn't want to acknowledge that. And it was like one of those things where I'm like, dude, I'm not arguing with you. You want to think what you want to think, have at it. And that's kind of my mentality. I'm going to put it out there. If people want to say, la, 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 I can't hear you, well, then I'm going to let Darwinism and natural order of things handle it.
Well, I kind of addressed before we last night, you know, because the show was ending, but I was about to get into it. Where one of the comments that he made, he said he'll take a 40-year-old if she can compete with a 20-year-old. And I know for a fact that on no planet can any 40-year-old compete. Like, I mean, you can always say, oh, she has a nice body, but that's still a 40-year-old body.
Nigga, Nicole Murphy is like one of the best you gonna get, and that's like, and yes, that's rare. Like,
that's
come
millionaire status too. Like, we're not millionaires. He's not a millionaire. So the 40-year-old that he's going to get, I'm like, the way I look at it, if you're successful in your 50s, 40s, the default is early 20s to mid 20s. That's the default. There should be no thought process of 30s and 40s. That doesn't make sense.
What that shows is there certain things that he's open to. And again, that comes back to and see, a lot of that is when you start arguing your way into these corners or quagmires. And this is why it's very dangerous to take like talking points from people like Chrissy, and then you start trying to flip them because that's like a bomb that can blow up. It's kind of like, I hate to be geek about it, but it's like Avatar where they took the electricity and they try to redirect it. If you don't do that shit right, you're gonna blow yourself up. And I'm not saying he can't do it, but what happens is you start arguing yourself into these like quagmires, and I'm like, dude, you may buy that, but everybody else is not necessarily going to buy that. And then it becomes, okay, well, if I could just beat me, even if you can argue me out, that doesn't mean other people are just not going to say fuck it and just do what they do. You know, it is what it is, because again, like I said, I'm 34 and I'm in the mid tier of this. I'm not about to sit here and fight for no bitch that's like 10 years older than me. They're already out in the market. What the fuck am I doing anyway? What am I doing going over the rivers and through the woods for a chick that's like 40 when that's 6 years my senior? I could go younger. And that's what Kevin's doing. Glenn and Cameron's going younger. They're all going younger. It's like you talk about where the action happens. It's already over for these women. It's like arguing for dudes that's already been retired. It's like trying to go get Ray Allen and convince him we need to do all this shit, and we gotta come bring him back in the league. Why?
And that's why I say, for dudes to keep having the same circular arguments 5 years later, it almost makes us look stupid. Because if I was a chick listening in 5 years ago and then tuning in today, I'm like, these guys are still talking about all this education, that all these statistics, which is great. You need that in the community, but what good is it if it doesn't go towards anything that goes to the next step? I'm all about the next step. It's like, all right, we already know what the females is on. We already know the jawline ain't going away. We already know that they're on at the minimum six figures. So, all right, so here's all the facts. As crazy as they sound, we just put them out on the table. All right, everybody knows what's going on. Red pill, green pill, black pill, got it. All right, so we're all here at the table. Now, what are we going to do? That's what I was trying to get towards. Like, and
Right.
I lean more towards to dudes that do make six figures and above, who have the investment mentality. Those dudes should pair up in numbers and move as a unit, and eventually, as we're already kind of moving as a unit in terms of silence, because dudes are just not interacting to the level that they used to with these chicks. So we're already moving. They just don't know why. But if dudes actually pooled their resources together, not only would they see that, but other women would be like, "Oh shoot, what's going on over here?" And that would shift everything automatically. I don't understand why dudes don't think like that. We're too busy on talk about Derek Jackson, and it's like that we've been doing that. Derek Jackson argument is from 5 years ago. We already knew that he was probably cheating anyway. They're just finally catching up, but we're already so far past that. Like, why even argue about what the jawline dudes is going to do? That's a whole culture. That's a subset. That's a class one mentality. If you're already on class 4 or 5, why are you worried about the doings
Yeah,
of
because
class one and three?
they're gonna still fuck with Derek Jackson. Like he'll lose. Like he's at what 730, but at the end of the day, they are still going to fuck with him.
Yeah,
But
Yeah, I
it's
agree
just
with everything the brother said, man. I think it's a lack of critical thinking skills at the end of the day. It's like when you talk about critical thinking, it's about going to the next step and seeing that thing through. But it's like, for whatever reason, man, the black manosphere, what have you, it seems like we're just stuck
yeah,
in a cycle of the same damn kind. I mean, listen, I was in high school when YouTube first came out and brothers was talking about the wall of silence. That was like 10 plus years ago. You know what I'm saying? And so I agree with the brother Marty McFly. We need to start linking up and creating, kind of coming together as a group. And I think that the fact that we come from a matriarchal culture, that I mean, if you think about it, one of the aspects of the matriarchy particularly within the last 20 years, 20 plus years, like since the 80s and 90s, is that it has been discouraged for black men to socialize, you know, in terms of friends, associates, and business partners in our community. Like when you talk most chicks in the hood, these ratchet matriarchal chicks, when they talk about black dudes together, they always trying to shame that type of stuff by talking about, okay, that's gay and all this type of stuff. Like even to certain degrees, some guys that we may respect,
when
like you
they
may
got
hear
all
some
these
guys.
women empowerment bullshit going on. But go ahead.
Right. You may hear some guys in our space even say like, "Oh well, I'd rather be uh go and get a drink with women instead of some dudes and stuff like that." You know what I mean? But
No, it's worse.
when you
You
look
got
at other
niggas that would
communities,
rather be in business with just women. Go ahead.
you got dudes in other communities that have all kind of male social groups, where they going out strategically talking about business and forming groups together. Yeah, and I want to say that earlier, the fact that when you go to get an MBA and those MBA programs, throughout that whole program, a lot of it is getting together in teams and talking about like case studies, business case studies, and stuff like that, solving problems as a team within those particular programs. And so, our culture is just to a way where the boys are socialized to be ineffective because it's matriarchal. Because if you think about patriarchal, right? At the end of the day, is men working together for common goals, cooperating together in teams and units against other men within that system. So because we're in a matriarchal system, like most ADOS men, unfortunately, unless it got to do with sports, in sports, that's really it. That's the only time,
Yeah.
and that's only, and it's only a certain amount of ADS men that are even into sports. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, outside of sports, we don't know how to come together as a team. And hell, even with that, those partnerships could be very risky. You know what I mean? And when I say risky, like, how many situations that we had like Kobe and Shaq? You know what I mean? It's like you getting together as a team, you winning 3 times in a row, and wind up breaking apart because y'all can't get along.
Yep, and a lot of
Yeah.
that comes from that. And I'm not saying that was true for Kobe and Shaq, but a lot of them hip hop groups be breaking up. Like I'm talking about even like the Diplomats, all that over that matriarchal bullshit or over bitches. And the thing about it is,
Exactly.
and the women can't win unless they undercut the men, and that's kind of the most insidious thing that nobody wants to talk about. This is why when a lot of people keep talking about this pro-black shit, I'll be like, yo, when you take it to its nth degree, I know you want the world to improve, but you want the community to improve, but you don't want it to change.
And that's why.
Yeah, and it has to change in order to improve. But they don't. But they start getting in the way, and that's how you know. And unfortunately, you have to reject the culture in many ways in order to build yourself away from it. And that's really a bridge a lot of these dudes don't want to cross. That's really what the issue is.
And I'm gonna just say this last thing, and I'm gonna get off.
Yeah.
But that's why I always say that, to me, and my personal opinion, the biggest issue with the black community is that it is an extreme matriarchy, right? Because you have like you have different spectrums of every thing, right? So patriarchy, matriarchy, you could have extreme on this end and extreme on that end. And with ours, it's almost like
it's a gynocracy.
It's very extreme all the way to
white supremacy.
us not being valued. And so to me, I always say that the biggest problem with ADS people is that we're an extreme gynocracy. Because think about it, even ADOS, we've always been a gynocracy predominantly due to slavery. It was created during slavery. The slave master put the women in charge, and then it kind of persisted. But it was at lower levels right after slavery. But what happened was, as things went on, the percentages just started increasing because you had people that may have had patriarchal families, whereas like they were getting converted based on intermarrying with these matriarchal families, which is something that happened within
black people don't
my
talk
family.
about culture.
And so because of that, man, if you don't fix the matriarchy, man, you ain't fixing shit.
No,
it's
you
all
don't.
problems. It's always gonna persist. Because look, even when before it was to the point it is now, even though it was matriarchal, at least you had some type of damn hope. At least you had some black men like the Deacons of Defense that were able to come together for common causes. And you had black men creating the Freedmen's Bureau Bank and all this type of stuff. So at least you had that. But now it's like you don't really have much going on in terms of that. So I'm gonna just leave it at that. If you don't destroy the patriarchy, if you don't destroy the matriarchy, the black matriarchy, and go patriarchal, you ain't gonna have no community. Dr. Claude Anderson already said like 20, 30 years ago that the black community is going to be a permanent underclass. They got a whole bunch of articles right now saying the same shit, that in 2053 the black wealth is going to go to zero. So I would recommend to all the brothers that are patriarchal and then that want to live a patriarchal lifestyle, have a family, get the hell up out of here, man. That's the only way. Peace.
Yeah, peace out. Yeah, it was interesting. Cynthia G's David Carroll said Cynthia G said that black men are worshipped in America, and like that's how on this shit they are. They're just gonna create magical things in order to justify the mindsets they're gonna have. And when people are out here talking about what you need to do, like too many niggas are invested in. It's something about their ego. It's like you can't let these hoes go. You gotta convert them because you gotta alpha your way through it. And I'm like, nigga, you're a stupid ass nigga. That's a goddamn hamster wheel bullshit. You cannot change a female. First things first. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna say nothing, and I am done. Number one, these chicks. There is nothing you fucking did or nothing you did not do to cause this bitch to be who she is. Okay, that's the first thing I would tell any nigga. You need to understand that. Stop believing there is something you can do to change her. The environment created her. And at the end of the day, technically, we did not get over here. If you look, I do believe in it. We're descendants of slaves. I know motherfuckers want to be like, we were here first, whatever. They can believe that. I'm not saying it's wrong, whatever. But what I'm saying is, it was not that we just lost the fucking war and we got over here. A lot of us were fucking just stolen over here too on some bullshit. So this idea that we were conquered and all that is bullshit. That's not how that happened, actually. So my point is, dudes have this thing where they create like ideas that make it so they can't just let that woman go. And this is why dudes are willing to deal. I mean, Kevin Samuels said, oh, think about it. Oh, Obsidian said that black men want to be with black women, right? Like now, right now. And Kevin says that black women weigh more than black men. Here's the crazy part. The crazy part is you will have black men that will actually fight you and say something's wrong with you for calling that out.
Yeah.
But you're supposed to change some shit.
But that's the low level that they're on, because again, if you're used to McDonald's, that's like the number 6 is the best thing you ever tasted. Not knowing that there is like actual real restaurants out there that serve actual real food, and that's the problem.
Yep. And the thing too is, people say feminism is too strong, and what about your men? And you just let this happen. Let me tell you something. The shortest distance between any 2 points is a straight line. Black men are perfectly able to do what's necessary to turn over the matriarchy. I'm gonna allow you all to use your imagination of what all means necessary would actually mean. If we were in our own country, the shit wouldn't happen this way. But so when people talk about, well, you need to do what you need to do, no, that's called, well, you need to give me all this bullshit and edify me and I might change. No, that's not what happens. Either if you were to pull this in any other country, we know what time it would be, number one. And number two, if that didn't happen, what would happen is dudes would just start getting other women to replace you. That is what doing something about it is. Violence is not something we're going to do because violence is illegal. So the next best thing is to replace you. Now, if you have a genetic thing with it, I'm like 20% of the women that's got some common sense, fine. They're fine. The rest of them, we need to create pipelines. And here's the thing, it doesn't have to be all black men. It's only, like I said, 20% of black men make 50,000 or more. So if you just deal with the 20%, that'll create domino effects to everything else, because those are the dudes with the resources anyway. So it doesn't actually have to be that many men. But this is why I promote choice. Because at the end of the day, if you promote choice, the market shit will fix itself. But you even have black men there against that. And that's what's crazy to me. And that's what Obsidian was saying, it was crazy. So I'm like, dude, all you've done is sat there and convinced yourself to do what the 30-year-old Obsidian would never have done. You just convincing yourself that that's what you want to do. And that's what I would have said if I really wanted to kind of go at him like that. I'm like, with a 30-year-old, you would have said the same shit. I don't know.
Well, that's why, I said you settle for what you can afford, but it's not what you really want. So if you're gonna tell me 80% of black men are married or date black women, but on the second hand, you're also telling me that 80% of black women are obese and 70% of those women are overweight, that just tells me that black men in general have a low status bar because they're selling with fat, overweight women. And at the end of the day, if they can afford better, they would get better. That's just the truth. I mean, they're settling on both sides, more so on the black dude. The average black man, he's selling for a fat woman who's happens to be on the feminism and arrogant and not feminine and fat. Like, that's settling.
But so, at the end of the day, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, just because the stat shows that black men in general marry black women, and we can also say it's usually broke black men that date fat, overweight black women and white women. So does that mean that
50% of black, over 67% of black men are not married? So when we talk about the 80%, 85%, I mean, we're really talking about 29% of all black men. 50% of black men don't. I
think you said the ones that do marry, 80% of them.
Yeah, no, that's true. And then and like I said, I wasn't really trying to debate Obsidian like that, but in its proper context, that's only 20. That's not even 25%. That's not even a quarter of all black men. and 50% of black men don't have kids, and most black men that don't have kids are not married. So it's a lot more black men that are not going with this than there is that are that are getting married. Then if you add in the fact, and this is what Fantastic said, if you add in the fact that you're dealing with a lot of the silent generation of boomers, because that's what's in their training to be married. Once you start to get the Gen X, I promise you that shit will drop to less than 10. Like as far as like, well, the 33% will drop to a lower number that when you compile that to all black men, like it'll be less than 10%.
Right.
And most of those will be the wealthy class, and those will be the people that own some when I say 10%, I'm talking about black men that are married. And then that number will like further drop as to are they married to black women, because that'll be people that's like, okay, now you're dealing with the Kevin Samuels side of the game where they're doing it for advancement. They're not doing it for love and shit.
Well, and I think dudes have gotten smart into the whole, get the bag movement of, linking with a dude.
Their hand on that.
Yeah, that game is over, and Kevin Samuels has exposed, like literally, the game is over, but the women are still playing the game, not knowing that we plugged out the machine. They're still talking about meeting guys 6 figures and better, and they got 2 kids and they're overweight. Like, you can't make this up, So the game is already over for those women 28 on up. Anything below that is questionable, So we're in a weird time right now. But most of the guys who matter, see, that's the difference. I'm just trying to make a separation. If a guy is making below 40,000, I'm not saying he doesn't matter.
Well, they're trading on just genetic currency. At that point, they're trading on sexual currency, how tall they are. That's what they're trading on. And for the women that are in the market for that, they're fine. But here's the thing: even if those women are getting stroked out, at the end of the day, they still are upset because they're still bitching.
Right. Because like I said, you can only be a Pookie and Ray Ray until it becomes pathetic. You can't be, 30-something going on 40 talk with no money, just Pookie and Ray Ray and up. Now you're a homeless bum at that point. So the women who used to chase after them, they're gone. Those women are older, and now they're trying to look at the legit dudes. And the legit dudes 10 years ago have a different mindset of I'm traveling or I'm just stacking my bread. I'm not getting involved with anybody with blue hair, overweight, with 2 kids. It just doesn't make sense. And we get it, but the women are still stuck. They're stuck 5 years ago where they think the old games and the shaming tactics work. And Kevin, he's pretty much gave it an acronym, the sign language. He actually, because we used to say, oh, you're just trying to attack my manhood. But now there's an acronym that we can put a definition to it and call it out. And every time it's like
that, even that white chick didn't work, and then now they mad, and the white boys mad, and I'm like, my thing, and that's yeah. My thing is, we're gonna do us regardless, and this is even for our own black people. People are gonna do what's in their fucking best interest. That's what you can count on. You're not gonna be ashamed. White boys can change the black man's fear from creating itself. They didn't think we lasted long, and the black dudes are not gonna think we're gonna keep doing what the fuck they're doing. Motherfuckers are gonna do what's in their own best interest, and it's up to you to make their best interest, to make their best interest align with what you're talking about. If you don't want to do that, then I don't know what to tell you. I'm gonna do me, you're gonna do you. There's nothing to talk about.
Right. So I've heard something about that. They got mad because, what I looked at it as, you had Roll Tomasi, the Aaron guy.
I look at it as Kevin did y'all a favor. You couldn't handle the bitch, and he handled it. That's how I see it. But they whatever. Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, I felt like they had the super friends of Avengers over there, and the girl in the middle, Silver Sable, whatever her name was.
Yeah,
she was getting away with just too much slick talk for too long, unchecked. And I think maybe the best person other than Kevin that kind of broke that down was a little bit Roll Tomasi, but he was doing it more on the let me relate to you rather than just telling you what it is directly like Kevin.
Which is that very shit.
Yeah.
And that's the point. And that's the thing. And I gotta say this. I don't deal in the white man. I don't have an issue with like white people. I don't. But I'm not one of these people where I'm comfortable. I'm like the only black person in a sea of white folks either. I'm more let me get global. You know what I'm saying? So, but I can deal with that. It's not a problem. But so I don't say this stuff with mouse or anything. But my thing is, you go with Donovan, but Rolo's married, and I'm like, that's cool because I do believe you can still be rep pill aware. But be married, because being a rep pill does not necessarily mean you're mixed out. Rep pill is being aware. Mixed out is what you do with it. And he was already married. But my thing about, and yeah, you know, when you held that from me, that's bullshit. The reality situation is Donovan has lived a life that's definitely informed a lot of what he's talking about. He's overcome things that's informed a lot of what he's talking about. So this idea that y'all gonna talk about he married, that was just some bullshit. And especially when he gets to pass down, I know some of them don't like him and all that other bullshit, but you know, it's a difference between they have their own internal shit and then when you about to get chopped on the chopping block because you deal with their economy. And I'm not saying they all think that way, but a lot of them that don't think that way are not going to check the dudes that do think that way. They're going to keep quiet, and that's what black women do. All black women don't think on this bullshit. They don't check the other ones. They look for the men to do it. I'm like, no, that's supposed to be your job. Like we're supposed to come in to clean the house. We're not supposed to come in and keep women having the brand on point. That's to be something you're supposed to want to do. So. My thing about it, because I thought that too. I thought, okay, this is people working together. Maybe that's what it looks like. And then you got this little bullshit where they want to come in Donovan, but really they probably, because I saw a lot of them in the comment section talking about Kevin. And I'm like, y'all, and here's the thing that really disappoints me. Taken out of the race thing, this is some blue pill shit. The higher classes use race as a mechanism to control y'all dumbasses. And everybody's outside the 10%, but really in the 99%. I'm a capitalist, but this is how they keep on keeping white people confused. This is quite frankly how they kept a lot of the labor laws what it was until they just couldn't tolerate, you know, putting their kids in 12-hour work days and shit. So they finally, you know, that race shit did not work. Now, they didn't give a fuck about black people still, but that shit just wasn't going to work. They had to raise the bar a little bit. And so they raised it enough. And then they had unions for a while, which, by the way, unions were racist as hell. And then they kind of tricked them again by busting the unions up, like in politics law. They allowed them, and feminism was another soft power way of doing that. Now, feminism took a lot of people, men that were otherwise, I call white men now, took a lot of white men out of these jobs and these roles. And Me Too is just another way of resetting certain white men. And maybe they need to retire these dudes out early. I mean, they're still getting their money. But they need to stop paying them like actively. They use that as a weapon and they keep falling for it. And then what happens is when the black folks weren't getting their services, their stuff met, people said, look, some of y'all want to stay in here, that's cool, we'll create our own shit. And then because they're just our own shit. And then they felt some type of way. And I'm like they didn't understand. And I'm like, okay, so y'all just acting like sisters this way. And now I realize a lot of these motherfuckers still blue pill. A lot of them have not gotten over that. Maybe they lost their fucking white chick to a black guy. I don't know. Look, I'm 5'5". I'm short too. I get it. I got to deal with it in the fucking community. You at least can say you're white and have that and go overseas. And I'm white, man. You know, some motherfuckers don't give you clout. My point is, the biggest issue I have is a lot of these white dudes don't sit there and say, look, y'all need to chill with that shit. If y'all can't compete for a black man for a white chick, I don't know what to fucking tell you. But they don't do that because they deep down they empathize with it. They all Sandman's pretty good about not doing that, but there's a lot of them who do.
So do you think that because I'm just still getting abreast on, you know, the aftermath of that. So do you think because Kevin Samuel was basically able to dismantle her in real time, and he's not even he doesn't swim in their lake, so to speak, in terms of breaking down women nature and all that type of, that's not his lingo and his speak, but he was able to come in there real time, off the head, just basically set the situation, put her in the box, and then death by 1,000 cuts.
Well, I mean, Tommy Lee, that's the woman Tommy Lee from the Love and Hip Hop show, whatever reality show. I don't care if he knew who that was or what. The point is that was the real test, and the fact that he was able to deal with her, because that's a straight up free bird. When I say free bird, that's not somebody that's been in captivity. And I don't say that to be mean. I'm saying she's gonna say what the fuck she wants to say at any time. Ain't nobody gonna do it. That's the mentality she's got. So if she's on the fact that she not only was cool with Kevin, because keep in mind, I want people to understand this. She said that her girls told her about Kevin. which you know what that means. That means they were gassing her ass up, giving a lot of negative shit. Right, said, let me talk to this dude on the phone, blah, 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 and see he about it. But all that stuff was in there. And then Kevin dealt with it the way he dealt with it. The outcome was the outcome. That's game in real fucking time. Like, where you don't control it. And then turn around, he saw her. People want to say he paid for that. Kevin, please. How much you think he really paid for that? And why would he pay her? There's other people, you know, if you're going to strategically do that. Point is, he took a picture of her when he was in LA. Long story short. So the shit that he was dealing, that's a cakewalk. Because she's not, number one, we deal with these white females with white privilege. But look, I'm not about the white privilege shit like that. What I'm saying is white women in the white world, they're not even like black women where they even have any touch on shit. They're not getting black men talking to them any kind of way other than edification and shit for a variety of reasons. And that's why when she tried to see the biggest thing is when she tried to bring race into it, like on some we're on the same team shit. And he said, no, we're not doing that. Which that's the biggest thing. I thought, okay, maybe the white dude should be cool because that is a guy just like the top tier of what we're doing, but he's not bringing race to it, which is the only thing they bitch about when it comes to what we do. But even with that, they still get mad. And that's how I know a lot of these motherfuckers are incels. And here's another thing, I'm gonna bring Solo into this. Not gonna say nothing bad, so don't worry. Is when I used to see Solo talk about the black pill shit with those motherfuckers, I realized y'all ain't white. A lot of y'all are like, y'all classify as white. Y'all are like, but y'all are like immigrants here or there, maybe first gen, and y'all ain't really culturally incorporated with the United States. Well, a couple of them, once they started showing their faces, like when they're like, no, y'all not really white. Y'all are like y'all ain't even like Eastern European. Y'all are like, okay, y'all classify as white. So I'm like, no. That's not what y'all are saying it is. Really, y'all are, that's more on some socially awkward shit. And then I kind of understood that a little bit more. So you got a lot of this stuff going on where it's like the American market is the market. I know you all come from places where y'all can just use skin tone to win. America is different because we have a different history. And also because of sports and a variety of reasons, you know, y'all are gonna have to compete. And y'all, if y'all can't do that, I don't know what to tell you. I say this is a 5'5" guy, 5'5" light skin and black, and I get the outcome I want to get. I'm sorry. And what a lot of these dudes are mad at is they're mad that the white privilege stock is declining in the eyes of white women. That's not black men's fault.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
We have no power to make white women not fuck with you like that. So I don't know what to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do notice that, and also with a lot of Indian dudes, because a lot of Indian dudes somehow think that they identify white, even if they probably brown skin just like me and you, with that straight hair on the top, they automatically feel associated. So when they see a dude like you or me out there getting results, they feel a certain kind of way, like, oh, how could she talk to this black blah blah blah, and we're just out there being ourselves. And now when it comes to the whole white thing, like, yeah, there is a little backdated privilege that really today it don't hold the weight, because now it's not enough just to be white. You got to actually have, you know, this swagnificance thing going on, which most people in general don't have, let alone them.
That's an internal issue amongst their group. That's because I'll say it on the flip side. Yeah, white dudes got every right to be mad. The problem is I don't know why you mad at black men. You know, like black men are 60% of the population. We've done some things when we ain't turned over this shit. We ain't combined forces with white women on some feminist shit. And really it's a lot of white women. People don't know abortion was primarily pushed by white men, and then they put a face on it for white women. That's what a lot of people don't know certain shit like that. But my point is that that's an internal conversation y'all got to have with your women. Like, I think personally, white women are most we think black women are bad. When you look at what white men have done for white women and how they've been betrayed, I get it. But the problem is they're too gutless. And I'm going to say it just like this so people understand. You all are too gutless to chin check your own women. You also too gutless to chin check the higher classes as a collective group. So what you all do is they say blame the Negroes, and you all fall for that all the time. because you all are comfortable jumping on us. And then you're mad because we took our ball and said, fuck it, we're going to play. And some people stay. And there's nothing wrong with it. I always say this. When people always say the black manosphere and the white manosphere should move, I know we're not going to do that. But I support you all going over there. I support, Greg Adams having a platform, Darius McTowell, which they're not the same thing, right? Donovan Sharp. I support y'all want to be over there and just know we're going to be, and look, Solo's kind of in the middle. We're going to do what the fuck we do here. And then people, that way they know there's somewhere to go in case. And here's the thing with Donovan. People want to talk about, with Donovan, because O'Shea kind of disavowed him for business reasons. Which I understand why O'Shea did what he did. But the thing is, what Donovan did was smart. With the Hotel Jesus shit, the Fresh and Fit shit, he created his own kind of enclave. And see, had they got him quicker before he was able to do that, he might be in a really bad spot. But the thing is, he's got the black YouTube is so much larger than the black manosphere. So much. There's so many channels that might identify more with what Donovan's doing and Coach Greg Adams doing in a general way than necessarily want to go kind of like black men, black male first. They're cool with it, but they don't need it. So there's definitely a growth market. And see, they're mad because now it's like it's nothing they can do because we don't depend on them. And that's the problem. And then that's another thing they're scared of too, which people like O'Shea expanding, dealing with more Africa, or the black Brits are going more global. It makes it harder for them to control us in a way. And again, I have no problem with these guys. But my thing is, when they start to get on the bullshit, I'm telling them right now, I'm taking my, just like I do with these black females that act up, I'm taking the greatest power is your power of choice. I'm taking my fucking ball, I'm going home. Man, you just don't want to compete. Nope, you right. I'm gonna go win over here. Peace. I'll be all sorts of bitch ass nigga, weak ass nigga. You don't want to go. Yep, I'll be all sorts of that while I'm leaving.
Right. I mean, I did notice when Donovan Sharp did go over there, because I'm used to seeing Donovan Sharp be his own singular person, but then I started seeing the 7, the 6, or whatever. I was like, okay, there's a little bit of teamwork going on here, but I didn't know behind the scenes he was trying to possibly reorient himself to be aligned with, because obviously you work with more people, there's more of a wall. So even if somebody knocks you off or knocks you back, people are able to boost you back up, as opposed to what's going on with Derek Jackson. He was a one-man bandstand, so knock him off.
That's why Jap was. I mean, look, I'm not going to act like I know the inside of their business. This is from the outside looking in. But Jap doesn't have a white audience, period. So clearly, if you got Jap on there, you're speaking to a more black audience, more urban audience. He's trying to diversify his audience, which is a smart move.
Right.
You look at the Fresh and Fit dude. I mean, I don't think he's full 8-0s, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's people I follow. They're like half black, half Persian. Nothing wrong with that. My thing is, they're speaking to a more general group, and it's going to be a general group. It needs to be diversified. And Donovan's being smart in doing that. That's why the hit he did with the Bears thing, he could take that hit. But because at the same time, Donovan has a felony. And that's what he said. Donovan has been through some shit. This idea that he's just like fronting. I'm like, he's been through more shit than any of us have been through, as far as real shit. So it's like, I'm all for that. I'm not trying to see dudes go down. As far as Derek, Derek want to pimp these chicks. It is what it is. He just, I don't really give a fuck, especially with Kevin around, because the thing about it is, Kevin's at what, like 6'0". He's up there. I know you niggas really want to go to 5 hours. It's not going to fucking 5 hours.
Well, see, the thing is, I in a weird kind of way, he's needed. He's a necessary evil. Like you don't want to see Derek go down, because it's almost like he's the content that keeps on giving, whether or not he had drama pop off these last 2 weeks or not. You can always count on him saying something which would give other people more talking points to further their own agenda. So you don't want to necessarily see the guy bite the dust, like that, because then you kind of lose something.
I mean, there's other dudes, like you got Mr. Lego, you got a lot of, like Shamaki, you got a lot of these niggas that they try to make money off that. I mean, Derek Jackson's basically a pastor. He just does it in the secular world. I mean, like David Carroll said that. I really don't care. My thing is, well, here's the thing. I will give you this. Derek being around going forward, there is no illusion that these shits are full of shit. I don't want to hear it. And I remember when Olivia Alexa used to like be subscribed to like a lot of these motherfuckers subscribe to Derrick Jackson. And they try to minimize what he does. Like the Six Goddess, I fuck with her, but she said, "Oh, he's young." And he said, "Yeah, I'm like, y'all look, man. But he's fine." I'm like, look, I get y'all like him. That's cool. Do not act like being lied to and all that shit really bothers y'all. If it's the right dude doing the right shit, y'all don't give a fuck. And the reason why that's important for both guys is, if so, you like to call them non-select guys. I hate kind of framing it that way, but we'll do it for this purpose. The select guys don't need to feel guilty about what the fuck they doing to y'all, and the non-select guys, quote unquote, don't need to clean your ass up. They need to stop being a cleanup man. You all need to do better. If it needs to hop race, hop cultures, do that. You don't need to leave the United States to do that. But you all need to say, if I can't get what the fuck I want in the community, I'm going to get what the fuck I want outside of it. Then you don't get no cookie points, no fucking brownie points, and I'll prove it. When Ice Cube married to his wife for 25 years, when he wanted to do something about black people but didn't say specifically black women, two of them bitches he gave jobs, and their careers exist because of Ice Cube. What the fuck did they do? When you look at Snoop Dogg, and Snoop Dogg defended Kobe Bryant, an icon, when he was thrown on the bus after he died. It didn't matter he was with his wife. It didn't matter his wife was happy. It don't matter. Being with a black woman don't mean shit when it comes down to it, to these females. You don't get points for that shit. You don't get points for having black children. If you're with a non-black, like Robert Smith, he was with a mixed woman and his kids are blacker than not with the mixed woman he was with his first wife. Don't matter. To Michael Jordan, don't matter. Phil Vaso, don't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just shit they say to smoke screen. And before I let you go, I'll say this. 95% of what black people do in this space can all be denominated to sexual politicking. And once you understand that, now you understand the fucking loop-de-loop circle over 5 years we keep on coming back to.
I agree.
The Hotep shit is sexual politics. The Ado shit is sexual politics. Oh, you Ados, you fucking a Jamaican bitch. You're wrong. You're fucking a white bitch. You're wrong. You're we need to save the community. We need to be invested in the community. Usually on this channel, even though I do a little bit of network marketing, I like to compare the sexual politicking to network marketing. When you know somebody's doing MLM or doing MM, you get an icky feeling, you think they're a scammer. Even if you never dealt with the industry, you know what somebody has said. That's essentially what black women are doing. They are basically constantly trying to sell, repackage, resell their womb. No matter how old it is, how dirty it is, how fucking used it is, how many bodies been in it, how old, like, shit, bitches are 50 years old, trying to act like 50 to be fucking 35, freezing eggs and shit.
Well, that's why the market has bottomed out. That's essentially what has happened. And Kevin Samuels has come in at the right time, but it's not to help the market recover. He's actually justifying why it's bottomed out.
Yeah, Kevin's giving the exit interview as to why you're fired.
Yeah, he's basically showing you, like,
we're letting you go.
This is why you failed, not failing, failed, like in real time. And that's
Kevin Samuels is basically the credit letter you get when you're not going to get that credit card.
Yeah, you're sitting at his desk and he's looking at you like, there's nothing more I can do here. And you're sitting there like, oh, but wait, I have value. Isn't this worth something? He's like, no, it's in 40 years old. It's used.
I'm going to say this and I'm going to end it with this. I am going to end it with this. If y'all seen the Winter Soldier and Falcon, and then when he went in there to try to get that loan, and he was just so sure he was going to get that loan because he was Falcon. And even though the banker was smiling at him, was like, yeah, it's Falcon, that's cool. He said, your fucking financials are shit. Like, he basically said, why the fuck did you even come in here? That's what he did. He said, well, I've been dead for 5 years. He said, that don't mean shit. He switched up on him so bad that his sister thought that he was being racist. He said, no, I'm on your side. But goddamn, this shit is all over the place. Like, come on. And then it's funny that she knew. That's why she didn't want to come in there. And then Falcon is sitting there like, but I'm fucking Falcon. He like, look, that don't mean shit to this paper. And that's that I'm a PhD shit. Again, writing think about it. Women literally go into mortgages worth of debt in order to present that to a man. But a gym membership is $20 fucking a month.
You know, do you know how hard it is to pay back 300,000, 200,000 with the
Jason,
interest rate that they're loaning that money out to?
there is a Jason Black has a show. I don't know if you know, it's called The Business, and he had a show talking about the student loan debt. In fact, let me see if I can find it, because this shit actually bothered me a little bit. It really did, and I know the stats, like I know all that shit, but no, I'm gonna show you why. It's the picture. It's the
Yeah.
picture that fucked me up. Let me see. Prison Babble Balls. The biz. Oh, I know I'm losing subscribers. Art of Ignores on with BDS and shit. Oh yeah, all you gotta talk shit about Red Pill. Where's the one with him? About today going all the broke. What's your side, Jordan? The blue chat following of a woman. Cares and call. It's not on here. It's not on here. But it's one. Damn, it's not on here. I'm so mad. That was a good one. Anyway, it was like this woman that you could tell she was in her 40s, very endearing and everything.
Mm.
And she has this degree. She just has so much hope in her eyes. And then in the meantime, Jason's telling this person on the phone she has $250,000 in debt, in student loan debt. And she's talking about she's going to get a government job. And, and he said, if you were to pay this off at $1,000 a month, it would take you fucking like 30 years to pay this shit off. If you pay the payment you're supposed to pay off, it takes like 80 years. And the thing about it is, it's not that the debt can't be paid off. It's not that. Because, if she starts a business, something like that, she could probably make it happen. The problem is she's so clued in to the shit that she's been told. That's how much she has faith, like a religion, in the white man's government, as far as like government job, the white man's corporation, as far as working for the white man. And you have like and she was so clued in. And the only woman that actually was on some good footing, as far as she had debt, but she was like on the way of dealing with it, was the one that was married. It was like 5 women in there, and like a lot of them had north of 6 figures. And it's just crazy. And he even said it, and he know how he said, I would have never let my daughter do that. And that's what it is. A lot of these women be sending these bitches off, talk about get you a good education and all of that. And it's like, you can always take your ass to school, like real fucking talk. Like honestly, but y'all want to go to school, then go back to school. Kevin talked about that, then go back to school when y'all ain't living your life and you ain't doing shit. So when you all are basically losers, y'all want to go to school to act like you're doing something. And then y'all go to school for these bullshit ass degrees because y'all ain't like y'all in STEM. So, it is what it is. I always say Darwinism will handle it. I call it musical chairs. And yeah.
Mm.
Damn, he just jumped from 607 to 608. Yo, Kevin's gaining like 2,500 subscribers a fucking day, yo. He's gonna catch Derek. And this rate, he'll catch Derek by like, what is it? He'll catch Derek by like the end of May.
And plus, Derek's probably losing too.
Derek has been staying steady. Like, I don't be watching it like that, but I know some people watch us. So I said, fuck it, I'll do it for research purposes. Yeah, Derek is holding at 730. He may be getting something.
And I think that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I just think another component of Kevin Samuels is he's real time. Like Derek doesn't do live call-ins and talk. Huh?
I'm not trying to say he's stupid, but he's not. He ain't on his feet enough to do that shit. You saw that with the first one. Like, nah, it's like, yo, he did that shit. It's over. It's over. And then, by the way, if people think I'm bullshit, you saw that with the K Michelle shit. Because as soon as he gave her some pushback, or she gave him some pushback, he kind of whittled down. Like when you get past the fact of how he looked and the chick ain't trying to fuck, he ain't really got no moves.
Yeah. So see, the game is evolving, and I tell a lot of dudes like, just the presentation of it all. It's not just about making just like videos, like and just get views on it. People want to see the interaction, like how quick you are, how witty. It's one thing to be witty in the video where you have time to prepare, but it's also another thing to be witty real time. Like There was a guy on the Fresh and Fit. His name is Joker. Watching him, to me personally, he was one of their better guests that they ever had on there, in my opinion, because he wasn't like he knew his red pill. Like obviously you could tell he knows his stuff, but he still had the social skills to interact with the women and even so make them laugh. So you could tell like this guy's not some guy who was like an incel who took up this red pill narrative and now he's living in the mountains somewhere. Like, no, he can clearly talk to women if he wanted to, and he was doing so with ease. So, and he's funny. So, people want to see that one thing. You do your videos and do your 10-minute video. If you mess up, you retake it over, whatever. But when you're able to be like you are in real time, that speaks to a lot, and people like to see that. So the game is evolving as a content creator. As I can see, that's just I'm from the outside looking in.
Yeah, it ain't as hard. Like honestly, AMS grew up just looking at his phone. I ain't saying that's gonna be the norm, but yeah, the live stream is a component. A lot of this stuff is diversity. Because now you got the damn fucking YouTube reels, you got the TikTok shit, which is like some whole other shit. It's it depends on what you want to do. Because really, I'm not somebody who wants to be a fucking personality. I'm the type of person I just want to buy ads, sell shit. That's it. Like I'm boring like that. Now I can have a personality. If I need, I mean, I can, as you can see, I can talk a lot, but I'm not the type of person where I'm trying to be on YouTube, have my shit everywhere, except in strategic locations, like markets that I want to deal in. I'm not trying to be known as some red pill guy because, quite frankly, the information. I fight for common sense. I'm not necessarily, it's got to be red pill and big town. No, I'm for people getting a fair shake and making it so they get their fair shake and being unapologetic about what they want. But anyway, so with that being said, I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you spending as much time as you have. Same thing with Jesse. Jesse is definitely he does digital ad agency shit. He's definitely, if you travel, he's definitely somebody you want to know. I need to get back on the traveling shit. But yeah, I appreciate you coming up. It's been a very productive conversation. This is another. Yep, and this is another episode of Everybody Hates Black Men series. This is Edward signing off. Peace.
All right.
Mm-hmm.